Audience, all YouTubers out there, let's go for another day here of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us. Have a lot on tap today. Congressman Gary Palmer will stop by. Congress about to be in session for the first time since the Supreme Court rulings. We'll get some information from Congressman Gary Palmer before he heads back to D.C. He'll be hopping through today. Willamette could spin a whole lot more as we kind of just break down the news of the day, which, hey, there's some dandies out there. A lot of updates as well. And so we'll do all that together here as only we can on the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, let's bring in the rest of the Good Time Gang. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good.
Everybody fired up for another day?
Sure.
Huh?
Sure.
So you brought out Old Yeller.
Yeah, I like this shirt.
That's a good shirt.
Yeah, I think I got a stain. No, it got like something picked a hole in it. Something messed up on it.
Yeah.
I
have
Here,
it in,
Yeller.
I have
Come back, Yeller.
I have it in the old closet. I need to break it out.
You don't like it. I've noticed you never worn it.
Well, the one that I got, I don't know why it's real big
Look,
on
if you
me.
don't
So
like
it comes down below, when your
Yeah.
sleeves come
You
below
put
your
it on
elbows
you go,
and stuff.
Okay, that looks good.
Yeah. But now I need to break that out.
Come back, Yeller. I'm do it to him all day.
Okay. Well, how's y'all's day yesterday? Good?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Was it really?
No, I just said that. It
was okay.
It's productive.
Yeah.
It was nonstop productive, and I looked up and it was 9:30, and I thought probably ought to go to bed. You got to do this again tomorrow. I am doing something though that may be bad form, and I want to ask y'all about it at some point this hour. I want to know how y'all would take it, and if I should just stop doing it.
Okay.
Being amongst people, just when you're around new people and things. I'm asking a question I don't know that's appropriate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like how
it
you
may be
doing?
bad form. No.
Okay.
You gonna ask us?
He goes. So I'm gonna see what y'all think about it, because I may just need to stop asking. Usually I get a really good response, and the last few times I've done it, they've kind of looked at me like, "Hey, it's none of your business."
Right.
So I thought I'd ask y'all what y'all think.
Yeah, and I made Terry uncomfortable yesterday evening on a walk we were on.
Yeah.
And I'd like to ask y'all. I know I've asked this question to y'all about grocery store etiquette or whatever type store etiquette, where you see somebody on an aisle and then you keep passing them. How many times do you say, "Hey"?
Yeah.
Is it the first time and then
Traffic
you move
lights
on?
when you keep stopping.
Right. When you're going like for neighborhood walks and you
Keep
see
passing
somebody
person.
coming that you know
Yes.
and they're coming, the first time you obviously say, "Hey."
Hey, how you doing?
But if you're looping the same area
know,
every time you
yes.
pass them, do you say, "Hey" again,
I
or
don't
do
know.
you?
I know.
And
you give them a couple of these.
Yeah.
Kind of, hey, now.
And Terry knows I can't stand socially awkward moments, but she says that I create them. Because
No, you do.
Because she says that you're creating this moment.
A lot of times you just let it be.
Just let it be. Just keep walking. And I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Terry's all over that.
And she's like, just look at me and talk to me. You're okay, but
Yeah.
it's almost
You've
like she's having to
acknowledged
coach me through it.
And
you know?
don't. No, I get it though. It's very uncomfortable.
You
You acknowledge them, and then when you
Right.
pass them again, you go, well, if I keep acknowledging them, that's going to get on the
Right.
nerves. But then
And I could
I
tell.
finally just go to silence.
Yeah, I did that once, and
You'll give a couple rounds. Oh, y'all still at it, huh? Something like that.
Yeah, everybody getting
woo.
after it. Woo.
Hey, I'm tired.
Well,
Hot enough?
Wish you would slow down.
Yeah.
She's dragging me here. Woo, man.
I'll give you two.
Yeah.
You see them the first time, second time, make a comment on how tired they are about
Yeah.
something in general.
Right.
And then from that point, you just ignore them.
Well, I messed up on the last pass,
no.
and Terry said I
Engaged
created
them.
it.
You engaged them.
Great man, great family. Their kids have grown up with ours, and the last time by. And I could tell he was kind of really getting after it. He was wanting to walk fast, and we're kind of wrapping ours up, and I could see the house in the distance, and then as we walked by, he's on one side of the road, we're on the other. So there was distance, and
you had distance, too?
sometimes I'll create fake conversations like Terry and I are there. Yeah, and I tell you, oh hey man, and you know what? This,
but you're telling me you weren't even that close to him.
No, no,
Speedy.
no. And then I asked how
easy.
one of the kids were doing, and he had to stop and talk, and so we were trying to both keep moving, and then he starts kind of hollering a little bit, and
he didn't want to completely stop. And y'all didn't either, but the conversation required longer.
Yeah. And then when we
you
turned,
asked a question about how somebody's doing.
Yeah, how's so and so? I tell you, summer's almost over.
You threw that in there?
Yeah, because they're going back to college.
It's a little cooler today.
Yeah. Well, how about that breeze we got?
Yeah. And so as he
clearly
leaves and we leave, she goes, "What's wrong with you?"
I know.
And I said, "I don't know. I don't know what it is." She said, "Why didn't you just keep walking?
Just
There's nothing.
You've done acknowledgement.
You're not being rude.
I know.
You create
it is
these
awkward, but
you create these moments in your mind."
she's
And I'm
all
like,
over
"What?"
that.
And so it was just I felt bad. I wish I could go back and redo it.
Well,
You know.
I get it, but you learn from it. How about
Right.
that?
So
Especially
do
if you got a lot of gap between you.
Right.
I mean,
but what if you're not doing anything or you're not talking? Do you just look down at your feet? I mean, and keep walking?
Or you might even give them a.
Yeah,
I'm still at it, huh?
Acknowledge,
No,
acknowledge
don't say a
them.
word.
Acknowledge
Really?
them. But
Hold on real quick. How is it?
Like that. You don't have to yell at that point. And you definitely don't ask them how somebody is. That requires them to stop and tell you.
Right. Yeah.
That's not a passing question.
y'all
Well,
are really not going to like
His
what
daughter and
I'm
JC
doing
were
now.
good friends.
Well, you should
Just
ask
wanna
him
know-
that the first time you
Just
passed.
want to know
Yeah.
how. Hey man, how you doing?
You
Yeah,
could have done that.
that probably should have been the first.
Right.
The
That
first-
was my
the
first
first
one.
stop.
That was my first one. Was, hey, how you doing,
Oh,
man?
okay.
No,
But
you
when I
sure
went
went
by him
straight.
the first time, I was jogging, and then because
so
we'll,
you
we'll
didn't
do
want that
we'll
stop.
do this thing here where sometimes I'll jog and leave Terry, and then sometimes she'll catch up with me, and
Yeah.
we're back and forth and all this. So first time by it was, hey, how you doing?
Shirtless.
And then it was,
Yeah.
and then
you ask how
and
somebody's
then
doing.
I
That's a foul.
we were just strolling. I was like, so how's so and so?
That's foul.
And it was kind of like a, oh, she's doing good. Yeah, about to get back. It was all stuff.
Yeah, see, poor Terry.
Yeah. She's like, what
See,
are you doing?
I don't understand why you, on the third pass, would throw a question like that.
We were a little closer, and
So
I
you
felt
already
like,
did the initial.
Yeah.
And then you did the, oh, man, still. And then the third
Yeah.
time you ask him how somebody is.
right. I felt like I made him a little uncomfortable.
Well, you did.
Well, yeah.
You made me uncomfortable. I wasn't even there.
Yeah, y'all are definitely going to
Dadgummit.
dog me then.
I don't know what to do, so I can't wait to hear
Are
what's
you
going
doing
on
this
with you.
too?
No, but I mean, if we're down on that, you're certainly going to be
Okay,
down on what I'm
great.
doing.
Let's be awkward all morning.
Yeah.
Speedy.
Well, I wanted to know how she was. Hey, how's she doing? And going back to school a couple weeks. Okay, what?
Yeah, so
and
you
then,
guessed
and
it.
it's like
That's the
I
conversation
said
you
Terry,
have
I was
with
like, what did he say? Well, I don't know, honey.
You don't even know how she is.
Rick and Bubba.
Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial. Delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsor.
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who Order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95. Go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit RickandBubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We just kind of come in and break down life, do stories of the day, kind of walk through it with you, and that's kind of what we're doing today. We all have our little quirks, and sadly, they're rubbing off on each other. We've been together for so long. We got like just a little bit of everybody's quirks built in to one. You know what I'm saying? It's like I got a little something from each one of you. But me in socially awkward moments put me in handles more than not. And so the discussion last segment was, how many times do you say hey to somebody on walks in the neighborhood if you keep passing them? And I messed up my last hey to somebody, and I just it made Terry uncomfortable.
Well, it goes back to you're a nice guy, or you want to appear to be. Let's put it that way.
Well, no, I think he's a nice guy.
I'm just kidding. That's what's driving it. But it's to the point, though, that it goes too far, and you end up making them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. And I think,
but your intentions are good.
And I think that's where y'all are going to go with my issue, that I've started doing something over the last couple months, and I think, and I do think some people are intrigued by the question and want to answer it, but I'm starting to think, Helms, it's really none of your business. Like, why do you keep asking that? So we live in a world.
So this is your go-to question. You ask
well,
people?
It's just one of those things. I come into contact between.
This is Speedy on round 3.
It is, and I
shouldn't have asked how the kid was doing.
Well, Speedy deals with this a lot now. You don't deal with it as much now because the situation your kids are in. Yeah. They're grown. They have kids of their own, families.
Yeah, I agree.
And so Speedy's coming out. He's getting into that, but he hasn't left that world completely yet. And so I'm in that world of kids where not only with my kids and tennis tournaments and all those things, but me now coaching tennis and seeing people I don't run into often. me being at these speaking engagements and seeing people that I don't normally run. I run into a lot of people that I've never met before. And that has nothing to do with the show. It's just I'm around a lot of different people. In the world that we live in now, there's constant people with earbuds in their ear.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? I mean, we live in a world where 1 in 3 people have something in their ears.
Oh, yeah. Well, if we're not staring at a phone, we got to be listening to it.
And one of my go-to questions when I'm talking to people is, hey, what are you listening to?
What? That ain't none of your, what are you talking
That's none of your business.
That's what that. So I feel like I get comfortable enough to ask them, hey, hey, what you listening to over there?
Oh,
and I get a lot of great answers.
Yeah,
and
I don't know. Speedy's going to use that.
Yeah,
but
well, I don't know. I haven't even asked that.
And so it's
that guy walking. Did he have his earbuds?
No, he didn't. I might try to say, hey, let me talk to you for a second.
You know, I
got to ask you about
earbuds are uncomfortable anyway because you don't know whether or not they're on a phone call. And when somebody acknowledges you first and they have earbuds in, how far can you take the conversation? Or because are they involved with something?
Yeah.
How about if they got them in? I'm not saying nothing to them.
Well, and so I have just taken it to the next level. And after talking, the opening lines that we all use, whether it's how you doing? Yeah, exactly.
Which makes
the
no
weather.
sense.
Hot out here.
Whatever the situation is, I'm talking about the event,
Mm-hmm.
but then I'll eventually get to, so what are you listening to?
Say, okay, that's unnecessary. That's unnecessary.
It is unnecessary, but I'm doing it.
That's something that.
And please understand, y'all understand.
You are really prolonging the interaction.
Well, Greg, I do like to talk to people.
Yeah, to a point.
But here's the thing.
If I'm down to what you listen to, that means we've covered
Well,
everything.
I do it for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
One, I'm intrigued with people, okay? I want to know what's going on in the world, and I want to know what they're listening to because I may need to listen to what they're listening to.
So can I ask a question here?
How close to these
before
people
we
have to
started, I said before we started, this may be bad form, and it may be none of my business.
How
I do remember that.
Do you know these people well?
Some of them. Some of them I've never even met before.
If I walked up and one of y'all had them in, I'd go, hey, man, what are you listening to? But that's it. I'm not asking somebody that I see every now and then at the ballpark. Hey,
I like
what are you
that.
listening to?
Getting some weird answers too. By the way,
I bet you are. All right, so I need this scenario here. So,
perfect example yesterday.
I mean, but what I'm saying is, are you already in a conversation with these people?
Yeah, I don't just go up and ask the first question. Hey, what you listening to?
Sometimes some people have them in because they don't want to talk to anybody. They just don't want to be disturbed.
Yeah.
Is that one of your moves?
Huh?
Is that one of your moves?
No, I mean,
I don't do that.
No, well, kind of sometimes. Yeah. But no, I'm just kidding.
I don't.
A lot of times I'm doing it if I'm out running or in the yard or so. That's about the only time
Please understand.
I do it.
I don't go up to people that have earphones in their ears and go, hey, excuse me, what are you listening to?
Okay.
That's not the way. That's not the way
know.
it happens.
Right.
It's hey, how you doing? How's your son? Hey, he's looking good out here on the court. Hey, how's your daughter doing in the tournament? How's this, that? Oh, by the way, hey, what you into over there?
You've just covered plenty. And you didn't have to ask about what.
But this is a selfish. I actually want to know. Like it's kind of a study I'm doing. Like
I wish
want to know.
Didn't I tell you? And you don't know. And he goes, none of your business.
Are they having to take one of the ears out to talk to you? Like, hey, hold on, just saying, you're interrupting me.
No, because we're in a conversation.
Well, what are they listening to while in a conversation?
Yeah, why they got earbuds?
What they've hit pause, guys.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm asking.
It's not like they're jamming.
So they're either taking them out or pausing.
Can I? The earbud people out there.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to me, pull them out so I know you're not listening to something.
Mm-hmm.
And they usually don't leave them in.
Yeah.
Because then I assume you're listening.
Right. That was my question. Because then if you're trying to talk over the music,
being a handle.
Do I now? You're trying.
All right, y'all need to understand.
Well, I was listening to.
Yeah.
Y'all are not really helping me because what I want to know is once I establish the conversation, is it okay for me to ask what they're listening to? And if no is that answer, that's fine. I'm good with that.
I would drop that.
And I may still ask.
Unless they're kind of singing and you kind of hear what they're singing, like then you can talk about it. But
if I'm having a conversation though, that means they're not listening to anything. So.
And here's another thing,
right? Why would
I? Well, they were before we started.
So you disturbed them.
I no, Greg. They said hello to me. Most of the time, it's hey, how you doing? You're thinking that I'm walking. You're playing this out as if I'm walking up to somebody and going, "Hey, what you listening to?"
Yes,
and that's not what's happening.
Kind of.
Do you find that it's more podcast or music?
Podcast. Or I got this the other day. This was interesting.
What if they're embarrassed what they're listening to?
Well, that's another. That's the main reason I brought this up because the other day somebody acted like they didn't want to tell me what they were listening to.
Oh.
That's that's why I'm asking
Was
this
it
question.
kind of awkward?
It was. It was like, it was almost like they had to think real quick and make something up.
Oh, wow.
And so,
oh, what a terrible moment.
and it's been very helpful for me because some people have actually said things.
I'd have melted.
Some people have actually said things, and I've thought, man, I'm going to go listen to that. That sounds good. And I've actually liked it. There's some people. Now, yesterday, there was a situation where a guy was, we were talking about his son and how well he was progressing, those things in tennis.
Did you feel like you owed him that? Like
and I
Speedy owed
asked
that?
him, I said, hey, out of curiosity, what are you listening to? Because he's always got his
Wait a
earphones
minute.
in.
So after that conversation, you said, what are you listening
And he said, I actually had a conference call earlier from work that was recorded, and I went back and listened to it because I was halfway paying attention the first time when I was actually on it live. And I'm like, oh, okay. That was intriguing to me. So you're working when you're over here doing stuff like this.
Okay. So we got working, podcast, is music
I get a lot
third?
of podcasts. Don't get a whole lot of music, by the way.
I just feel like you're being a little intrusive if you ask me what I'm listening to.
And that's what I needed to hear, really. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too far, but
now if you know them real well, that's different.
Yeah, a lot of that.
But if it's just kind of a casual, how you doing?
If you're stopping people to ask them what they're listening to.
And I've done this too. So are you a podcast person or music?
Okay, that's better.
And
That's better.
That's a way to start the conversation.
I think it's the line. What are you listening to?
Right.
Greg,
Well, he doesn't stick his chest out.
I don't do that. I don't bow up, squint, and scream at them.
I think that's what.
Hey, look at me right here. What you listening to?
Yeah. If you say, "Hey, music," I get that.
Maybe your kid play better. What are you listening to? I'm kidding. Yeah. Are you a podcast or music guy? Would be better.
In life, there are good surprises and bad surprises. Finding $20, good surprise. Car breaking down, bad surprise. But when you have a protection plan through CarShield, those bad surprises are easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And here's a good surprise. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Lock in your price by getting covered today. And how about this? It'll never go up. CarShield helps make surprises of your car breaking down easier to handle. Get coverage like we did. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions Restrictions apply. The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use, because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to, or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blood.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour. Welcome in. A little bit later in the show today, Congressman Gary Palmer will stop by. Congress going back in session for the first time since the Supreme Court decision, so we'll talk to Congressman Palmer as well as break down a couple of other issues. He said the Supreme Court has agreed to hear another case, and this is a North Carolina case that will have a huge impact on how election reforms can take place in the states. And so we'll talk to him about that and catch up with Congressman Palmer, and that's later in the show today. The Wheel of Meat could spin and a whole lot more. We're kind of having a good time together today. It's been 30 minutes of socially awkward moments. You, the audience, is trying to help us a little bit. Greg is just can't believe what we're dealing with here, Helmsy, both of us. So he's having a really tough time with that. That versus the president yesterday showing the first images and revealing the James Webb Space Telescope, the first image released, stunning, by the way, trying to break it down. I know Bubba was texting the staff yesterday about that. And so during the main show, we'll have some conversation about that, but just trying to put your mind around that, too. Between that and what we're dealing with, Greg's a mess today.
He is.
Pretty frustrated over there.
And then you got some weird guy talking about it.
Greg,
we'll get to that later.
Some weird voice. I guess you have to. If you're talking about that, you got to have a weird voice.
Greg, what in the
Did y'all
world?
know? Y'all thought his voice didn't sound weird?
I never thought of his. I was thinking more about the.
Did you ask him what he was listening to?
And I would.
Yeah. Wow. So I guess let me just
might
do
as
this.
well play it because people don't know what we're talking about.
And I know that Bubba's going to want to hit a lot of this, but
they should have got James Earl Jones.
Let me.
It may be
I'll
good for Bubba if we let him get this out of his system now.
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe
that's
we
a
should
great
do that.
point. That's a great
I'm thinking
point.
about Bubba on
What's
this.
the name of that satellite? The Jim Turner? What is it?
James Webb Space Telescope.
James Webb.
So President Biden yesterday was. He was releasing the stunning first image.
It really was,
and it's so.
Do we know if it's real?
Greg Burgess. Oh, it's
How do we
so
know?
amazing. I can't even get my mind
How do we
around
know
it.
if it's real?
And here's President Biden.
I want to thank the team at NASA for once again showing that that's who we are. That's who we are as a nation of possibilities. And now let's take a look at the very first image from this miraculous telescope.
And I don't like this delayed clap. I don't like the delayed clap.
What was that?
I don't know. Some swish.
Sound like a monster.
I'd like more clapping.
NASA Administrator Nelson, I'm going to turn this over to you. So will you please tell us about what we're seeing?
Greg.
President, if you held a grain of sand on the tip of your finger at arm's length.
Okay, picture that.
That is the part of the universe that you're seeing, just one little speck of the universe. And what you're seeing there are galaxies that are shining around other galaxies whose light has been bent. And you're seeing just a small little portion of the universe.
Wow. That's hard to even put your mind around.
It really is.
Of course, Greg thinks the image was taken
Well,
at,
I mean,
at
we
a
don't
studio.
know. I think it's, but it could be possible. I mean, who knows? And that grain of sand. I mean, is that according to old Powell?
Powell, you see,
I mean, how do you
going
come up
Powell.
with all that? I'm sure there's an answer to it.
Well,
he sounds like an old man that speaks to you at the store. Since we're
Greg,
talking about speaking
Greg,
to people.
Bill Nelson, the NASA administrator, also a senator, is 80 years old.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
I believe
so
that.
would you get off his back?
Well, you got somebody a little younger may know. Just saying.
I don't know where to look.
I don't know
what to
either.
do.
That was President Biden sharing the first image
A lot of
from
people at
NASA's
NASA.
James
That's their
Webb
spokesman.
Telescope, revealing a picture of a cluster of galaxies 4 billion light years away from Earth.
How many?
4.
Big number.
Yeah, very big number. And the way Bubba put it, basically, we're looking back in time because the way it had to travel here. Anyway, it's really amazing. The image captured a patch of the galaxy, and it's the first of many that's released. And so,
You know,
there
we've
you
talked
go.
about this before.
I can't even get my mind around it.
And look, we're a bunch of good ones, okay?
Mhm.
Bubba aside, when it comes to this. But when I got out of my car this morning, Greg's going to make fun of this. When I got out of my car this morning, we had a decent little clear sky up there, and I just kind of
That big
looked
old
up.
moon.
And I thought, because based off what Bubba was texting us yesterday, I didn't get involved with the text stream because I was in the middle of something at that time and came in late. And
Harassing
didn't want to be
people.
that guy to come, comes in 2 or 3 hours commenting on something that happened a few hours ago. And so, but I did. I got out of my car this morning. I looked up and I thought, wow. So it's pretty amazing up there. And based off this picture that we got yesterday, you tie all that together, you think, goodness gracious, we're so small compared. I mean, I know we in this society we live in make it all about us, but goodness gracious, we are so small in comparison to what this galaxy universe provides. And when you see a picture like this, and to the grain of sand talk, it does. It kind of puts it in perspective on. And it is hard to wrap your mind.
It is because we're
I
basically
can't-
looking back in time.
I know.
So I know, Greg. I get it. I know you're frowning like you just tasted something that's bitter.
Greg,
but,
your first question was, do we know if this is real?
Well, everybody always makes stuff up.
Right. Webb's new image, which
Or in
provides
Greg's case, Turner.
What
I
makes
knew
this
it
a
was
big
name,
deal
somebody's regular name,
is
and I'd like a better name for it.
The James Webb
Something
Telescope
scientific.
has provided the deepest and
Who's
sharpest
James Webb?
infrared look into the distant universe to date, showing the galaxy cluster as it appeared 4.6 billion years ago.
Wow.
Did you just hear what I said?
Yes.
So we're looking back in time. I don't know.
It's hard for me.
I'm not intelligent enough to talk about it.
Me either.
And
Speedy.
so I'll just let Bubba do that.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have even brought it up, but it was a discussion in the break because we heard the director of NASA speaking, and Greg started questioning things. So it was just on topic as we came out of break.
Trying to get updated.
Greg, the telescope is named after James E. Webb, who was the administrator of NASA from 1961 to 1968 during the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo
So
programs.
he didn't invent it.
Oh my God.
You know, if somebody's name's on it, they normally invented it.
It's just named after him.
Oh, okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah. It's more scientific now.
Get it out now so you don't destroy Bubba's.
Because
day.
Bubba, I'm gonna tell you what
Hubble,
Bubba's
I
gonna,
like that.
Based
That was a
off
good
of
name.
Bubba's text yesterday, I know he had tears in his eyes when he was texting.
Okay.
And when we saw yesterday the little promo trailer that was running, look,
Yeah, it was
there
pretty good.
there
I
was
like that promo
Hey, there
trailer.
was a little spark in his eye that I don't want you to ruin today.
You talk about space or
I like
President
space.
Reagan, and he's going to get a little misty.
Yeah.
And so that's going to happen today, and you're going to be the closest one to him, almost touching elbows. And so don't ruin it. Just
Get it out
Get it
now.
out
Here's
now
your opportunity.
and let it ride.
I'm
later.
good. I'm done with that.
You're
I
done?
just wish we'd had a better spokesman.
Then President Biden.
Well, him and his guy, his buddy with him. I mean, that was the dynamic duo telling us
Nelson.
about it.
Senator Nelson.
Yeah, him.
Okay. Wait, you done?
Yeah, I'm fine.
So,
Dan.
anyway, we'll get it out and let you ride with it a little bit later. I think that was helpful.
I'm gonna stay
I know
on the sideline.
it was painful to the kickoff hour audience, but it actually helps the main show because I think he gets a little bit of that out of it.
I think there's a lot of people like us that kind of like to talk about it the way we do, and so we've checked that box. Now we can let Bubba go to the
I'm battling
more
something
high-profile folks when it comes to this.
Yeah, because I want to care more.
I do too.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Had 2 games on. You had the NFC, which was on our NBC affiliate, and you had the NFC, which was on our CBS affiliate. Then you had Monday Night Football. And I'm just glad we got 1,000 channels now with nothing on it. At least we got the choice.
Yeah, well, at least you can go find stuff. Well, here's what I like. It's like, the thing that I think this has spawned that is fantastic. Now, you heard me mention that. That, to me, I can – all right, I've heard the stories.
Yeah, I got you.
But the stuff I love is the development of the 30 for 30s.
Yeah,
the E60s.
The documentaries.
The documentaries. I love the NFL channel, not really for the current coverage. That's okay, and I like that. But when the NFL channel pulls me in is A Football Life, greatest Super Bowls of all time. That's when they pull me in. As far as here's a panel and we're discussing the current stuff, I rarely watch that. But I love this other stuff.
But think about this too, Rick. Look at the salaries of sports figures, coaches, the money spent on stadiums and all that, how that has gone up. And ESPN had a big part of that, the coverage.
Yeah, no question.
When you are covering something and then people are talking about it, then they become fans of it, then there's more money in it. And, I've tried to beat that home on several other sports and topics the last few years. You've got to get promotion involved in things, and the money will follow, and jobs are better. And it's a growing industry then.
No question. And I've seen that. When I told you one of the things that I've really really enjoyed is now being part owners of BuzzBox Coffee, and we buy advertising from ourselves, and to watch how advertising on the show has moves product and helps products get better. If you market it, it does work.
Yeah.
And if you don't market it, it doesn't. So what we do for a living is something special. We entertain, but you're right. If you can't market something and you can't get people excited about something, you shouldn't expect them just to find that and get excited on their own. That rarely happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if you want it to be something has a macro effect, not just a micro effect.
Well, I wonder, do most people think Berman was a plus, or there was some negativity here in the studio about
What's
Berman.
according when you now latter years versus early years. So we talked about Chris Berman leaving, and I think with Chris Berman, and we want your feedback too, and we'll just take them as they come. At 866 we be big, because we do not have a call screener today. And if Chris Berman, he's kind of a divisive figure. There's the people who loved Chris Berman from the beginning, and they love him today, and they're crushed that he's not going to be doing the roles with the home run derby and the NFL coverage that he has always done.
I think I'm in that camp.
Then there's the people who have never liked Chris Berman, and Helmsley says because he's younger, he said he saw him in that era. Just not one of your favorites.
I'd like to hang out with the guy. I don't have anything against him. When I turn it on ESPN, he just gets on my nerves.
Right.
He always has. Now, I like the back thing, and I like the fact that he did the nickname. He had a nickname. Those two things stand out to me with him. Outside of that, I don't care.
Swami, all that.
No, Swami gets on my nerves. You're talking about a bip.
See, that was a
You okay with Swami?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. That was a takeoff of the old Johnny Carson bit.
Got it, but I mean, it didn't bother you?
No, I thought it was funny.
I liked it the first year or two.
Well, that was me. Now, I'm going to fall into what I call category number 3. That is that I liked Chris Berman from the beginning and liked him most of the time. But toward the end, in my opinion, he became a parody of himself. Everything was pressing. It was like, I've got this character. I've got to do back, even though I did it the first time, naturally. Now I feel like I have to do it. I have to do nicknames because everybody wants me to, and I'm kind of phoning in to Swami. I mean, to me, I think he was he felt like he was tired of it. It felt like it had to be, he had to press to make it happen. It was forced. So I didn't really care for him toward the end.
There were certain things, and this is me. Y'all probably won't get this because it's a certain sport. There were certain events and sports he covered that I don't think he had any business covering, and that bothered me. And I think that kind of went into other areas. I let that get into other areas that he was covering. He got into golf, and it bothered me because I didn't think he had any business doing that because it's Chris Berman. He's, woo!
Yeah.
Back. Putt.
Yeah.
So that don't work.
Right. And so when you
and what is that thing he does when there's a fumble? Yeah, right.
That's what I was trying to do, and it didn't work
When
out.
they start slipping.
See, the name thing, I got old because he felt like he had to do it. And, when we went to HD TV, he's hard to look at.
It always
a lot
looked
of us are, Greg.
That's why we're on the radio.
It always looked like his tie was choking him, like that.
And his voice has gotten.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other. Waking on that.
All right, it is coming up on 10 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by fieldofgreens.com. We've been talking about this great product and organic superfood for a couple of weeks now. Mainly during the main show, Rick has been speaking about it. But today, we want to bring it to you here during the Kickoff Hour. You can enjoy this all-natural product that's powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables, and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. I've always heard of probiotics, but prebiotics is a thing. It is a 100% made in America and all-American ingredients here when it comes to Field of Greens. You can enjoy the Field of Greens daily and have more energy, feel healthier, operate more sharply, and your skin will look a lot better too, which this has got a lot to do with why Greg's taking it now. It can also help with weight loss. You can go to fieldofgreens.com and use promo code Bubba to save 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. So it's a great deal. So check it out at fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code Bubba to save that 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. And you may be familiar with other products out there, but Field of Greens is the real deal. It's far superior and costs less as well. So the website to join us is fieldofgreens.com. Use code Bubba there to save 15% off your first order and then 10% off all future orders. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Code Bubba.
Yep, code Bubba. We're coming back. Look, kind of hopping around, a couple of different things that we're looking at. The Open is this weekend, and we've been kind of talking here and there about golf a little bit and live golf and all this and how all of that collides. It ought to be interesting this week how all that plays out. I saw where Greg Norman was told not to come to the dinner and all that, which kind of is an awkward deal. But the Open this week,
St. Andrews, isn't it?
St. Andrews, yes. So it's
the home of golf.
Yep.
Did you know that, Greg?
Did not.
How about that?
Of course, it's going to be kind of cool
Tiggs
to
there.
see.
Tiger Woods
He's in there playing.
on the grounds.
Yeah. This whole links golf and how it's played over there versus here is just and how everything's played out is just unbelievable. The Scottish Open was this past weekend. I caught a little bit of that. and a lot of the golfers went over there to kind of prepare and get used to that because it's a different style of play. And just how you do the yardages, and everything's going to run up, and so you're having to subtract 2 clubs and let it run up and stuff. And the bunkers, Greg,
I don't know what any of that means.
The bunkers are as deep as that door right there, and so you get in one of those things, and it's just a different style of play, and it's kind of fun to watch.
I got to tell you, I have really enjoyed, and I don't play anymore. Golf, but I've really enjoyed you getting back into it.
Yeah.
I know Tyler's into it.
Yeah.
Y'all have bonded over that the last probably the last year or so.
Right.
And y'all have played a lot, and you're hitting more balls and watching more golf. And I'm not doing any of that, and I don't desire to do that. I'd rather be on but I've enjoyed you and I having golf conversations.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody else in the office really that I can dig deep on golf conversations.
Right.
And I enjoy talking about the game.
Yeah, it's fun. If you can. If you can play or not play, but just enjoy to play. There was a part of my life where I didn't have 3 hours to go do that.
Yeah.
And that's a good round,
that's
getting
what
after
I'm
it.
saying.
But I didn't have
Y'all
that.
were quick.
I didn't have that, but it's just you're at a different time where an afternoon might open up, especially if you're spending time with one of your boys. And so he really enjoys that. So anyway, that's
Greg used to talk about Glory's last shot with me, and then they moved that tournament.
Yeah, messed it up.
And,
Come on,
and
Greg.
he doesn't like talking
Glory's
about
last
it anymore.
stand.
I wish you would give it more, to be honest with you.
Well, I've tried.
Yeah.
The live golf thing has
See,
made
that's all
golf.
confused me.
It has made golf interesting to discuss, and that's honestly I hate to be this guy, but it's actually brought me back into really studying what's going on.
Yeah.
And we talked about podcasts. Hank Haney, who used to coach Tiger Woods, I've been listening to some of his podcasts. And Greg, you'd like him, by the way. He's a no-nonsense guy, kind of tells it like it is, really doesn't care what anybody thinks. He's getting older in his age. And he's been constantly talking about the live golf situation, and it's very entertaining. And I see both sides of it. I see the PGA Tour side. I see the live golf side. But here's what I want everybody to stop talking about. Quit telling me you're growing the game. It is a country club sport that very few get to play. So all of y'all, the PGA included, stop telling me y'all are growing the game. Live golf, quit talking about growing the game. There are grown men out there in their 50s and 60s that have never touched a golf club and would like to, and they can't because of how hard and how access it is to it. That's just a fact. And unless you I'm serious, unless you have a certain amount of money, and it is expensive to play golf. And to get competitive and play it all the time. Sure, anybody can go out to a public course once a month and play. But to play golf and to enjoy golf, that takes work and practice. And to Speedy's point, the time it takes. I mean, if you go out today and you try to play around a golf and you don't have any golf clubs, boy, you're in for a hurt when you go try to buy some from a financial standpoint. Then you got to pay for green fees. Then you got the time. Then you got the cart fees, and it's just, and then hey, it's hard to get on some of these places. So I want everybody to stop talking about growing the game.
It's funny because Tyler is so into it. He's got all the little apps where you can see what tee times are available at all the local courses, and he'll go, hey, and I know what he's asking. If he'll go, hey, Dad, what you got Saturday? I know what's coming. Hey, we got this at this course. This is available here. This is here. And then he just signs up on the app, and you're ready to go. So they've made technology's helped a lot on trying to find a tee time, but it's been fun to get back into it. But the Open is this weekend. Also, real quick, an update. We talked about ex-Cowboys running back Marion Barber, the third, and his death. They found him in an apartment. Well, the coroner report has come out, and they say he died of a heat stroke. Now, I know it's strange, but former Dallas Cowboys running back died of a heat stroke, according to the copy of the autopsy report. The death was ruled an accident. He was just 38, found dead in his Dallas apartment on June 1st. We mentioned that. But according to an accident report released by the police department there, officers were called to the scene after another tenant in the apartment complex said water was leaking down in their unit. Well, they go and look, and the thermostat was set to 91 degrees with the heat on. And officers also found exercise equipment.
He was working out.
Found
hot and make, I guess.
Sweat.
Yeah, they said they found exercise equipment in the unit, and Marion Barber was known to exercise in sauna-like conditions, according to the coroner. And police wrote in the incident report that family members had not heard from Barber for 6 days prior to the date his body was found. They also noted that Barber was known to have a history of medical problems and mental health concerns. But as far as this incident and what happened, they're ruling it as a heat stroke. Wow. 91 degrees is what the heat was set to, and it looks like he was working out in those sauna-like conditions that he wanted to create.
Went too far.
And went too far.
Wow. Man, I like a good sauna sitting in it, but I can't do anything hardly other than breathe when I get in one.
Right.
It's difficult to do that. I can't imagine doing strenuous workouts in those kind of conditions.
Well, think of the heat of Dallas, Texas on June the 1st, and he still had his thermostat set to 91.
Good night. That's terrible.
Yeah. Good night. I've never understood these people that it's like. And I don't. Some of the old schoolers, and we've talked about one that we used to see a lot that would like work out in a hoodie and stuff like that, and
old
just
silver shiny suits.
Oh man,
they put them on.
But I don't understand the people that jog in these sandwich bags and stuff in the heat.
I know you're trying to cut weight for certain things, but there's a certain point you get in your life. Why are we still doing that?
Right. And with
Can't
him,
be healthy.
No, with him, I don't know. Why aren't you at a gym in a controlled environment?
Yeah, you can sweat there.
Yeah, not your apartment.
You're retired. You're not playing anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what's going on? Well, you said mental health too. There may have been some issues there.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Real tough. He's never been my favorite. I'm kind of in the Helms category. I wouldn't just turn the channel and boycott whatever he was calling.
No,
but he wasn't my favorite.
Yeah. All right, so 866 We Be Big. Chris Berman, thumbs up, thumbs down, or if you're where I was, a middle thumb. It was sometimes thumbs up.
Yeah, don't say the middle finger, but the middle thumb.
You know what I mean? You're kind of in between. Like the hand of truth is up right now, or the hand of truth could be down, or it could be in the middle where the hand of truth is kind of,
But I think I'm there. Hey, Rick. And the way I say that is, if he stayed, I would be okay, and if he's gone, I'll be okay too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going either way. It's not going to.
And like you said, he's still going to be doing ESPN radio.
Well, he didn't ruin
the NFL and some other stuff.
One things I wonder, because I went through this, and I hear sometimes when you're doing the replays, it was even worse than I realized at the time. When I had the vocal cord trouble, it sounds like he may be there. That his vocal cords have gotten strained or something. That's what it sounds like.
He's talked a lot over the years.
Yeah. When you do, I mean, that'll get you.
Right. Justin in Alabama, and you can join us. Chris Berman, 866 We Be Big, going to step down from the role he has now and has had at ESPN. Justin, where were you on Chris Berman?
Well, he kind of annoyed me at first, but I kind of got used to him. But I remember watching Sports Center one day, and my wife was like, "Is this guy for real?" I was like, "Yeah, he's for real." And he kind of falls in that same camp as like Dick Vitale. He's a little over the top for me, but I know he is kind of iconic, so I kind of give him the pass.
Well, what about the thing too? He also is one of these people that you remember the Precious. Yeah. Hey, your mic's on, and you're mad. You're mad at the crew, and he got caught, and somebody left ESPN and said it out to everybody. He's got a mouth on it.
See, I think the guy just made a good point. He compared him to Dick Vitale. What does Dick Vitale only do? You've never seen him cover anything but basketball. And I think when Berman started getting out in areas that he really probably shouldn't have been, we got plenty of people to cover golf. We got plenty of people to cover some of these other things. Right. Why are we allowing him to do it? I think that's what.
Well, he probably didn't charge out there to do it. I mean, sure, there was management decisions in that. They probably had to mix, like Fowler does college football. He does the tennis stuff.
But he can pull it off.
But
he's very good.
That's that comparison's unfair. Berman's not a play-by-play guy.
No, he's really not.
I mean, most play-by-play guys that are really good do a lot of different things. Vern Lundquist does golf and basketball and football. Chris Fowler does tennis, for crying out loud, and does a phenomenal job with it.
Yeah.
And in football, and does a great job with it. Yeah. Most of those, Brad Nessler, I mean, he does different things.
Berman doesn't belong in that group.
No,
Berman's a panel guy.
He is.
Yeah, he's a ringmaster.
Brandon and Pelham, go ahead.
He was pretty good in the longest yard, but other than that, don't be mad at me.
Yeah, it's with me, but that's all right. Sure. Andrew in Louisville, Kentucky. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing okay, guys. I just want to say about Chris Berman, I like him. The thing is, he's like the last of the dying breed on ESPN. You know, Stuart Scott's passed away, Rich Eisen's gone, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, all them guys, and Chris Berman's the last one. And that's who I grew up with on SportsCenter and ESPN. And I think Chris is, like you said earlier, he's tired. He's probably tired of the back thing. But, you know, I grew up with in Fuego and Cooler than the Other Side of the Pillow. So just coming from that standpoint, he's awesome. But I think he's like, I'm over it, guys.
Yeah, things don't go on forever. You know, I mean, and this won't either, sadly. But I think what we've done here, and I think it's important, when things get stale to us, we kind of either don't do them at all anymore or we don't do them as much. And I think that keeps it fresh. Mm-hmm. You know, I'd hate to know that I had to come in and do the exact same things I did, you know, in 1994 every single day, you know? Mm-hmm. And so you keep it fresh. Let's go to Jason in Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, man, I was just going to tell you that, man, Chris Berman, like I said, he just burned out, and him and sports now is kind of like Speedy and Hair. They just don't go together anymore. And,
Speedy and Hair. That's good. Wesley and Calera. Wesley, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I don't really care for Chris Berman, but I'll tell you this. He's definitely a lot better than Vernon Gary ever thought about being.
We knew we'd end up at Vernon Gary. I knew somewhere we would get to Vernon Gary.
It all leads to Vernon Gary.
Unbelievable. Well, I'll tell you, I don't like Vernon Gary because I don't like the tide. They don't give him no respect, man. We don't get that road tide. We'll come back. James Spann will update us on winter weather. For those of you that are being impacted by that or will be, he'll try his best to kind of lay that out for you. So we unpack the winter advisory and the winter warning with Spann next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Advisories and how does it affect the areas in which you live? The man who can give you the ideas, who takes the weather and he harnesses it in his lasso, James Spann, standing by.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weather man. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James Spann.
Hello, James Spann. How are you?
Hey, fellas, I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, you know what? We've, these are the times that meteorologists live for. This is when we get to forecast things like winter weather, and isn't that a blast? So it really varies wildly on where you're hearing this program or watching.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. How are you? Welcome. As we start this hour, the kickoff hour is behind us. This hour begins, as it has since the attack on America back on 9/11. We start with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are fired up and ready to go as the entire team now comes on to the field. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. They've been hanging out doing a kickoff hour along most all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler settles in to the tuber position. He's got his little world in there, and he's ready to show you what's going on in Rick and Bubba land and provide us with some visual stuff today if you're a tuber, live or archived. And you can catch the show on many, many ways. If there's a platform, we're pretty much on it, other than satellite radio, which ran us out on the rail. We got the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. We got the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. Of course, you've got the iHeart Radio options. You've got podcast archives. And as I just mentioned, you have the live and archived option on YouTube. You have Blaze TV. They take a best of hour every day, and they have that on Blaze TV as well. So there's all kinds of ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show. If you're ever wondering how, go to rickandbubba.com. Everything you need to know should be right there. Let's bring him in, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the little party on the back porch we call Rick and Bubba. Your two fat friends on the radio, streaming, and other places. We just want to be available for you.
Everybody stomach around. Strike me down. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. These children have gone crazy. That's funny. So that is, of course, our friends at the Blackberry Smoke. Blackberry Smoke.
That's a little toe tapper.
That's right. They rode through, I know, one of our markets right before vacation down there in Dothan.
Yep.
So anyway, much to unpack. Bubba, I see that on the list of people who will join us today, old friend Congressman Gary Palmer, representing on Alabama 6, is dropping by.
Yeah, a lot been going on in D.C. Are they going back in session? Is he headed back?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. First time since the Supreme Court decisions, they'll all get together. I bet that'll be a party.
Oh yeah.
That'll be a dandy there.
Get the latest on D.C. I tell you, it's something else. Went up there, not too long ago, and maybe going back again in the near future. But I tell you, it's something.
Yep. Did you know that Gary went in 2014? How about that? He's been up there since 2014.
Really? Mm-hmm. That's great.
So anyway, we'll talk to him about that. There a couple of things. Obviously, we'll talk the Roe v. Wade decision, but there's a case that the Supreme Court has agreed to hear now. It's a North Carolina case that'll have huge impact. I saw DeSantis. I saw people putting out that he's trying to get out ahead on election reforms and to protect the vote, because you can kind of see where we're going, especially the state of the Biden administration is if there's any way that they can create some environment that would warrant, hey, everybody gets a mail-in vote this time if you need it.
Oh, what are you talking about?
And you saw
get you 2 or 3.
You saw where DeSantis is saying, look, this ballot stuffing, we're going to make that a federal crime in our state. And so anyway, everybody's trying to get ready So, and you can see. You remember I told you it was weird that.
Did you see the upticks yesterday?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. What was weird is
nobody saw that coming.
Well, you know how sometimes you don't. You let the cat out of the bag too quick, and you need to hold it.
Yeah.
I still remember this was back in spring, and I saw this passing story. Biden administration warns of a big surge coming around November.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember seeing that, and I'm like, why are they talking about that now? I mean, does anybody really know? And I guess if there is a way to know, if that's what you'd planned anyway.
Well, why don't we be proactive? Let's go ahead and vote now.
Yeah, we could do that.
See, let's get ahead of it.
Well, again,
I bet that would get marked off real quick.
Well, one of the things I think they're going to have trouble with, because I had someone ask me, that's in the way he makes a living involves people gathering. He said, "Do you think they're going to try to shut everything down? No gatherings and all that again?" And I said, I really don't. And I said, because I don't think the people will agree to it again. I said, I think the people remember how dark that was and how depressing that was.
And the fact we still ain't got over it yet.
Right. And the fact that, the death rate at its peak was 1%. Now it's not near as deadly. We have ways to combat it. People seem to be getting sick and then going back to work in most every case. I don't think you can make the case like you did before, end of time, go indoors, we're all going to die. And I said, I just don't think the American people will willingly do that again.
It's going to be a tougher sell.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
I don't think they'll do it.
We've got the
I won't do it.
Antiviral stuff ahead of time. I think you're going to, like we've said, you're going to have to treat it just like the flu or anything else. If you're sick, go home. Mm-hmm. When you get better, come back. Yeah. And but these antivirals, I think, can really be a game changer on a lot of fronts.
Yeah, we got
and hopefully there will be. But that doesn't mean that the government will not try to cater to everybody who's scared to get out and say we need to mail you a ballot.
I know, and that's going to be the harder part. Will everybody stand firm and say having a pure election is supersedes any danger you may face? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's going on? This is Sid.
Hey, Sid. What's up, man?
Gaston. Hey, I hadn't talked to you guys in a while, but y'all need to check with me, man, before y'all let any of these crazy Gaston people call and embarrass my city. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I want to ask y'all a question right quick. I got a nephew that plays ball, play a little ball.
Sure.
And he has, I'm going to read off the stats right quick. I hope I can get it in. 240 carries, 2,900 yards, 8.8 yards a carry, 34 touchdowns, and 191 yards.
It's rough cut. We couldn't do anything about it.
Dang it. Well, look.
That's pretty impressive.
Is anybody looking at him? Is that where he was headed? Nobody's looking at him?
I don't know what the point was.
Don't get said.
Come on, man.
Anthony in Kentucky.
Say it again.
Anthony, go ahead. 30 seconds.
What's going on, guys? Good morning. God bless.
Yeah,
that whole pit bull stuff, man, you got to look at pretty much dog's history, because pit bulls, man, if you raise them, it's all about how you raise them. But if you get them out of a kennel or somewhere like an animal shelter, then you're going to have problems, because they might be able to say that they're a safe dog, but you don't know their full background. But I know everybody I know has pit bulls, and they're fine. They're lovable dogs. They're the most loving dogs and loyal. They're like German Shepherds.
They'll love you to death.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you this, they don't like sweaters.
Yeah. They do not.
David in Panama City. David, 30 seconds and go. Boy, David.
Hey, big build up for David.
I love the show. Hey, David.
Yes, sir.
I love pit bulls.
We continue. Let's go to Beth in Birmingham. Beth, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Lou Holt's mom. I just wanted to tell James Spann to tighten up those suspenders. We're going to get some snow.
That's good.
I never really thought about it.
It came out of the gate and then it got better.
Johnny in Gadsden, Z93. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Road Tide.
Road Tide. So, yeah.
That's it.
We continue. James
Rough cut, Rick.
Melbrook. James, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Great. Good.
Hey, I just wanted to ask y'all, I'm a big-time hunter. Even though we're going through this whole ordeal with this Alabama shutdown over the weather and all this, y'all going to try to do
we lost him.
What'd you say? What was
He's
your
wanting to know
last
if y'all are going to hunt this weekend, even though the weather's shutting everything down.
Yes, I'm leaving right now. About to go hunt.
Yeah, I may.
It'll be tough to sit out night.
Right now should be prime with free rut coming in and this cold.
That's all he thinks about.
Was he shifting gears in a big truck?
Yeah, he was.
Greg,
Talking about pre-rut.
Like you, he would say he's working for a living. He's out there in it.
No. Jacksonville, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I was just going to get y'all's opinion about this. An 8-team playoff, selection committee picks 3 teams that don't win the Power 5 conference.
I think 8 with the 5 power conference champions and 3 wild cards would be great.
Absolutely.
I think we need to go back to the BCS.
Reuben Foster got a lot of PR yesterday, the Alabama linebacker, who said he was tired and thought the season was too long.
Well, you do away with some of them throwaway games. Don't do away with the playoffs.
Yeah, make the season shorter.
You know, they used to play a 10-game season. Now what are they? 12.
You'll
12?
be 15 if you win it all.
Yeah, but that's easy to resolve with what Greg said. We go back to a 10-game season.
Yeah, we played it for years.
Yeah,
or 8 games.
I mean, you can cut that game out with the Sisters of the Poor. You know?
No offense to them.
Welcome back, Greg. I haven't heard of that school.
Hey, Greg, thanks for taking.
That was a coach that used to use that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Ken in Prattville. Ken, go ahead.
Got fired for that.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know I love the rough cut.
Thank you.
I'd love to see y'all just make a regular segment of this to where, hey, we don't field anything. We just let it on. It's kind of cool to see what comes through.
Yeah, you get a lot more callers on that way too, because it's the thing. You know, one of the things that really always helps all of us if we place ourselves in parameters that we can't violate, and then you won't go chase a rabbit.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate y'all.
Thank you, buddy. We continue. Let's go to Matt in Coleman. Matt, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I just wanted to call y'all and tell you, don't be mad with me.
James in Andalusia, 107.7. James, go.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you guys for the great job you all do. Me and my 3 kids listen to y'all every morning, and it's a real blessing to have you guys on the radio. And we thank you very much for it, and y'all have a blessed year.
That's so nice, man. Thank you. Appreciate you saying that. We continue. Let's go to Danny in Coleman. Danny, go ahead. 30.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. And hey-ho-ha. The James Webb Telescope images, we're seeing some of them now. Will this also be technology, or is it all space?
More space, but a little of all of it.
Do you want some? It is technology, right? That's showing us this.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, they're beautiful. President Biden reveals. Did he get that right? Did he call?
Well, I didn't see his little presentation.
Right,
I just saw the what we were looking at. Do we have the clip?
Yeah, he
Bill
didn't mess it
Nelson?
up.
James Webb has hairy legs.
He did not mess it up.
Do we have that? Do we have Bill
Nelson?
Bill Nelson.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Biden reveals the James Webb Telescope.
Here we go.
Oh boy! Every time I see him,
Again, America is defined by one single word: possibilities.
Oh, he got it right that time.
Possibilities. I want to thank the team at NASA for once again showing that that's who we are. That's who we are as a nation of possibilities. And now let's take a look at the very first image from this miraculous telescope. NASA Administrator Nelson, I'm going to turn this over to you. So will you please tell us about what we're seeing?
Mr. President, if you held a grain of sand on the tip of your finger at arm's length, that is the part of the universe that you're seeing, just one little speck of the universe. And what you're seeing there are galaxies. You're seeing galaxies that are shining around other galaxies whose light has been bent. And you're seeing just a small little portion of the universe. You know, 100 years ago, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, 100 years ago, we thought there was only one galaxy. Now, the number is unlimited. And in our galaxy, we have billions of stars or suns, and there are billions of galaxies with billions of stars and suns, and we're getting our first glimpse. As you said, Mr. President, we're looking back more than 13 billion years. Light travels at 186,000 miles per second. And that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image.
I felt so bad for him. That's what every professor that ever had me in a class felt like.
Yeah.
They're up there. He's really talking. And you just look at Biden and Kamala and you think to yourself, you talk about two people that don't belong in this class. I feel so bad for him.
That and the Rick, that and the economics class.
Oh, yeah,
but,
the only thing that would be more outrageous is an economics professor talking to those two. I feel so bad for her.
And of course, we're talking about the first images from the James Webb Telescope. This is the next generation after what we've had up there already. And Rick, do you know this thing is 1 million miles from the Earth? It's out 4 times as far as the moon.
Wow.
So it gets away from all the hash and everything going on with the Earth, and it can get out there and get a undisturbed view of this, and then send the images back over 1 million miles to Earth. So the size of this thing, what we're looking at, is just mind-boggling. You heard him throwing out these impressive numbers. So, Adler, let's look at it again for just a second. One of these little dots, let me just, again, point out, if we can get just the still frame of the picture back, Addie. Each one of these, you see spiral galaxies there, just any of these spiral.
Are you not going to approach the screen?
Please get the mic, Bubba.
I got the wireless.
Take us to class. Bubba, take us to class.
Right, and you're touching the TV, too. Yeah.
Okay. Just one of those.
Look, he's even closing in on it.
Yeah, that is a galaxy like what we're in. Okay, the Milky Way. It's called the Milky Way.
Right.
We're in a galaxy, a spiral arm galaxy just like that. And you see just an unlimited number of galaxies out there. Our galaxy alone we know more about because we're closer to it.
Yeah.
If we were to travel across our galaxy from one side to the other at the speed of light, which we can't do, it would take us 100,000 years to do it.
Wow.
It's that big.
Good night.
There are 100 to 400 billion stars or suns in our galaxy, and 100,000 light years across. And that's just one little dot.
Just
up
ours.
there.
Yeah.
Good night.
I needed
this. You can't even, your mind.
This is helping.
It's very helpful, Bubba.
Very helpful.
And we're seeing, as he said, if the speed of light is constant, that Einstein said
I saw
it
you
was.
make a face.
Yeah.
I saw you make a face. He's also throwing out some of your numbers I'm not sure about. But anyway.
You know, and this is not the time for my speech on the speed of light, okay?
The
best known science we have says the speed of light is constant at 186,000 miles a second in a vacuum. Of course, if it's going through a wire, it's a little slower. But anyway, we won't go into that today.
Right.
It's called the velocity factor. You need it if you figure an antenna stuff.
But hey, easy, that royal blue.
Yeah,
it ain't gonna do you any good.
This is my superhero shirt.
Yeah,
today.
I like it. I like it.
Superman blue. I'll take that all day long.
Showing a little bit of the forest coming outside.
Yeah, sure.
So just the vastness of this is just mind-boggling. And the fact that if the speed of light is constant, which Einstein said it was, and we'll go with that until we can prove it different, although if it did vary over time, it would solve some of these physics problems. But I'm not gonna argue with Einstein today. But on the other side, y'all remember I brought that up.
Okay.
What we're looking at is from 13 billion years ago. That's the distance we're talking about. So we don't know what's actually going out there now, but we can see back 13 billion years, which is, we always talk about time machines and time travel. We're looking into the past when we do this because we know how fast light is traveling and we know how far it's come. So we can't look forward, but we can look back.
But what about those that are saying we're looking like at a light bright we used to play with when we were little
well,
kids?
they would be incorrect.
No, it's not the time for that. I had one of those.
Who are you, Greg? And look,
I think I had some bed sheets that look like that.
Yeah, I did. We did. Did we have some NASA stuff in our room one time, Greg, when we were little? I know we had space suits.
We had space suits.
Yeah, so it seems like we did.
I grew up in a very exciting time during the Apollo project, and you did too, Rick. We got to see Neil Armstrong land on the moon. We were little kids, and we thought it was going to be a grand old time, for space travel. And
here we go.
Of course, that kind of played out, and history's going to judge us harshly on that. But anyway, this is a great time because we're seeing the private sector involved. Computers have evolved. Our ability to navigate has evolved, and this is an exciting time. You got space age, information age, all this coming together, and the power of the free market. This is going to be fun.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I need a license. Tallywhacker.
That's that guy, remember?
Yes. We continue. Tommy.
Where's he been?
In Madison. Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, I challenge you in 2017 to be more of a jackass you were last year.
Thank you. I'm working on it. I really am. Keep pulling for me.
Keep pulling for me. James and Meridian.
That's the kind of support I need.
James and Meridian, go ahead.
Bubba's that car.
This person down can't even go. You're on, James.
I'm on.
Yeah.
Go, Jason.
Okay. Ring.
He couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out.
Sounds like Big Joe's on the line.
He's down. He's down.
Hey, these white stuff falling from the sky, Meridian.
He couldn't even finish it. I don't know.
We continue to Caleb in Jasper. Caleb, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to call and just let you know I love the show.
Thank you, man.
Love everything about it. You guys are a big inspiration on faith and family. I just want to wish you guys a blessed day.
No,
thank you, brother.
Man. Wow. Should we leave?
Hey, what is wrong with you?
Should we leave on that note? That's what Speedy was
Well,
making fun of him like he
cackling
did
in the middle of it.
What's wrong with you, Speedy?
I don't know. That's just the calls back to back. You got to play.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Rick. Look, the rough cut is going. Hey, rough cut.
I just want to thank you for the show.
Hey, 2017 rough cut's got to be more.
Oh, yeah.
We got to take that piece of the pie. We got to increase it a little bit. All right. Thanks for being with us.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How are you? Well, we have much to do. We'll unpack what's going on around the world. Happened over the weekend. I mentioned other things we'll discuss.
Very, very busy weekend.
Yeah.
It started for most of the country with weather issues, and we certainly had ours here in the Deep South, not near to what many of you had, but the calamity factor probably about as high.
Well, and we'll always have some fun because it is interesting to watch Southerners in winter weather. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Relief Factor. I already have my first pack today. I tell you what, I am glad we found out about this. I do want to talk to you a little bit about a listener of the show out of southeast Missouri. And she says, look, my dad is nearly 90, and he's kind of sounds similar to some of our dads. He never really had any health issues, meaning he's never really dealt with medicine or gone to the doctor or anything like that. But he did start taking large dosages of aspirin as he aged to control his pain. It gave a little bit of relief, but you start worrying about the large dosages of aspirin, which is not what aspirin is designed. It's not designed to be a daily supplement, and there can be side effects, as we have seen, in daily large doses. So I got him Relief Factor because you guys were telling us about it. It's 4 botanicals. It's all natural. After 2 weeks of taking Relief Factor, my dad is so much more comfortable. He's able to sleep through the night. The product works quickly, and I love the fact that it's all natural and he's not going to worry about any side effects. Impressed and grateful. Thank you guys for turning us on to it. You're welcome, Diane. Go to ReliefFactor.com right now. 3-week supply, $19.95. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is working for you or not. The majority of those that order the Quick Start Pack, they order more because they see the results. I hope it's going to work for you like it does for the majority of us. Go to ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we're finishing our conversation. It will be ongoing. I'm sure people will call in and say, the James Webb Telescope images were released yesterday, and we played.
Well, they just released the first one. We're going to get a whole bunch of them.
Sure. Well, the process has started, right?
It has started. Thank goodness. Yeah.
And so
and this thing's sitting out there 1 million miles, 4 times as far as the moon from Earth, so it gets a really clear picture without any interference.
So you were talking about this image.
Well, I mean, we were talking about it too on a personal level. That how does all of that just happen? It's I know we have quote unquote the Big Bang Theory, which, by the way, violates our own laws of physics.
Right.
That something could come from nothing,
right?
And they will say, well, our laws of physics only happen 1 nanosecond after the Big Bang.
Oh, okay,
y'all, really? Yeah. For people who declare they have to see proof of something,
I know.
That's y'all. Come on,
I know.
And we know by the farthest images we see in this that it is moving away from us. Okay, it is shifted to the red side of the spectrum, meaning that it is moving away. If it was shifted to the blue side, it would be coming toward us. The Doppler effect. We've all heard that when a train goes by. We use it in electronics now with Doppler radar. I mean, it's very reliable.
I'm warning you. You're out of control.
I love it.
Yeah. You're completely out of control.
But Rick, we know
if you were a drunk, you're on a bender.
By the way, I'm in class right now, and I'm really paying attention.
I am too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm in
Not
class.
only enjoying it too.
I'm in class, and as I was in class, I'm fading.
Yeah.
Not only is it moving away the edges, it is accelerating as it does it. Now, anybody that's blown up a firecracker knows that the most speed coming off of that is when it's close. As it goes out, it loses energy.
Right.
So, we got a problem. And Hubble already showed us this. Our modern physics has got a major problem. And that's where scientists now are looking at dark matter, dark energy. We got to have something out there that we can draw the line and say that's what's causing it. But we have absolutely no proof of it other than it accelerating. It's just, we can think all of that came from nothing, but I ain't got enough faith for that. You're gonna have to show me something better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're just gonna shoot it from the hip on this, that to me screams somebody was drawing this up.
Right.
Somebody did some work here. It didn't just happen. Right. I promise you, if you get a bunch of wood and rocks and mortar and you lay it on a lot somewhere, you can come back 1,000 years from now. It ain't turned into a house.
Yeah,
and that's what we're asked to believe. With
right.
this.
I know.
It's good.
Well, yeah, and I think all this is important because and I would say the same thing to all of us, not just some of us. And you're making the point, and I was telling you about a conversation that I was honored to get a chance to have with someone who said that they did not believe in God and all this. And you find out pretty quick that most of the people that share that view, and sometimes those who share our view, they haven't spent a whole lot of time researching it and thinking it through or getting all the information on stuff like this. And what I said is what I would say to everybody in our audience right now, and is, this thing on whether God exists or doesn't exist, and who He is, and has He provided the plan to reconcile us back to Him. If you've decided that you think all that is just hogwash, I would ask the question, but have you spent any time researching it? Like if somebody said to me, now, Rick, you've got to go from here to Atlanta today. Now, I must warn you, we believe that there's incredible danger on I-20. Mm-hmm. And there's certain places where there's going to be danger. And I just said, well, I just don't believe that, and got in my car and just took off driving. Wouldn't I look into it? I mean, wouldn't I research and go, well, I'm going to see if I really think there's some danger and where it is and find out? And I wouldn't just say, I just think you're full of crap, and I just get in my car and take off. Well, we're all going to die. Or as we believe, one of the two things is going to happen. You're going to die an earthly death, or the God that we believe in is going to return for the final destruction of the fallen creation and refinement of the new heaven, the new earth. And one of those two things we believe is going to happen. Let's say you don't believe the second one. Well, you got to kind of believe you're going to die, because I think that case is over, that people die. Right? Do we agree?
Yeah.
And so
we've all witnessed that firsthand.
Yeah. So if
undefeated, actually.
Yeah. So if I didn't know what was going to happen to me when I died, okay, I sure would research it. Yeah. I would research it, and I would say, if I'm going to declare that I think I'm just going to die and no longer exist, I would exhaust myself to grab every piece of information I could find to make that decision. I wouldn't just
because it's a big decision.
It's a big one.
It's an eternal decision.
And you say, well, all of it's just, and it is faith, but this faith has a lot of evidence. As some of the scriptures that Bubba put up yesterday will tell you, one of them is what we're doing right now, just the God revealing Himself in creation. But there's all kinds of people that have give you all sorts of evidence about biblical history, about Jesus' claim of resurrection. It's all out there. And if I were you, I would research, and then you can try to say this is my belief, but let it be an educated belief.
You know, there's a lot of chaos in the world right now. We deal with the stories every day, just things that don't make sense to most of us. But I think in some way God is revealing Himself again.
No doubt.
With all this technology, what we can see. I know the people at NASA didn't set out to prove this, but they're doing it even though they don't mean to.
Right.
And, there's a couple of verses I love, and you've heard me quote these many times. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power, his divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that no men are without excuse.
Right.
And then from King David in Psalms, this is one of my favorite ones, 19:1-3. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they reveal knowledge. They have no speech. They use no words. No sound is heard from them. But there it is.
Yeah.
There they sit.
Yeah. So it's a big deal.
If we even take the baby step to maybe a deist mentality on this or outlook, I just think you have to move away from accident, because that just declares somebody did something.
Right.
Now, you may not think it's the God of the Bible and Abraham and all.
Sure.
You may think it's some alien or we're, in
It's like you said, the baby step. It's at least hard not to at least be a deist.
If you unless something's hit you in the head,
right? Yeah.
How can you not at least be on the deist step to look at that and see that? And as we pull out and we learn more, you're going to see galaxies that are in spiral patterns. Okay, super clusters of galaxies. It is going to show us and replicate the same thing that we see in human DNA.
Yep.
Out there, hundreds, if not billions of light years across. Guys, that can't be an accident. Do you realize the odds of that?
I know.
You talking about ain't got enough faith.
Right. Yeah.
Prove me that came from nothing.
Right.
Good luck. I'm listening.
And that this is just a coincidence that the design seems to replicate the same DNA design in human beings. And you can go, well, it's just a coincidence. All right, well, it's a dandy. I mean, it's quite the coincidence.
Just like the solar system looks like the atoms in our fingers. I mean, y'all, hello. I feel like somebody's knocking at the door.
Well,
we're going to have to get up and answer it eventually, ain't we?
Well, he's gracious. He's given us every shot he possibly can. So
how about this, too? When he says there's many mansions in his father's house, hey, we could all have our own galaxy when it's all said and done. There's a lot of them out there.
Yep. Rick and Bubba.
And including ourselves, and we'll talk a little bit about that too, because there's always a lot of comedy to be found there, especially with James Spann.
Yeah,
and,
we had schools out Friday. We still have them out today in much of our area. So I have two driveways. My driveway comes up in splits, and one goes to one side and one to the other. The sunny side is pretty much thawed out. The shady side is still an ice rink. We still have two vehicles of friends of my daughter that come over have no hope of getting out till it thaws. So.
Right. Yeah.
And it was all we could do with the 4-wheel drives to get down, and you had to pick and know how to slide it just right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like a slip and slide. Now right here, just let go.
Right in. Yeah.
Out into the
little
road.
patches, and we're not all very savvy on how to drive on this stuff, and plus it was bitterly cold for Southerners. I know, again, people in Alaska. I thought about all of you on Saturday morning this past weekend when some of us were out hunting, and I was hunting in 21 with a wind chill of 7. And I'm not making this up for those of you on Chat FM. I looked left back out through the woods, and I thought, if you're in Alaska right now, you think, man, this is very comfortable. This is perfect.
A spring day. Spring is broke.
This is perfect hunting weather.
Yeah.
But for Southerners, and it is good hunting weather, now you don't want that. You don't like that 13-mile-an-hour wind in your face.
No.
But, the funniest line.
That'll take you, breath.
The funniest line from my 15-year-old, we all get in a group text. You can keep up until your phone frozen. It wouldn't work. But, right before it would freeze, you could actually talk a little bit.
Right.
And he sent a text, and I laughed nearly out loud in the stand. He said, "The wind in your face deer hunting is supposed to be a good thing, right? Because it sure doesn't feel like it."
Yeah.
And all of our little chap faces come in.
Oh, yeah.
And I was short one face toboggan, and that hurt. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah.
But and it was so funny because you need one. Well, I didn't. I've never really gone on a full blown hunting trip and been a WB, a wife bringer. And so the family that invited us down, because it'd be like me, you coming down the farm and my family already being there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's common because it's their family's land on the wife's side for them all to be down there. They go down and enjoy time together, and the boys go off and hunt and whatever. And every now and then even Mom will go and sit with one of them. And so they wanted, Sherry to come too because the other wife was going to be there and Mom. And so, not once have I ever been given like a speech about, well, you said you didn't want to face toboggan. I brought me one, and all of a sudden to see Mother Hen come out of the room and say, give that baby that face toboggan. And I'm like, okay, so I guess I don't have one. You know what I mean?
There it is.
Yeah, so I guess they get face toboggans. Look, there I am dying. I mean, I'm talking about, you talk about wind coming on that face. Picture 13-mile-an-hour wind that hit on that big old satellite face.
Rick, I had about 3 of them on. I don't see how you said it.
Picture a long face taking that wind to the face a couple times. So anyway, but we got through it, and we'll talk more about it. We got some great weekend. Bubba got a great deer. You'll see that picture of the day over the weekend. We'll talk about that. Some other hunting stories, and obviously the wild card games happened yesterday. I didn't see any of it.
Mm-hmm.
I was traveling back home during one, and then just didn't fool with the other one. I know it was the Pack, and the Pack fans are mad at me because I hadn't really been following the Pack because
they're on fire, Rick.
Well, they are, but they back early in the season. It just, boy, you talk about a team that turned it around.
They don't even start playing till October usually.
Right.
But the big story was not that game as much as Odell Beckham Jr. and their quick trip to Miami after the last game, and it looked like they may have been on vacation. Several drops early that hurt the Giants.
Yeah, well, but it's like, to me, from what I saw, just like the beginning part of the game, like the Giants were going to run away with it, and it looked, I guess the Packers adjust. Of course, Aaron Rodgers is on fire right now, and that helps a lot.
Well,
but
he had one of his famous Hail Marys to go into the half.
He did.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
That's 3 he's had in the last 2 years.
But you're right. It looked like the Giants were running away, but then you look and it's only 6-0. I'm like, wow, it should be more.
Well,
than 6-0.
and some of this, I understand how we all love to get a storyline going. I didn't see it, but I heard some of the sports guys talking about it this morning. They're like, when people get a narrative going about the Miami trip, then everything that happened in the game was blamed on the Miami trip.
Yeah.
He goes, like, one time, he said, and Manning played a decent game. He overthrew Odell Beckham and Troy Aikman. Everybody said, well, there you go.
I know.
I mean, and he goes, my gosh, he threw it over his head.
I mean, he got his hand on it, but you're right, it was overthrown.
Right. And he said that Troy Aikman claimed that well, there dropped
another drop.
And they're like, no, that would have been a pretty good catch. Now, he was open, I'll give you that, but it wasn't a great throw.
He did drop a third down earlier, but I mean.
Well, I saw him drop a touchdown pass real early.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but at the end of the day,
it had nothing to do with it.
Have any of y'all ever went out there and tried to catch a pass in that weather?
Yeah.
All right.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Congressman Gary Palmer will join us later in the program. We'll discuss the first time that Congress goes back in session after the Supreme Court decisions. And there's another case that the court has agreed to hear involving election reform. So we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on in the program. So we've talked about the James Webb Space Telescope releasing the picture that everybody looked at, and you said there's more to come, Bubba, and excited about that.
We'll see a lot more.
So video 2, Adler, whenever you have that ready. So there's nothing that you and I, Bubba, and maybe this is wrong. Okay, let me say this. Maybe this is a flaw that you and I need to work on, and that is, I admit openly, as I know you have before as well, that I enjoy when the left creates an environment that they themselves get caught in.
You mean quicksand?
Yeah, it's they've set up this environment of we're terrified of words, and sense of humor is over. Stereotypes, you cannot even remotely go there if you want to be. I tell you what the problem is, and I'll say this to all of us, okay, no matter what your ethnicity. We've gotten to the point that we take ourselves way too serious. Hey, can I let some of you know this, because I know your mom and daddy never told you this. You're not near as important as you think you are. Okay, and I don't know if did y'all see the video that was out yesterday of what the kids were saying to the police?
Yes, swinging.
Unbelievable. That little kid punching at him and all in his underwear.
I can't even believe it.
I'd put him on your radar.
Hey, yeah, we're gonna see him later.
But guess where that behavior was learned?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that was
and then,
disturbing.
And then you raise these crazy people, then you just send them out to the rest of us, and we have to deal with them.
Yeah, we got to deal with
them. But anyway, this one is not that serious. But doctor, you always have to, when someone, she must be referred to as Dr. Jill Biden.
Well, of course.
Yeah. She is trying to be sharp and talk a little Spanish. And she's speaking at to an organization. I'm not familiar with the FKA National Council, but anyway, she is about to mispronounce a word, which in English she's saying that the Spanish people are like breakfast tacos. So,
isn't this Latino media folks or something?
I guess I don't know. So here is Dr. Jill. And now remember, they've created the environment that if you say something like this, and there's backlash today. So here she is.
But we can't get those things on our own. Raul helped build this organization with the understanding that the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio, is your strength.
Well, the headlines kind of paint the picture that she referred to the Latino folks as breakfast tacos. She really didn't do that.
Well,
what I just heard.
Well, back to their environment they created.
Well, she's basically saying the Latino community is unique as breakfast tacos. That's what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she ran a list of diverse things from Miami to wherever the first one was, and then to breakfast tacos in Houston. She really wasn't calling them breakfast tacos.
I didn't think so either.
No.
Adler, I know you're from San Antonio, so you have some insight on this.
Were you offended?
I didn't really hear her call everybody breakfast tacos.
I didn't either.
She was talking about a range of things.
She can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't hear myself. She mispronounced the word bodega too when she said Bogota or whatever.
Right.
Oh, she said bodega.
Yeah. But again, I mean,
what does that mean in Spanish?
Bodega, doesn't that mean like a little restaurant or whatever? Little bodega?
Yeah, little bodega.
Yeah, bodega.
But she
we have a restaurant here called that.
She mentioned Raul.
Actually, Bottega, but yeah.
Well, it's close.
It was close. Yeah. Y'all ever gonna open up the Highland one again? Anyway, and I'm with you. But again, this is the trap that they set.
Yeah.
So the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, they're saying her speech writers ought to better understand the complexities of our people. We are not tacos. I'm with you. I don't think she was calling you tacos, but I'm loving that she's caught in the trap that y'all have set.
Yeah.
That she has to be careful now. Words have become so dangerous that every little thing now has to be put through the filter. Somebody say, I really believe when someone heard that, they said, I heard the word taco. Surely we're offended. And they don't even know. I don't even know why tacos are offensive. I don't even understand that. But it's. I don't really think I'm no fan of the Bidens. Okay, but I don't think this accusation is really fair to the first lady.
The headline made it look like a lot bigger deal.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm actually offended. Growing up in San Antonio, my dad would take us to get breakfast tacos every Tuesday on the way to school. So,
kind of mad about it.
Yeah, I'm very, very angry about it.
Can I tell you what they're saying?
I kind of want a breakfast taco right now.
Oh, man, they're so good. They're so good.
And I wouldn't mind eating it at a bodega. All right, let's talk about this, because I see now reading the story what is happening here. The Latino journalists, and I'm just going to say them because I don't think this is the case of everyone in the Latin community. They're trying to play the card of you can't say fried chicken about black people. They're trying to say if you throw around tacos concerning us, we're much more diverse than tacos. it's a stereotype that we all eat tacos. Or
Flat
something.
out.
And I'm like, come on, man. I mean,
Can we all just not come together?
I mean, come on.
In brotherhood and love and admit fried chicken, watermelon, tacos, whatever other food we've tried to make a slur is good, and we love eating it.
Yeah, if you want to say
Why do we have to
right,
do that?
if you want to say influential Democrats pander to us, so we'll go out and vote for them, and they don't really care about us. Now that's a fair accusation. Sure. But I tell you what I won't do. I don't really think you should make as big a deal about this as you're making.
Well, it's not helping them because the approval rating for young Hispanics are down to 26% for Biden.
Yeah.
So they're panicking with that already, and then now you got this.
Yeah, and I think that number's coming more for what I'm talking about versus whether somebody says taco or not.
Right.
I think they're realizing that this party has promised things they don't deliver on.
Apparently, this group does not understand basic economics.
No.
And we all remember filling up with $2.39 a gallon not too long ago.
Yes.
What is the deal?
That's much more offensive. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we've talked about a lot the state of the economy, Bubba. Here we go. So I want to, if you're thinking right now, hey, I got to diversify my retirement. I don't want to sit here watching my retirement savings fade away. So you might want to consider diversifying your retirement savings with precious metals. Now, Birch Gold is a great option. But over the past year, we've heard from many of you who would like to buy small increments of gold and silver outside of a retirement account. So today, we're excited to tell you about Bullion Max. Okay, Bullion Max will ship gold and silver in any denomination directly to your door for you to hold at home in your own safe. Now, this sounds like my granddad. This. Hey,
right.
tell you what, I want to have it right here in my own house, in my own place,
In hand, baby.
Buy direct from Bullion Max's website without talking to a salesperson, and your fully insured precious metals order is going to be shipped directly to your home. It's fast and easy. Some of you right then you perked up. I mean, you were trying to get your coffee like you like it, or whatever you're doing right now, and you said, "Whoa, what'd he say?" Yeah, they'll send it directly to you in any denomination that you want. To help you get started, we worked out a special offer with them just for you. Okay, so here's what you want to do. Get Bullion Max's Silver Starter Kit at employee pricing. That's right, you're going to get a discount. Just go to bullionmax.com/RickBubba. BULLION, bullionmax.com/RickBubba. This kit includes 5 of the most desirable silver products to invest in, including a silver, Bubba, you know you want this, the silver American Eagle. Don't you love that?
Oh,
That's
I
so
just
good.
love it.
Yeah, how about the silver Australian Kangaroo if you want? That's the one Helmsley's got his eye on for some reason. This offer is limited to just one per household, so get yours now. Go to bullionmax.com/RickBubba. That's bullionmax.com/RickBubba. How about let's throw one?
Right.
But anyway, so the pack moves on, and Miami handled by the Steelers. Anybody checked on Greenwood?
Thought about him a lot during
They
that
lost
game.
their quarterback. Yeah, everybody's lost their quarterback.
Oh, and the Raiders getting put out after having such a great season.
Yeah.
Their quarterback,
Same
his first
deal.
start in the playoffs.
That's awful.
That's tough.
So anyway, so we got teams moving on there, and then tonight the national championship for college football. We'll be back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's show. Check upcoming events. Got a number of things going on, and they're going to happen pretty quick here. The last Sunday of January, it's going to be a really cool opportunity, and I appreciate all the guys here on the show. We're all getting together, and a rarity now for all of us to be at one place at the same time that doesn't involve the live show every day. It'll be at my home church, Shades Mountain Baptist Church, there in Birmingham, Alabama. I've been talking about the men's ministry that we've been doing there and other places, and we're having one of our men's services that we have every quarter, but this one we're kind of turning into an event where you can go. Anyone is welcome to come. There's no ticket or anything. You just come. 6 o'clock on the 29th there at my home church in Birmingham. We're here on 104.7 WZZK. And if you want to come, Bubba will be speaking. I'll be speaking. Greg, Helmsy, Speedy, Adler, they'll all be there. We got door prizes for Moultrie and everything. It's going to be a great night for men to hang out. And it's going to be kind of a Rick and Bubba theme. We're going to do a little grip and grin right before it. You can come meet all the guys. We'll be there and just hanging out and having a blast together and just kind of talking about, men things. So if you'd like to be there, you just simply got to get on the calendar and say, hey, I'm going to be there. I'm going to make plans to be there. Starts at 6, get there about 5:30. We'll all be hanging out, doing a little grip and grin. We'll have some Rick and Bubba stuff there, too. It'll start at 6, and we'll probably be out there about 7:30. So just check that at rickandbubba.com. There's no ticket for that. Just come. Now, the Davis Cup, Bubba, how are we doing on tickets there?
Davis Cup is well underway, Rick, and single game tickets just went on sale at the end of last week. So we'll have a better picture of that this week. We got a meeting tomorrow, and I'll know more about it. But the ticket sales have been very good. There's still some tickets left if you forgot or didn't order, and like I said, the single game tickets are now on sale.
That's the World Cup of Tennis, and you can get that's February 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, it'll be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday here in Birmingham.
And then that same weekend, I'll be up in Memphis. Midnight in Memphis, I'll be there at the Men of Memphis conference there at Bellevue Baptist, along with Hugh Freeze, who we talked to on the program, and Steve Gaines will be speaking. And you can check all that information is at upcoming events too. And then I'll be over in Albany, Georgia, Sherwood Baptist Church for their Wild Game dinner on February 24. So all those things are there, and also the whole year's there. If the paperwork's finished on something, we have it there. All right, do y'all want to talk deer hunting or football? These are two things I know that some of you, this is not your favorite time of year when we talk about football and deer hunting. We'll try not to do it the entire show, but which one would y'all rather jump into now? Or we can talk about Meryl Streep and Jimmy Fallon dogging Trump at the Golden Globe.
Rick, that's going to get you in a bad mood. Don't do that.
Well, I mean, look, I really couldn't care less what people who pretend have to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we've got football.
Then let's not talk about it.
And Meryl Streep undoubtedly got a wardrobe for Porter Wagner, but go ahead.
We've got football that has happened, and then a very big game tonight about to happen. And there was a lot of weather tied into that. I kind of wonder if everybody who was going to that game got out. I know a lot of folks in Birmingham were flying out to the national championship game in Tampa over the weekend, but there was a problem. There was not a lot of flights leaving, and the runways at the airport were fine. The problem was people couldn't get in and out. And when you can't get out of the airport, they start stopping the incoming flights and sending them to other places, and then a lot of times the planes are not there. You need to get somewhere else. So it.
And here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour has begun. We got Speedy, we got Helmsy, we got the real Greg Burgess, we got Adler all here, ready to go. Hopefully, last night, Todd Jones was speaking at a man church over in Northport, Alabama. Hope that went well. Haven't heard from Ted yet, but I'll be checking in with him today. Coming up on Thursday, 3 different man churches going on in 3 different places. First of all, I'll be in Jasper, Alabama. Looking forward to being there, Northside Baptist Church in Jasper. Hey, let's go. We'll be there coming up on Thursday night as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. Also on Thursday, Andrew Barbudas will be speaking to the association over in Neshoba County, Philadelphia, Mississippi, there at the Neshoba Baptist Center. I tell you, the more I research this Neshoba County Fair thing, and it's coming up again like a 22nd of July, whatever. If you've never Googled this thing is
big.
It's unbelievable. I mean, have you ever heard of anywhere else in the entire country, if not the world, where people have houses they live in for the entirety of a county fair? And they've been in their families for generations, and they have them side like at one point they said, like, you'll be in your cabin out on the porch and horse racing will be taking place. And then when it stops, they have the folding chair race. Look at those cabins.
That's cool.
Yeah, look at them.
Look, they have the folding chair race, meaning the big concert's about to start. And you grab your chair and take off running and get your spot.
Oh, cool.
You know the history of how all this came about. I'm sure it's very interesting.
I'd like to. There's a listener that sent me an email that said that if we want to go, their family has a cabin and they'll put us up one.
Now,
where's this at?
In Neshoba County, Mississippi.
Now,
Philadelphia over that way.
Yeah.
The technique for those jockeys, I've seen when they really want to get after it, they lean way back.
Yeah, that's the Pacers.
Really?
That's the Pacers, the Pacer racer.
Yeah, I'm pretty intrigued by that.
And they've got the midway with all the carnival rides and normal stuff. There's all kinds of stuff that go. Hey, everybody's eating a lot of food.
No.
So anyway, I've never seen anything like it. But so that'll be going on Thursday. Varvutis will be there, and that association is going into year 2 of the strategy. He'll be giving the message and plugging everybody in, and then Helmsy. I'll be over there. Bubba, do you remember the first time that you ever sat in a King Ranch shooting house?
Yes.
Do you remember? Do you remember John Summerall was the guy that got us started over in Columbus, Mississippi? This is his church, and so anyway, I got
the nicest apartment I've ever lived in.
I got a couple of them that John got for me too, and he's fantastic. So he's on the leadership team with the men's ministry at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, in the home of 96.1, and Helmsy will be speaking at their next man church. They're in year 2 as well. And that'll be going on Thursday. So Thursday, there's 3 different ones. Then coming up on July 24th, Kevin Derryberry, Warrior, Alabama, Crossroads Church. And Kevin will be with those men as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. Rick, where can I find all this? Just go to manchurch.com, look under events. And if there's anybody in the show that is involved in any of this, you'll find that at rickandbubba.com under events as well. All right, so Bubba, as we start this hour, have we agreed that we're sorry that the word taco has caused a problem for the First Lady? And
I really, of all the things that I think you can absolutely say factually correct about the Bidens, I really don't see that one holding a lot of water. Seems like that one's a little bit of a stretch.
Any word at all coming up from any World Games update today? I'm going to see the medal round of lacrosse tonight.
Oh. Is it tonight?
It's on.
I'm in.
Where they play that at?
They're playing at UAB. Not the big stadium, but over on the I think there's maybe their soccer stadium.
Yeah.
Our field over there. So I was looking at the tickets, and I don't fully understand what it's saying. But young Broderick is supposed to be in charge of that. Let me tell you what's going on with us and young Broderick. Okay, I'm just gonna lay this out. So I'm sitting here now as an empty nester. All the kids are all established. They got their own places, got their own jobs. They're doing their own thing. and you know what I will say? I'm enjoying it immensely.
Yeah.
Okay. I love them. I've enjoyed them. I have great memories of all their childhoods. I was, we were very involved. We were very busy, and we had a blast. And I like this new relationship with them as adults.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially when their car drives away.
Right.
You know what I mean? That they're putting gas in. But anyway, it's a lot of fun. No, and I'm kidding. We have a great time together. But there's this new thing. They all have such different personalities. If you have multiple children, you'll think to yourself, these all can't be my children.
Oh wow.
Because they're all so different. And so anyway, you kind of know how they all operate. It's and so Broderick is kind of comes from that. He's got a little more of that entrepreneurial spirit to him. So he's a mover and a shaker, you know what I mean? And he's doing his thing. And he's very much like his mother, meaning, and Sherry is very much one-track mind. If Sherry's if she's got her focus on something, all other things, you remember the movie For the Love of the Game, when what do we say? Clear
the mechanism.
She clears the mechanism. Now, of course, me, unfortunately, anything shiny, I'm looking at all of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'll have 4 or 5 things going, which drives her insane.
Head on a swivel.
Look, she says, here he comes again. Plates just da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, I'm over here dealing with this, and I'm doing this, and I'm returning that, and I got this over here. Back here, I'm doing something else. And it drives her insane. So she and Brody are
laser
they clear
focus.
the mechanism.
Yeah.
Well, the problem that I can't make young Broderick understand is that does not include not responding to your parents. We got to know what's going on. Okay? I mean, if I ask you a question, I need to know the answer. Yeah. Now, if you want to say that's not a 911 and I'll get back to dad or mom when I get a moment, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's don't let us interrupt.
I really hope Braden's listen.
Don't let us interrupt your project.
Yeah.
Okay? Got it. Okay? But we do eventually want to hear from you on this. He'll go
like a lunch break.
We'll do things. We literally do things like, you heard from Brody? No, I haven't. Did he ever tell us where we're supposed to be, what time this is? No. I said, that was 3 days ago. I mean, has he still not responded? Well, he's made a little mistake here.
Uh-oh.
He's made a little bit of a mistake. He lives 6 minutes from our house. And he's like, you can leave my house and we go past where Brody lives to where Mom and Dad live. And they're all, both of them are in about a 7-minute circle. So it's almost like I got Mom and Dad and one of my kids in my same neighborhood. You know what I mean? And we're sitting there, and we have no answers on this medal round thing tonight. He's got all the tickets, okay? We get nothing. And so we go by and see Mom and Dad, and Sherry says, we're stopping by.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
And
An unannounced stop by?
I said, Sherry, I don't know about an unannounced. That's a little bit of – she goes, well, if he can't return text – then we're showing up at the house because we got to know. She goes,
so you're trying to teach him that if you don't want us to show up and drop in, all you have to do is answer a text.
That's it.
And it'll keep us out of here.
But then now I'm getting in that weird mode where I'm certainly still dad. I'm husband. So you know you got mama. You know, one thing your kids need to learn from all dads: don't cause us problems with mom. Okay, we live with her. Okay, no matter where y'all go and you got your own thing, don't give us problems.
No.
As a matter of fact, if you'll check with your dad, he's trying to work with you. Yeah. He just doesn't want you to upset her, right? I mean, you just come on, man. Don't give. You know, I want to say every day I hear, have I heard from you yet?
Right.
You know what I mean? And why is he not responding to us? We need to know about this. And so I there's that side of me that says I should intervene here because I'm now remembering being a guy out on my own, and did I really want my mom and dad stopping by unannounced? Right. Mm-hmm. But then I thought, well, you can't tell him you're stopping by because he won't look at his phone.
Right.
So I'm just like,
I just have to.
I want to protect him from that, but at the same time, I need to know where we're going on medal round.
Right. Does he answer a phone?
What's Tuesday look like? I need to know. And he won't answer a phone.
Coming in,
buddy. Will not answer a phone.
Mom, Dad, here. We're here.
And so I said, well, I guess he kind of has this coming.
No. Oh my goodness!
And so we get up there and all of a sudden, you know, he hears his doorbell and he's like, and I said, and I have, it's like I don't know what an uncontrollable. Hey man, it's us. Mom and Dad. And it's at the door. Don't know about the tickets. And so that's all we need. It's just a second. And
I don't know if we should be dropping by, Sherry. I don't know.
We're out here, son. 2 full-grown parents. Not 1, 2. It's not just Dad. She's with me. So know that she's here.
Change the furniture back.
Put that picture back where it goes. I said, let's step in, get the information about the tickets, and do not assess the apartment.
Oh, so you're giving that speech?
And she said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Let's don't do the." He's a working man. He's gonna have his stuff laying everywhere, and all this
in and out. Let's go.
And so he opens the door. He goes, "Wow!" And I said, "Well, you won't return a text?" And I said, I know this is an uncomfortable stop by, but you won't return a text. and he said, well, I'm sorry, I got that. I said, no, I understand you working. I got all that. You're not working now. Yeah. Why have you not texted us now? Why do I not know where to go for medal round? And I said, I don't know where I'm going. We got to get a plan. I said, do you think that none of us have anything to do Tuesday? I mean, we got to know what our plan is. You won't tell us our plan. Are you even going?
Right. Is it canceled?
Yeah. And so he learned a lesson. Mm. I said, I'll tell you what, we're sitting down getting our plan together Tuesday, and then we'll leave. But, I mean, and I said, you know what?
How many times did your parents push you to get the information to something when you had it handled?
Yeah.
And you thought, I'll just share it with them, and then they kept calling, wanting to know.
I know.
We've become our parents.
We sure have.
Yep.
We sure have.
We're a progressive commercial.
Yeah.
I realize
I'm living a progressive commercial.
I realize that when I go and deal with my parents, I'm now doing the same thing to my son.
Yep.
But that's what you get. I earned it.
Rick and Bubba.
It was a real travel mess this weekend, not only here but all over the country.
Well, I wondered, did Atlanta get as bad as Span thought on Saturday? Because he was saying if you're going to fly out of Atlanta on Saturday, you were in the bind. And I know a lot of fans that I know of these two teams were going to try to fly out of Atlanta on Saturday.
Right.
And now the ones that flew out of Birmingham on Friday, if they had early flights,
they were fine.
Mm-hmm. Really.
But a lot of the charter flights and the big groups that go, usually wait till that Saturday to leave. Yeah. And So I don't know if they all got out of town or not. I suspected a lot of people threw their luggage in the car and headed south.
Yeah, because for a lot of both of these teams, now for Clemson, that's a pretty good ride, and it's a pretty good ride for Birmingham to Tampa. But but it's not something that you think is going to take a day or
Rick, if you're playing for national championship,
Oh, sure.
You hit the road.
Well, so that game is tonight. Alabama's favored, but Clemson has an extremely good football team, and they're peaking at the right time, in my opinion. They kind of weeded out all the trash.
I think you got two different Clemson teams this year, before the Pittsburgh loss and after, and they definitely are reaching their potential now since that.
Because you remember before the Pittsburgh
kind of woke them up.
The Pittsburgh loss, they had what should have been a loss to North Carolina State,
right?
And they just didn't look good during that little run. But now, boy, they're dialed in, and they got the players. So now that they've all got it all dialed in, they're ready to go.
It just seemed earlier in the year they were just kind of walking through it. It didn't have that pop, that uncontrollable fire that they've had previous to that. I mean, we saw them in the early game. I mean, Auburn didn't have an especially great year, and they were throwing to tie or win the game on the last play of the game. So that was
they
definitely a different team.
They sputtered, but they're not sputtering now. And now tonight, I know we all think that Alabama's program is rolling along at the point that you can fire or whatever really happened. Your offense coordinator left.
You've made a change, which is not usually the way people want to do it.
The week of the national championship game. Now, a lot of people feel, as I do, that won't affect Alabama a whole lot, but we could all be wrong. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it is somewhat dramatic for all of a sudden the quarterback to look around and the guy who's been told that he's in the press box and as a consultant is suddenly the guy you're working with, and you've been working with somebody else.
It's just a different voice in your ear, that you've got used to, but. And we'll see. Does it? Do they have a little different look? I'm sure that a lot of that's been scripted out and okayed by the head coach. So they just got to play the script now.
Yeah, and the defense is still the same defense.
Yeah,
so that helps you a lot. But Clemson's got a lot of weapons. It'll be interesting. It'll be a great game. I hope.
I don't think it's going to be as high scoring as it was before. Still high 20s, maybe a 30. In there, but I don't think we'll get into the 40s with both teams. I don't think.
Yeah, I just want to see a great football game. That's what I want. And I know for those of you that are fans of either one of these teams, you're like, well, I don't. I want us to. I got it. It's tough when you're sitting there going, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But when you're just a football fan to watch these two teams play, it's gonna be. I hope it is everything. I hope it will be.
Yeah.
And I love all the pregame and all that.
Oh yeah.
And I think I'm gonna get a little deer hunt this afternoon and then come in and start watching pregame. This could be a big. This could be a good day. This could be a good day.
I like that.
Yeah. So
it's a 7 Central, 8 Eastern kick on ESPN.
What time?
7 Central.
Okay.
Thought you were going to say 8 Central, and I was going to go play.
Yeah, 7 Central. I like that.
Yeah, we're okay with 7.
Yeah,
that'll help us a
lot.
lot.
We make that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
especially
then,
if you catch a little nap while you're hunting, Rick.
Yeah. Well, look.
When it's so cold and you get where you're going and you get warm in that shooting house, it's tough.
I had a hard time getting to that point. That last thing you just said, when you get warm in the shooting house.
I had so many clothes on yesterday. I really never got cold till right at the end.
Yeah, I wish you. Yesterday afternoon,
I had like 4 shirts on. I mean, I couldn't hardly move. Couldn't scratch my head. I know that.
We'll come back and we'll start talking about some of the things from the weekend, and they were. It was very interesting, a lot of fun, and I had something happen to me out there too that. I didn't know if I was in a bind or not, but I didn't like it. We'll be back. All right, so we definitely need to also talk to our meteorologist James Spann, because him dealing with the winter weather this past weekend and people trying to drive and all that. I understand he lost it, so we'll have to try to
Rick a live webcam and live shots from their photographers out, and James dogging people who are trying to drive and are sliding off the highway. Yeah. While I'm in front of the fireplace with my feet up and warm.
My gosh. Well,
it didn't get any better than that for me personally over the weekend.
Well, when you're dealing with this kind of stuff, and again,
what's a jabroni? Do you know?
When you're dealing with this kind of stuff as Southerners, it's a different animal than everybody else, because any kind of ice of any kind. It is 23 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You know what? You know what just hit me in the break? Do you remember that this young Broderick was my kid that said nobody tells him anything?
Yes.
It just hit me. It's payback.
He's putting it back on you.
Remember he would say nobody tells me anything. Well, and he's continued this, like you know how I told Big Love lives in Atlanta now. He started his new job in whenever that was, the end of June. So I realized that for some reason, I don't know why, because he didn't check in, young Broderick's in Atlanta. So I reached out to Brooks. I said, hey, you and your brother going to see your place? Y'all going to visit while he's in Atlanta? He goes, is he in Atlanta? I said, yeah, he's in Atlanta.
So it's not just y'all.
I said, you don't know your brother's in Atlanta? He goes, I had no idea he's in Atlanta. And I said, well, you might want to check in. I think he's in Atlanta. And I didn't know that.
To know.
No, because they haven't thought about this yet. They're still on Live 360. I guess they've forgotten.
Yeah.
So if I ever wonder, where they are, I can just simply look down and go, well, okay. So I was like, well, what is Brody doing in Atlanta? Kind of like the time he said, what's Mom doing in France? Nobody tells me anything.
Right.
And so I think they've got a plan. Hey, you can get together with your brother? What are you talking about? I said, well, your brother's in Atlanta. Where? I said, I don't know, but he's somewhere in that big Atlanta thing over there.
He's in the area.
Yeah. So they
the Live 360.
Do you think that's what it is? He's doing the y'all never kept me in the loop.
I think it might be a little bit back at you.
But didn't he claim nobody tells him anything, but we really were telling him?
Yeah, kind of.
You think I don't cover that your mother's in France? I covered that.
That's the funniest is when he's looking for Mom and she's in France.
Yeah.
But Live 360.
That's not like, hey, I'm at my sister's.
Yeah, Live 360 has turned a little bit in our family. Now the kids haven't started interrogating me.
Oh, that's funny.
Like Tyler will check in. Hey, been doing a lot of running around today. And I'm like, yeah. What were you doing in Hoover? And I'm like, what? Well, why am I asking? What are you doing?
What are you talking about? You my daddy?
I have a Live 360 question.
Okay.
When, as a parent, do you stop that when they are paying for their cell phone? What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think when they're independent, unless you all agree as a family that we need to do this just for convenience.
Yeah.
But I think once they become independent and it's their phone, they can decide if they want it on or not.
That's kind of what I.
Yeah,
that's my
leave it
thought.
up to them.
Yeah. See, my two.
That's what I've been telling mine. Hey, I'll stop tracking you when you pay for that and you're out of the house.
The two that don't.
That'll be your reward.
The two that are still have it going, they just haven't thought about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They hadn't thought about it at all.
There's been no discussion of it. It's just there's been no. Yeah. They haven't. I like it. It helps, especially when they won't return a call, but or just a simple.
It's convenient.
It really is. It's just a good safety check.
It is.
I mean,
it is.
Yeah.
Everyone good.
I mean, who cares if people in your family know where you are? I mean, what are you doing? You working for the CIA or something?
I love it when it pops up. Like if I know Amanda's been to the grocery store, okay. Hey, I'm going by and get groceries and food, and I'll be home. When I see Amanda's arrived at home, you know what that tells me? Hey, you need to get your butt up and go downstairs and help with the groceries.
Absolutely.
Little things like that help me
it's
work
fantastic.
the system.
Yeah. I do. It's interesting to hear.
Or if she's bringing dinner home, you need to get up and get ready.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Is I love to be able to look up.
That's where your mind went.
I love to be able to look up and go, okay, well, she's still there, so she's nowhere near being home. And then you look up and go, wow, almost here.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, and I like when the boys it says so and so's arrived at work.
Yeah.
You're not checking on them, but you got that notification. You go, okay, good. He's on. Everything's good there. Just kind of moving on with your day.
If they have car trouble, they break down, you will ask, where are you? I don't know.
Right.
I'm just on the highway. I don't know. I'm somewhere between A and B. Well, that doesn't do any good. If you've got the dot on the map, you can go find them.
But they're starting to ask me questions like, JC, hey, notice you were driving a little fast on the way home from work. What were you doing?
I know.
I'm like, what?
Well, they can't turn it back on us.
Well, they have at the house. I think they're into it.
Yeah.
Hey, your battery's low on your phone. You need to charge it up. I'll get a text.
I am glad. I'm glad that
Mine doesn't do that.
Yeah. But I will say this, and it's not something. But I have to admit this though. Just being straight up, and my children praise God. That they're. Hopefully there's no reason why they wouldn't want me to see where they are, but I sure am glad this wasn't available when I was growing up.
Amen to that.
Yeah, amen.
Well, yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't available 20 years ago.
If they did, they might have jerked a knot in you and straightened you out ahead of time.
Right. Well, I didn't say it wouldn't have been good. I just said I'm thankful.
Yeah. Wow. What are you doing in New Orleans?
I didn't even say I'm thankful for good reasons. I'm just thankful.
I thought you were at Mason Cawthorn's. It turns out it looks like you're in Birmingham.
Right.
The funniest one ever on that.
You drove to Meridian?
Listen, the funniest one I ever heard on that was because now there's so much out there, which some of that can be good, like we talked about. Is that there was a parent who had a kid that was in that young adult deal, and he was not behaving like he should have been.
Yeah.
And he had been told, because he was still living at his house, he's getting later in high school, as long as you live here, right, until you can pay your own way, you follow our rules. And I'm a big believer in that. Your kids do not have you over a barrel if you're providing for them.
Right.
What are you talking about? Cut them off. But anyway, so
honey, once Michael at Weiss Lake.
Right. But anyway, so the kid tried to be sharp and leave his phone in his car where he was supposed to be.
Oh, sure.
But doggone it, forgot that where the party was. They took pictures and posted on social media.
And you can't have nothing.
And his parents, being wise, follow the people that he hangs out with.
Yeah, they do.
And they look up on the party picture, and there he is in the background. So when they got the thing of, no, you see where I was.
Your digital DNA gets slung out there everywhere, doesn't it?
I recognize that shirt in the background. Don't believe that thing there at the restaurant's telling us the truth. So even when you try to manipulate it, there's so much of it out there now.
Yeah.
And here's an idea, like I say. Why don't everybody just live in a way it doesn't matter what we see?
That's it.
That's the bottom
There's
line.
a concept.
Right. Dad, I see you stopped at the PGA Superstore. What'd you get?
Oompa son. Not in front of your mom. I paid cash for that.
Dad, were you picking up some hunt stuff? I've noticed you.
That's why you should go and walk inside these stores.
Dad, did you eat on the way home?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Causes problems for Southerners because we don't ever drive in it. I mean, this comes around every blue moon.
Well, you got several
and our plan
things.
is usually just not to do it.
Yeah, you got several things. We don't have it a lot, so we don't have the equipment to deal with it. It's hard to convince people to buy snowplows instead of paving highways that need to be paved. When you just don't deal with it that much. And the fact in the South, and I've had several people who moved here from up north have admitted to me, you hear this from the Northerners, but what you don't hear is that we have a lot more moisture and ice and wet snow than they have.
Yeah.
And we also have a lot of hills and elevated highways, which immediately is going to freeze over. So we got our own set of problems.
And the hills were a really big problem.
Yep.
And because it would turn into ice sheets, and you can have all the wheels in the world, but if they're all four spinning, it
doesn't do any good. The thing that's always amazed me, and we saw this on the cameras as we were watching these 18-wheelers. So if you get everybody to stay at home and they let the schools out and you tell everybody don't drive, there's still, where we live is the intersection of several major interstates that connect the country. So even if everybody local stays at home, you still have a lot of through traffic, a lot of 18-wheelers coming through.
Oh, yeah.
But you'll see these 18-wheelers go, and they will get, and they'll be following each other in line, and they'll start up a hill, and they get to the point they just don't have any traction. Yeah. So they're spinning. So the one behind him will put on his lights, turn out, try to pass him, and then he gets stuck at exactly the same spot, highway shut down.
Right.
And I've never understood that. If that guy in front of you is spinning, you're probably going to spin too.
Right. Everybody thinks so. Their truck and their skill will overcome
get them
it.
through. Yeah.
So
I got through that winter in Chicago.
So you were hearing. We'll just let Span. What you need to have a conversation with him because I was watching some of the things you were saying about Span's coverage, which was fantastic.
Well, so many times when he's on, it's something serious, and this was too to some degree. But I think everybody heeded the warnings Friday, but Saturday morning came. And everybody thought, well, now I can get out. This is the time to go. Right. And we had, it was exactly like what we had the prior, what did they call it, Snowgeddon or whatever? Snowmageddon. When the highway just gets clogged up and you can't move. Right. And there's just, so they had a couple of shots of people out, and they were sliding off the highway. Yeah. And James Spann is dogging them, and they get to laughing and making fun. And there was an event in town called Monster Jam, apparently. Mm-hmm. And I didn't know if it was a concert or a tractor pull. I really didn't know.
It's them big trucks.
But they kept referring to it. And then one of James's co-workers started joking, and they kept throwing back to Monster Jam. And, Rick, I got to laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. And they went away from live coverage about 9 o'clock in the morning. And I was tweeting James and texting him and saying, James, please come back on. They went to some educational, zoo programming stuff for kids. I'm like, no. This is better than it.
Come back.
Please, I'm begging you, please come back on. Well, they didn't, so I had to change the station. And I went over, and then another station here in town is showing footage from our own Eddie Van Adler and his drone he had out.
Did you know, Adler? Did you know your drone got on
NBC 13? Yeah.
Yeah. How about that, Adler? Well, I was in the mode.
The great Stephanie Walker.
Well, you know that we have a few things that really, that we really put on high priority, and one of those is deer hunting.
Yeah.
So I had the opportunity was invited to some friends of ours to come down with their family to some hunting land they have in the family, and it was in what we call the Black Belt in Alabama, which is a great location, and you some of the best hunting in the state. But it's out there. It's rural Alabama. So Sherry is going with me because it's their family, and the wife is going to be there too, and their boys and our boys know each other, and so we were gonna, but it was coming in, and we needed to leave, and so we're trying. First of all, I can't take the truck because I don't have a truck cover, because we knew it would be sleeting and raining, so you couldn't put stuff in the back of the truck. But yet now there's going to be 4 of us, so we had to move into another vehicle. And which is 4-wheel drive too. I mean, that wasn't a problem, but you don't have the room you normally have.
Right.
So we're cramming everything in there. When I first told her, I said, I don't understand how we're going to have 4 overnight bags. We're going to have 3 scent lock cases with hunt stuff.
Oh my God.
3 rifles.
Oh.
And 2 coolers. I don't know how this is going to happen. So. Of course, God love her. She goes, I don't know why you just don't put all your hunting stuff in one thing. I'm like, honey, everybody has to have their own box.
Right.
And you don't understand. So I did take the boys and combine them into one. So that helped. So we're loading up, and we're in the driveway, and we're like, we got to go, or we're not going to get there.
Yeah.
Okay. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. All right, carshield.com/Bubba. Yeah, I'm telling you, you talk about when you get emails like Ivory out of South Carolina, you go, well, this pretty much sums up why carshield.com/Bubba is so popular with the audience. Here's what Ivory tells us. She says, my car is a few years old, so the manufacturer's warranty is over. And then unexpectedly, my transmission went out, and I had to have it rebuilt. CarShield was a lifesaver. They took care of everything, got me a rental car while mine was being repaired, paid the bills without any issues, easy peasy. Thanks for making me a CarShield believer. See, what happened with Ivory out of South Carolina, her automobile, like lots of those, I mean, you keep it any amount of time, but goodbye warranty. And so she said, well, what do I do now? And then she heard us talking about CarShield, and she went and got a protection plan, picked out the one that worked best for her car. And when that transmission went out, she was certainly glad she was under the shield. Notice she said she got a rental car. They take care of that. She also has coast-to-coast roadside assistance and trip reimbursement. And that's all at no extra charge. So go now, carshield.com/Bubba. And we're going to give you a little discount, 10% off your plan. You also find this same link if you go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or you can call them directly. If you call, mention Bubba, 1-800-391-8888. So, Bubba, when you think about if you want to see, there's certain matches you'd say, I'd love to see this matchup. Well, here's a dandy: Elon Musk versus Donald Trump.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Yeah, you go. I'd like to see that matchup. Hey, dollar, bling, bling. So what's going on with Musk and Trump?
Okay, to begin with, I don't know. I didn't hear the context that Donald Trump said this. And I think this is where a lot of the media, and especially the demos, and some Republicans miss Donald Trump, how he speaks.
Mm-hmm.
He talks like a New York City cab driver. So he may say something to you, call you a bum, but he really doesn't mean it in a hostile way. He's just saying, hey, you're crazy, you're full of it, you don't know what you're doing,
right.
And then move on to the next topic, and it's no problem whatsoever. That's the way he speaks. I understood that. A lot of people don't. So Elon Musk took to Twitter Monday night to respond after former President Donald Trump criticized him after he signaled his intent to withdraw from purchasing Twitter for $44 billion. Also on social media, it's kind of strange to me that some people feel like they have to give their opinion on everything going on. Have you noticed that?
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Everything doesn't involve everybody.
No,
sometimes it's just a thing, right?
Yeah. You want to let us know about something, or maybe say this meant something to me good. But as far as thinking today, I must get to Twitter and let you know how I feel about these things.
So after Trump had publicly criticized Musk, calling him a BS artist at a rally in Anchorage, Alaska, Musk tweeted that he thinks it's time for Trump to hang up his hat and sail into the sunset. In a series of tweets, Musk said he does not hate Trump, but that his days at the forefront of politics should be done. The CEO, Tesla CEO Musk, and former President Donald Trump, Musk also suggested that Democrats were enabling Trump's potential return to the White House, which he said should stop also. Dems should also call off the attack. Don't make it so that Trump's only way to survive is to regain the presidency, Musk added.
He's trying to give
Might be
advice
some wise advice there, huh?
Yeah. Well,
he said a Twitter user asked Musk what issue he had with Trump's presidency, to which he replied, "Yeah, too much drama. Do you really want a bull in a china shop situation every single day?"
Well, if I'm having to, if the people who oppose me are bulls, then I need a bull too.
Well, I think his point. There's always time.
No, I got you.
And we've talked about the bulldozer and the rose garden.
We said that.
There's a time. Everything doesn't have to be to that level,
right? I agree.
You don't have to chime in on everything.
It makes the times you do chime in really mean something because you're saving it for the times when it's necessary.
Now, Musk suggested that the legal maximum age to start a presidential term should be 69. Okay. That would be former President Trump is 76 years old. He would be 78 in 2024. And he would be 82 by the end of his second term if he were to run and be elected. So Joe Biden is now 79 years old. He would be 81 when he would run for re-election in 2024. He would be 85 at the end of a second term if he ran and was elected.
To me, the number doesn't matter if you're really on top of your game. I know some pretty spry folks in their 80s. Biden isn't one of them.
No,
he's already struggling. And he is a shell of the man, whether you agreed or disagreed with him, all the, 40-something years he's been in the government. Anybody that thinks that Biden will be in a position mentally to run again in 2024, I think you're living in a fantasy world.
Well, they're already talking about replacements.
Right.
I think you're seeing that already going on.
If he makes it through this term, it's going to be amazing.
I know the fantasy world thing is very popular right now, but some of it you're just going to have to come to your senses on.
Yeah. So, this brings up an age thing. We have some of these mandatory age retirement things anyway, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think it's more about, what level can you do the job? But, I don't know. What is it for a pilot? Do y'all know?
70?
I don't know. Here, to your point, and I don't know the answer to this, so I need some help here. When you do start having the cognitive problems, how quickly does it go? And that may be
it varies.
That may be why they put that number in there. And maybe they need to change it, and it needs to be more of a you got to take a cognitive test. I don't know the answer to it. Just like if
Ever
you're
so often,
and so
point.
Because if we say the age of 73 or 74 is fine for running president, and you get in, but then you start having problems,
right,
and that goes quick. And I'm saying quick because I don't know if it does or not. You got an issue.
I've always thought it was a little bizarre. We talk about things being, all things across the board being even though I don't agree with mandatory age retirement on the surface. It is odd to me that we have that for certain things, but yet we don't have it for being president.
Here's
which
the airline.
is really kind of an important gig.
The airline is if you're the solo pilot and you don't have a co-pilot, 60 is the max.
60 is the
if
max.
you have a co-pilot, that extends to 65.
Seems young.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 2 years from not being able to fly.
Right.
So
you're not going to make it.
Yep.
Yeah. So if
that's an airline.
Yeah.
That's not private.
No, we're
'Cause I
talking
know
about
some that's
commercial.
older.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's like I wouldn't want a drop dead age that I couldn't drive a car anymore.
I know.
I mean, maybe I can function, maybe I can't.
Right.
That has to be decided, and that's always a tough thing.
Now, a retest
but if
to
you're
me is
gonna
reasonable.
If you're going to do that, though, I mean, it seems like the president of all jobs ought to have that.
No, you're right, because I do believe, and we've seen it, we're all delusional about how spry we still are. And if you've got hard-nosed parents, they're never to the point they can't do something.
Right.
And sometimes that's delusional. So I think those that want a retest of people, I know it's a hassle to people who do have their cognitive skills, and you think, how dare you retest me? And I'll tell you why we dared to do it, and why I'm a fan of it, is because you get yourself and other people killed.
Yeah.
When you're out there being delusional about whether you should be driving or not. Vehicles are very dangerous.
Well, you have to look at that right versus a privilege.
Right. And driving is a privilege. It's not a right. Yeah. And so I would, but back to y'all's original point. So we just let you run for president. I mean, it's.
And I know we have the 25th Amendment, but we will never.
That's a big
use
hassle.
We won't use that. A lot of things.
Really hard to use.
The home team doesn't want to get rid of their guy because they're basically getting, firing themselves. They're going to be without a job.
But nobody's serious thinking that cognitive skills we see right now with the president. Nobody's really serious that he can do a term in 2024. And get elected and do it again.
They don't mean it.
Nobody really believes that, right?
I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, I know a lot of you will probably already say, hey, this is happening, these on-camera gaffes and stuff like that. But sadly, it's going to take some on-camera event, I think, for a lot of Americans.
Like a total breakdown?
Yeah, and I hope that doesn't happen. I really do. But it's getting worse and worse. But I guess that's all it's going to take.
Guys,
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I think Newsom from California is going to really start gearing up. There's already signs he's doing that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what we don't see? I mean, think about what we see.
This is what is allowed on the international stage.
Yeah, think about the things that we don't get to see.
So back to Musk, and I agree with that. It's probably there's people there's people that see things that can't tell us. They're like, but back to Musk and Trump. It sounds like again Musk doesn't understand the Trump way because he says he's basically BSing everybody on this Twitter thing, and he's the master BSer.
Yeah, I don't know that he took that Trump meant that as a cut down. It may have been more of a compliment if you think about the way he's messing with him on this closing.
Right, and then Musk,
I didn't hear the
a
way
BS artist is
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying it was meant that way this time, but I know some people that I like very much, and they are. Classic BS artists. I've been called one by my own dad. So it's among other things. But he loves me.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't always mean derogatory.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just means he's hard to get a handle on.
And he's savvy. Sometimes
Yeah.
it means savvy how the world works.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in the bigger issue, so Musk says he thinks on age 2, or just the way Trump behaves, he's not a fan of Trump, even though he's now turning into a conservative. He's not a fan of Trump as a candidate, doesn't think it's the best thing for the party, sounds like.
Well, I mean, how many
country.
people do you know that have said, look, love Trump, love his policies, but hey, a handle.
Oh yeah.
The baggage is
the drama, the daily, and the one that gets me is sometimes drama is necessary.
Right. There's time.
It's the unnecessary drama that gets old.
It's almost like the fine versus crazy matrix.
Correct. Phone calls?
Phone calls.
We'll take phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We got to go. And we're standing there, and all of a sudden the bottom drops out, and it starts sleeting. I mean, it's sleeting. It's just pelting. And she looks at me, she goes, what are we going to do? And then I'm talking to, the guy that I'm following. He said, oh, no, we'll go a different way, but we can get to, but we got to go.
Let's go.
So we were right on the line, and we were trying to get out in front of it as it was chasing us. And so, but you're now traveling with 2 women. It's, in the hunting world.
What are you saying?
Well, they'll have to stop. And I'm like, hey, every second counts. Well,
every second.
We've got. I said, well, if we're gonna hunt, they let school out hunting. Now we can hunt this afternoon. If we miss that, Now we're back on just the regular schedule we had. We've been given. God has granted an extra hunt.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You just regular people if you don't make it.
Yeah. So we stop, and funny because you never know where the audience is located. You never know where they are. They're out there everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So we go stop at a convenience store, and then Craig Watley's. We've talked about Craig on the show. He said his phone blows up every time. So we stop. And he says,
Big teddy bear?
He said, I need some gas anyway. I'll go ahead and get it now. Probably need it for the way.
Yeah.
And I said, all right, I'll top off too. So they go into the convenience store where I look, and now there's 4 boys and 2 moms, 6 people going in to go to the bathroom. Well, they all come walking out and start walking to the Waffle House. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? Well, the bathroom's shut down in there. So now our whole crew goes into the Waffle House to go to the bathroom. And so I get back in the car, and I'm starting to leave, and I'm getting the phone, whatever, and all of a sudden somebody in the audience says, "Hey, thank y'all for blowing up the Waffle House bathroom." and so I started laughing about that. I said, "Hey, deer hunt, babe, we got to go."
Yeah.
And so we did get there, and we did get an afternoon hunt, which it rained the entire afternoon.
Yes.
But you always think, it's like when you hear yourself turning into your parents. It's raining, guys. I tell you what, guys, best time to hunt's when you can. We ain't gonna kill them sitting in this house. I'll tell you that. And I'm like, am I saying that? Yeah. Is that coming out of me?
Yep.
And so we'll come back and we'll kind of talk about and the big story to wrap it all up will be Bubba's big deer this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, again, Saturday morning, I'm seeing the messages from you, and I know how cold you are. Speedy is giving a description of how his pants are froze to the ladder stand.
Yeah, literally,
and pictures of what he's seen, which I love. Show me a picture of what you see, because then I'm sitting with you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm watching James Spann call people jabronis on TV, and I am sitting in front of a fireplace, and it's so hot my face is burning. And I'm just having time. I am laughing. I'm having such a good time. But now then I wanted to be out there, so that's how I had to go Sunday afternoon.
So really, I think we played a role in you killing the deer.
You really did. I got motivated because some of my hunting buddies wanted to go Friday, but
we did have winter weather coming in and bitterly cold temperatures in a large part of the country, and for a lot of us that don't deal with it a lot. So we were on hunting trips, and we'll talk more about that, and we'll catch up. But I have to talk about Saturday morning. So we go down, and beautiful place, love being there. A lot of great history in that part of the country, and a lot of hearing really cool things about the family that invited us there, and a lot of the just generations that go back through the old South, and just a great place to be. And so we go out on Friday afternoon, and it's cold, but it's tolerable. But it is cold, and it's sleeting and raining, and we had some of the people saw some deer, but nothing to shoot, and the deer didn't move a whole lot because the rain kind of was relentless. It just wouldn't stop, and so we all come back in, and we have this incredible dinner, but. When you decide to cook chicken outside and it's freezing and you're watching it just sleet sideways and you think there's a lot of things you think, all right, when do I abandon the grill guy? You know what I mean? It's like, how long am I obligated to stand around the grill and talk? And then you start finding yourself like up in the grill. You know what I mean? It was one of those big old giant grills, and they're cooking this incredible chicken, which is phenomenal. And so then we all start looking for the temperatures and the forecast for the next morning.
Yeah.
And there's 4 teenage boys and 2 old men. Okay. And so we're sitting there and this thing of like, hey, Mom, will you go sit with me? I want you to go experience deer hunting. The mom said, let me tell you what, there is no chance it's going to happen. That's tomorrow morning. That is an absolute 0 chance. So everybody starts talking about it. I said, guys, I got high 21, 13-mile-an-hour winds. To the people we go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Come on. I said, Erica, chew. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close, and we get to the next caller. There's timeouts. Bubba's got one. So does Helms. We'll start with Cowboy. Cowboy, you got 30 seconds on the program. Go right ahead. What's up?
Good morning, y'all. Can y'all hear me all right?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right. I was heard on the news this morning on the way while I was working that the Hodge twins were supposed to be performing at a comedy club in Columbus, Georgia, but they got an email from the club saying they're getting canceled because people were complaining about their comedy bits were against LGBTQ and the trans community. And I don't know if y'all heard that or not.
I'm surprised they haven't been canceled before now. I mean, it's shocking that they haven't met more opposition. That does not surprise me.
Well, let me ask you this. They're all over YouTube. You know what they do. You know what they stand for. Are you surprised that you got blowback on that? Now, I think they're funny. The language is a little rough, but they're still funny.
Well, in this case, this comedy owner probably thought he knew his market better than he did. But if you when you
more than likely, they're probably just
not even from there.
Well, yeah, they're just part of a hit thing nationally, and people are trying to get them so they can't go around and do anything. I imagine they'd be a big hit. Columbus.
Yeah, I'm reading the story here. They were canceled for the show was canceled the night before. It says, and the guy that runs it says some of the content that these performers used and the part that people were alerting us to is that it could easily be considered an anti-LGBTQ and more specifically anti-trans. Yeah. And as you know, Springer Opera House is here for everyone.
No, they're not. That's not true because I know comedians.
If they're there for everybody, the Hodge twins could be there.
I know comedians get up there and it's called comedy, and they trash people of faith. I've heard some very offensive things about our faith. And I bet he wouldn't, or she wouldn't cancel over that. If I called up and says, I'm just uncomfortable as a Christian, you having this person there, you think they're going to bend to me?
Yeah, they're just not used to getting blowback of these organized groups that go around and try to get people canceled, and they just buckle to it.
And that's not the way to deal with bullies. No. The way you deal with bullies is you disregard them and go on with what you want to do and ignore them. And they really usually don't know what to do with that because they very rarely do they have to deal with opposition because everybody caves to them.
Yeah, Duck Dynasty has shown you that. Cracker Barrel has shown you that.
We've shown you that.
We have tried to show you that.
Let's continue. Let's go to Kim in Alabama. Kim, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great.
I just had a quick comment / answer about Helmsley's question about cognitive delay. Someone who has been up close and personal with it in our family for many, many years and through the short end of the stick as an only child can tell you that it does, like Bubba's right, it does really, really vary, but stress and trauma can advance it to the next stage.
Oh, yeah.
And I think someone in a position as a president or a
that's great.
CEO or a pilot.
Yeah, great point. You're 100% right.
I got an email in the break, too, from a former air traffic control operator, which is stressful. Worked in Atlanta for 30 years. He said forced retirement for them are at 56.
How about that?
Goodness gracious.
So me and you already retired, Rick. We've been doing that.
We gone.
On the beach.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, he gone. Rudder in Alabama. Rudder, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Guide us, Rudder.
They really should run us out of Radio Center than they do, frankly. Rudder, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
Bubba was talking about earlier, basically about evolution, and that Lee Strobel has a great documentary on the case for a creator.
Oh yeah, he's great.
And he was an atheist and did this documentary. It's about an hour long. It's fascinating.
Yeah, he did the case for Christ, and then he came back and now has this one, case for a creator. He does his homework. He does a great job.
Yeah, he really does. And look, far as what we're talking about, because I got several questions on it too. I'm not saying that anything is point blank that's the way it happened, because I don't know. I wasn't there. And there's obviously different theories out there. Even in the Christian community, you have the old earth, new earth argument.
Sure.
And we've talked about that before too. I literally change my mind on that about once a month, because I could argue either side of it. So, but it is interesting to study, and I think God is revealed in all of that.
Cass in Georgia. Cass, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. I wonder if y'all know what somebody can do about this. I saw a commercial on Fox News a while ago that was 100% lies, and it kept saying, if MAGA Republicans get in office, Social Security will be ended. It said there will be no more voting, all kinds of stuff like that are 100% lies, and it was put on by a group called FF PAC Future Forward.
Nothing you can do about it.
That's it.
They did a beautiful thing with political ads and PACs and all that, is they make advertisers tell the truth or face punishment, and they exempted political ads from that requirement. That absolutely is true. There's not a thing in the world you can do about it, except be informed.
And you think that is bad, but the point being that there would be so many lawsuits, you never would hear from anybody. So. Right. I don't know. You could argue both sides of that too.
Right. But the key is to be informed, so you know whether somebody's lying.
Right. Or run your own ads, which is in that case good for Fox News.
Jake in State Farm. Jake, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I think what we're seeing with Elon and Trump is you've got two of the biggest egos in the world, and so with Trump being gone here lately, there's been a void in the social media world that Elon has kind of stepped up, and now he's the one seeking all the attention, and I think it's just he knows he's going to have some competition when Trump comes back.
That could be the ego Super Bowl. That's true. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. You got more Rick and Bubba, Congressman Gary Palmer with us when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I got a wind chill of 7. And then, sadly, our mutual friend, Bubba, Craig, made the mistake of telling me, well, no, it's not 7, it's 21.
Right.
And I'm like, no.
Well, if you're a rock, it is.
No. If it's 7, and that's what it feels like, then it's 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't get me started on this wind chill thing. If that wind's going to blow in my face and I'm going to feel like I'm in 7 degrees, then I'm going to be sitting in 7. I'm not going to be sitting in 21. Right. 21's bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then we started realizing none of us thought we would see a deer because the wind's going to blow at 13 miles an hour, which then deer just love that.
Yeah.
But now what always happens, there's 2 things. There's always, because on this land, it's been on in this family for years, there's other family members that live on it too in other cabins and houses. Okay? So, of course, you're always going to have the older guy who, by the way, loves Willie and Wanda, the story, who says, oh, biggest deer ever shot. I was sitting out there and drive and win. You know, there's always that. Yeah. Then we realized that might not be enough, though, to get us out in it until it became a challenge. No one wanted to be the person that says, I got to tell you, I'm out. I just can't go out there and sit in that. So now it became only those that can handle it will hunt in the morning. Mm-hmm. Okay? Only those that can handle it. And there wasn't one teenage boy or one man that was going to say, I'm out. I'm going to stay here with the women. I mean, you couldn't do it. And look, and I've never been in a mode, and I'm just going to be completely transparent, where, you know, that usually that excitement you have, I'm literally going to bed going, whew, well, this is going to be, it's going to be tough.
It's a mental challenge.
So we get up.
So did you have some nice warm shooting houses to get in?
Oh, I was out on the ladder stand. So we start thinking about who gets a house and who gets a stand. Well, of course, Beard has to have a stand because that was.
And you've already had your mask took away from.
Yeah, that's the toughest of the tough. And that's when I got up and I hear, Dad, I didn't bring a face toboggan. To which I say to the 15-year-old, yeah, you said you didn't want one. I have one. Big Love's got one. Big Love's already got his own.
Yeah.
You talk about somebody that was prepared.
He ain't gonna let anybody get that.
He's got heat pads inside his shirt.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's trying to get one of those propane heaters and see if he can carry it with his gun.
Yeah,
you know, and all that. And so then, of course, there's 2 women on the trip. There's mamas. Give that baby your face toboggan. You don't need it. You got a beard. I'm like, do not send him out there without that face toboggan. So now I'm taking my face toboggan off and giving it to one of the kids. And now I'm like, well, now I'm out with no face toboggan. I'm on the ladder stand. Well, some people, I don't do this because the way Bubba and I are built, I want to get into a stand or into a shooting house with the least amount of obstacles. I don't want to do an obstacles course.
Right.
An obstacle course. Some of you love to take ladder stands and hang a bunch of camo curtains on them and all that. I hate all that. Okay? Because I hate trying to wrestle through it with my gun to get up in the stand. Okay? Look,
I've done it both ways.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
I'm thumbs down on the camo curtains
because the curtain usually has bungee cords in it and straps that tie them down. So you got to get that off too.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going up a ladder that has ice all over it.
Right.
Okay. All right. And I had to get out and walk in a place I've never been. Okay. Which that'll be funny.
Boy, you're just stacking the deck here.
So when I get up and I see this got this camo stuff all around it, I think, now I got.
That's tough working through that with your safety harness on.
Well, let's go tougher. It's all frozen to the metal, so you can't go under it. I start pulling on it, and look, and I'm now on an icy ladder.
Trying to pull on it,
and I'm trying to pull on it. Well, how much noise you think that making? Yeah. And so I realized I got to go over the top. I got to come over the top of it.
Oh my goodness!
So now I'm on the ladder thing with ice all over it, and I'm throwing my big old 13 boot. I'm trying to get it over the top, and you know how flexible I am now.
Yeah. Especially with all the clothes on.
And I'm dressed like a teddy bear, and I'm trying to come over the top, and I literally fell out of the thing trying to get in it, and then got set down, and then of course when you look at the seat, what do you see? Ice. Now you're sitting in ice.
Sure.
So I'm sitting in ice, okay, and 13-mile-an-hour wind is pelting me. Now, at first, like my 15-year-old said, which I said earlier, the wind was in my face, and I'm supposed to be glad about that.
But not that one.
I'm supposed to be thinking, good, they can't smell me. But what I really was thinking of, this is going to cut my face in half. I mean, my face will be cut. I mean, this wind is pelting my face as hard as it possibly could. And I realized as we all started texting before our phones froze and they wouldn't work, is that we all started realizing we're not hunting. This is like a challenge.
Right.
What we've
Survival.
done, hunting has ended, and we're on one of those things. I'm going to take the so-and-so challenge.
This is a Viking obstacle course.
All this is, and you know what we said? 2 hours. Who can make it 2 hours? Nobody bails. We're going 2 hours. And then you think about the person who's last to be picked up. I've never wanted to get down and walk so bad in my life. Please let me walk. Okay, so my blood will begin to flow again.
Yeah.
There were moments in there where I thought to myself, how much longer? I mean,
how much longer? Look, what can I think about?
I'm no longer looking for deer. I'm just thinking, what are ways to survive? You know what I mean? 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Brand new hour of Rick and Bubba, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need.
I don't think that's too much to ask.
Too much to ask.
And thank you for being there.
Bubba, number 6 himself is here. Gary Palmer, representing Alabama's 6th District since 2014. Congress is going back in session for the first time since the Supreme Court decisions we've been talking about a lot on the show. And they have agreed to hear a North Carolina case that we want to unpack that'll be very important, too. So, Congressman Palmer, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for having me in.
Headed on back.
Headed on back.
Congressman, did you ever think in your lifetime, after all that we've been through in this country, you would see Roe versus Wade overturned as bad federal law? Your thoughts?
You know, I'm not sure I thought I'd live long enough to see it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
pleasantly surprised. Is the only thing I can really think that they actually. And you know, we've talked about this. We got a lot of passion on the issue, but from a federal level, and that's what these justices were ruling on. There is no there is no right to that in the Constitution. So it means it goes to the states, pure and simple. The original ruling was bad. They wanted to legislate. They did legislate from the bench. The justices set it back. And what I mean by that, depending on what side of the issue you're on really doesn't matter, but now you're going to get to vote on it. You're going to get to send legislators to your state capital who can represent your feelings on the topic and it be handled in your state, where before we had 9 lawyers in robes were telling everybody in the country what they could do. I just think us fighting it out among ourselves locally is a much better arrangement, no matter how you feel.
Well, that's what the Constitution intended, and you've heard the 10th Amendment quoted quite a bit, but it says the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution or prohibited to it, prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively and to the people. So what the Dobbs decision is about is not about abortion. It's about who has the authority to make these type laws. And the interesting thing about the Dobbs decision is it was based on this idea that within the penumbra of the Constitution, there's a right to privacy. That was a theory that was developed in the 1960s and was the basis for a 1964 decision, Griswold v. Connecticut. Do either of you know who? It was a law clerk who came up with that. Do y'all know who that was?
I do not.
Stephen Breyer. Isn't it interesting that the guy who made up law out of thin cloth as a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice that became the basis for Roe in his last term would see that overturned?
Wow.
It's ironic.
It really is. But you're right, and I see a lot. We've talked about this on Monday's show, but there's all sorts of screaming, yelling, defacing property, and they're all screaming and yelling out of emotion, but they're not talking about what both of you just said, what the ruling actually was and why the ruling went the way it went.
Well, their actions in no way would encourage people to want to come out and support their candidates. I mean, what they're doing is more reminiscent of anarchists than it is people who live in a representative republic. Margaret Thatcher famously said, before you can win the vote, you have to win the debate. I don't think going out and firebombing crisis pregnancy centers, churches, and other places is the way to win the debate. We will not be intimidated into submission.
No, and the Justice Thomas, for one, has been very clear on that, but I'm sure they all, because what they did to say this is bad law, here's what the Constitution says and what it doesn't say, that took courage because I think, as you've mentioned a couple of times, Bubba, the premise that this was a bad ruling constitutionally has been around for a long time.
Right.
But nobody
since it happened.
No one was ever courageous enough to stand up and say, we're going to rule on this constitutionally, and if people get upset, they just have to get upset.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg,
yeah,
in a speech, said that it was bad law.
Right.
I mean, everybody knew.
You don't hear
bad law.
everybody talking about that a lot. She herself said that.
And the argument about settled law, has it been the law of the land for 50 years? Yeah, it has. But we also could argue that it was not the law of the land for 200 years before that.
Right.
That's right.
So really the people who upset settled law was the people who passed it to begin with.
Correct.
Well,
and this is a correction to that.
Yeah, and this is the part about representative government. It gets messy, and it changes. It is literally a process where you have to be present to win. You have to show up. And part of the problem that we've had, and I may be stepping into it here, is so many Christians not even registered to vote. They're not participating. If you want good law, you've got to elect good people.
Yeah, that's what got you in all this, because you were actually saying that, and then realized that needed to apply to your own life too. And here we are. So be careful when you finally step up and say that.
Yeah, I have been the victim of my own words many times.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, this it's clearly against the law to intimidate witnesses and judges. And we're seeing, and it's being allowed, that the Supreme Court justices, the conservatives, are being allowed to be harassed at their homes, in their neighborhoods, out to eat, all of this stuff. That's federal law. Why is Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice not enforcing these laws? They're almost like, well, we don't agree with the ruling, so we ain't going to enforce the laws, which to me is a point that says the head of the Department of Justice should be removed for not following the very law he swore to uphold.
We agree. I think he will be called before Congress when we're back in the majority to give an account for this. There's a possibility that impeachment may be filed against him. But, guys, and I'm not trying to pivot, but this is a lawless administration. It's not just what Merrick Garland is doing. It's that they're not securing the border as the law requires. They're not all over the country. You've got district attorneys that are not prosecuting criminals as the law requires. And then on top of that, they're letting thugs off but calling parents who show up at a school board meeting terrorists. This is the same Justice Department, guys.
We just had a case in, I guess it was in New York, where a guy was attacked in a store. He fought back, stabbed the guy, and they prosecuted him.
Yeah, and the guy stabbed, the guy's girlfriend was stabbing that the storekeeper.
Right. Yeah.
Bodega keeper.
Yeah, Ben Stein actually has spoke about this today. Very controversial. We will get to later in the show, where he's made a comment about why where he lives has become so dangerous. And he says what you just said. It's not that we don't have laws that would make this place safer. We have politicians that now will not. They won't enforce the laws we already have.
Why do they do that? What's the mentality? Do they think they're losing a voting block if they actually say punish criminals? Do they think the criminals are going to support them in mass number at the ballot box and with their donations, or what? I'm really struggling to see what their motivation here.
I think that they believe there's a segment of the population that's sympathetic to a lot of the criminal element.
Based on
I don't know,
just race issues.
Well, and
history.
I know this will probably be controversial, but there are people in elected office that despise this country. They despise our place in the world. They have a perverted view of our history. I host a lunch once a month for college students during the academic year. Not a lunch, a breakfast. I'm sorry, it's a breakfast. And one of the things that I tell them is that smart people learn from their mistakes, but brilliant people learn from other people's mistakes. That's why I study history.
That's right. Yeah.
And
that's a great quote.
And the point that I try to get across to them is that in our history, we've made some really bad mistakes. But your choice is either to learn from them and move on and make sure that you don't repeat them, or you let the mistakes of the past destroy your future. That's really the choices that we have. And we've got some people out there who are letting the mistakes of our past destroy our future. And I tell people this, there's probably 80 to 100 Democrats in the House that are truly socialist, and there's probably 5 or 6 that I think are out and out Marxists.
All right, we'll come back. We got another Supreme Court hearing. The court has agreed to hear a North Carolina case that will have huge impact on how election reforms can take place in the states. And you know, we got a big election coming up in November, so we'll talk about that with Congressman Palmer right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Will I be okay? You know what I mean?
Will I make it through this?
How about this? I thought to myself, 2 hours. What could that do?
Right.
I mean, could
I
I
have frostbite?
Could I get frostbite on my face where there's no beard?
You do have a pretty good tan today.
How about this? Never loved my beard so much. Now, where my beard was really okay. And boy, this took a pelting. Though.
Yeah, right below your eyes, cheek.
I've never loved my woolly beard that much. And I thought to myself, I'm growing it even bigger.
Yeah.
I mean, and hey, it was, in some of the comments, everybody was, the kids would send things like this. How do you know when you have hypothermia? that would come in. What are the steps?
Yeah.
Whatever grade these boots are, I need to click it up 2 more. 3 pair of socks. Why did I not take it? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we talked about going out and hunting this weekend, and where we were, it was bitterly cold. and how the morning hunt it ceased from being a hunt and literally turned into a challenge. Who can take it?
Yeah.
I was looking over our group text, before our phones froze. I told the young guys we had two, and we have an 18-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a 15-year-old, all hunting. And I sent out to them, I'm proud of you guys for sucking it up this morning. I want you to know that Craig, the other adult man, the other dad, Craig and I aren't even cold. And so there was some of that. I was laughing that I said one time, I said a deer just came out. Don't know if it was a buck or a doe because I had a hoodie on. So
Okay, that's good.
So anyway,
That's good.
we're all doing those kind of things. And then but some of the young bucks, they had those gloves where you can get your thumbs out.
Yeah.
See, I didn't. So I would literally have to bring a thumb all the way out to participate in anything on the phone. And then the phone would freeze.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a whole lot of texting in that case.
Which comes to later in the week. But before we move into that and then get to Bubba's kill, you went out too, Speedy, right?
I did, and it was one of those things on Friday. I didn't even know I was going to hunt. And sometimes those are the best, even though the anticipation of going is always fun. And after the show, Greg and I tried to go do a little bit better, and everything's closing, and we're getting wind that, hey, about 1 or 2 o'clock Central, things are shutting down. And so you're trying to get home and stuff. And so I get home with no anticipation of going hunting. And then all of a sudden, my phone starts blowing up a little bit, and it's the Lenores. It's it's Tommy, and hey, you coming down? And Lance is already south of the town. He's headed this way, and all this kind of stuff. So I kind of start getting it a little bit, like getting the vibe, and I'm like, hey, I might try to go hunting. But I'm like,
Look what it did for Bubba. Good call.
I know. Yeah. And with your family going, you're not leaving anybody behind. But my biggest issue is I don't want to leave, the power go out or something, and my wife being a handle. So I go to Terry, kind of, hey, my phone's kind of starting to blow up a little bit. I'm starting to get text messages. You're trying to nonchalantly bring it up, but
if you feel like, honestly, sometimes your hunting buddies, like we talked about in the past, it's really like drinking buddies.
Yeah.
They call you when they're not supposed to. They want you to come out, and your wife's like, "Can we go? Can I go?"
Right.
And
she's like, "Are you wanting to go hunting?" Mm-hmm. I'm like, "Well, I don't know, maybe. I just
don't
want to leave you
if
here.
you think it'll be helpful to you to get out of here, to give you some time to yourself."
I know.
You always try to make it look like they want you to go for their benefit.
Right. And then I'm like, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you here like this. With this stuff coming in, I don't want to go. Well, no, you need to. Go if you want to go. No, I don't want to go. What if power goes out?
Right.
She's like, we got the fireplace. It heats the whole house up.
You're making them do the checklist you've already thought of, but they have to say it out loud.
Well, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you with the boys. The boys have got things going on. Don't worry about the boys. I'm like, but if I go down there, there's a chance I'm stuck there because I can't get back.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have anything pressing. We have absolutely nothing to do this weekend. Go if you want to go. Well, if you say it like that.
If you want me to go, I guess I will.
I'll call them one more time and just check. So it was kind of that thing. Well, finally, I find myself going. I'm in the truck. I'm like, I can't believe this. I'm headed south. And so it was just south of town where I hunt. And the Lenore Farms. And so they're all, giddy and fired up. And so I get there. And just like you said, Rick, it starts sleeting.
Yeah.
And we're going out to hunt. And getting dropped off and all this kind of stuff, and you're trying to stay awake because the wind's starting to hit you, but then that sleet's hitting that tin roof, and you're just like, oh boy, this is so relaxing. So we, no one ends up taking anything. We see deer. I get picked up, and we get back to the farmhouse where everybody is going to hang out a little bit. But now it's, hey, things are starting to freeze over. Tommy lives just a couple of miles from the house. David Moore is there. He lives just a couple of miles from the house. Hey, we're going to go back to our houses. You and Lance can stay here at the farm.
Uh-oh.
Well, when we
$22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Gary Palmer, Congressman, with us. About to head back. Congress is back in session for the first time since the Supreme Court decisions. And we've been talking with Gary. We talked Roe v. Wade and the upcoming elections. You see this, Congressman. We hear it from the audience. Everywhere I go, the discussion is, what is the current administration going to do? What is the left going to do to try to get us in a situation in November like we had in 2020 where everybody gets an opportunity to do a mail-in vote because of hysteria around fill in the blank. You see us, moving into another surge on, the ever-going COVID variants and mutations and all of that. So tell us about this hearing the Supreme Court has agreed, or this case the Supreme Court has agreed to hear.
This is going to be one of the most important cases that the court has adjudicated in years. And one of the questions that several of my colleagues and I raised was about whether or not the states actually conducted constitutional elections. Under Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. That's pretty clear. But you had the legislatures.
Right.
But you had changes to election laws being made by governors, state Supreme Court justices, all the way down to county clerks who would decide, I'm going to set up a drop box somewhere. That's a place. We had one state where they said, we'll count votes 3 days after the election. That's times. We're going to let you vote by mail, or we're going to let you drop off your ballot somewhere else. That's the manner and the place. And these changes were not made by the legislature. And that was one of the arguments that Congressman Mike Johnson, Louisiana, he is a constitutional attorney and a member of Congress. That was the point that we were trying to make. So the Supreme Court, you have to have 4 justices agree to hear a case. It was Alito and Thomas, Kavanaugh and Gorsuch that agreed to hear this case. And what they will determine is whether or not Article 1, Section 4 means what it says it means. And if they conclude that it does, if you have 5 justices that conclude that it does, that means that all these changes to election laws should be revisited through the legislature. And not only that, it's going to set the once and for all that it is the legislatures that determine the congressional districts, not courts.
Right. So why did the legislatures of so many states allow this to happen? Because they sit idly by. Did they delegate this to be done? Was there some kind of emergency? I mean, I can't imagine politicians, no offense, sitting by and letting somebody else take their vote or their spotlight or their power. It usually doesn't happen.
In some states, they tried to stop it and were struck down by the courts. That was the case in 2 or 3 states. In Pennsylvania, they filed with the U.S. Supreme Court, and Roberts went. I think it was Roberts, may have been another one of the justices, but they said it was too close to the election, so they didn't hear it.
Right.
And I think basically what happened was you had all these governors acting under emergency powers, and the legislature sat back and
just let it
say,
roll.
hey, wait a minute. If it's an emergency, call a special session. We'll come in. We'll work this out. And they didn't do it.
Well, again, this all happened under the we must accommodate, because if not, we're putting people in danger. People will die because of the pandemic and all that. And I don't know that can be sold again. But your point is,
I don't think it can, Rick. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I think somebody asked me about that, and they weren't talking about the election, but they were talking about the way they make a living.
Mm-hmm.
And it said if we go to shutdown again, I can't survive this again.
We hadn't got back going again from that.
Right. And I told them I thought the people of America, they're fatigued with this, and they realize that, yes, you can get sick, and certainly it can be bad. But the odds of it being deadly now with the treatments we have and how far down the road we are on the variants, you really can't sell people on if we don't put you away in a room somewhere or you don't have 3 masks on, you're going to die.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can sell people on that anymore and force them back into that dark, depressing time that we came from. I don't think the people will return to that.
Well, it's interesting that in Wisconsin, that's not exactly viewed as a right-wing state.
No.
Their Supreme Court has ruled against these drop boxes. And I think there's going to be a whole lot more scrutiny. I I think it's going to be much more difficult for them to do the things that they did in this last election, or in the economy for that matter. If they try to tell us that this next variant is worse than the original, that's just not going to fly, guys.
Let me ask you this. Let me put you on the spot a little bit. Did you see Dinesh's movie 2,000 Mules?
I did.
What did you think about it?
It's consistent with what I was trying to tell the White House back in 2020 before the election. As y'all know, I chair the Republican Policy Committee. I'm part of leadership. And I sent a letter to the Postmaster General, Louis DeJoy, that was co-signed by the top Republican on the Oversight Committee and the top Republican on the Subcommittee on Government Operations, requesting that every mailed ballot have a legible postmark date.
I remember that, yeah.
And I told the White House that this is where the exposure was. There were millions and millions of ballots that were mailed out. And if they didn't go through the post office, we had a problem, because when you get that ballot, it should contain two things: an affidavit that somebody signed, filled out and signed, and the ballot with no signature. Once you take that material out of the envelope and separate them, there's no way to know
right
whether that ballot's
you don't know
valid or
if it's legit or just been run through the copy machine.
So I think that was where our exposure was, and I think what Dinesh D'Souza has done with the movie has validated that.
Yeah, and shown it. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Don't forget our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pull up, it's literally pouring sleet, okay? And everybody's getting wet. Well, in the hurry of trying to get out of the truck, I left my bag in the back of Tommy's car. Well, I didn't know that. So we go to bed and we wake up the next morning, and Lance and I were sitting there and we're like, I can't believe we're doing this. We checked the forecast and it's so cold, and so we're trying to bundle up, look like we're going to Alaska, can't hardly move. And I walk to the front of the farmhouse where I know my bag is by my rifle, and I see my rifle, but there's no bag. And I'm like, where's my bag? And my bag's got my gloves in it. It's got my face guard in it. It's got my binoculars in it. It's got everything a bag would have. So I'm like, well, Tommy's coming. Get a text from Tommy. Hey, can't make it. My doors are frozen shut. I cannot get my doors open.
Oh, no.
So I look around, and I'm like, Lance, I don't have any gloves, face guard, nothing. And we're about to go out in this? So I start shifting around, and I find a backup pair of gloves, thin, and a real thin face guard that I don't really use as a face guard. It's one of those things that you can kind of pull over your head, and it almost is like a turtleneck almost.
Yeah. Almost like you're at a amusement park and you're getting your picture made with that thing, you stick your face through it.
Yeah, exactly. and you're just going to pull it up just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we head out, and I don't have my bag, and we found a backup pair of binoculars
They're
at
not
the farm.
what you need. They weren't the kind you would need.
They don't have the straight, So I'm like, I'm in a handle. So I get there, and I'm like you. I start going through the hardwoods trying to find the ladder stand, and it's one that I had never been to before. And it's so cold, and you look there and you see every step is frozen. So I finally get up to the top, and I see ice where I'm supposed to be sitting. So you sit there for a little bit, and then you realize that your pants are getting stuck to the ladder because it's so cold.
Yes.
And so we start hunting, and it gets to be about 9 o'clock. And you never want to be the first guy that texts,
no, you can't
hey, man, how long we sitting?
How long we sitting?
But the whole time you're like, I'm not hunting anymore. I'm surviving.
Yeah, you leave hunting. You just like, every second that went by, the only thing that second had for me was how cold it was.
Right. And with the gloves that I had, it's the kind that you can flip down, but they don't have any fingers, so you can text. But now you're just texting with your index finger because everything else is so cold, and your typos, it sounds like some Chinese language.
Did you know one time, and Bubba, and I thought of y'all, and especially Hams, and I know how you were laughing. I didn't want to get my hands out of my glove, and I tried to check a text somebody sent me with my nose to see if I could get it, and I kept hitting my notes. My notes kept coming. I'm like, dang, I'm missing it. I couldn't hit the text message.
That's so good. Yeah. So finally, I guess it gets on up there a little bit. I mean, we're looking close to 10 o'clock, and finally the text from David. Hey man, I'm out. I'm not cold. I just can't see the whole field.
None of us
I'm out.
Can't see
And,
it.
You know,
it's
because
morning.
he was going to hunt a green field, and the steps were frozen, and the platform had ice, so he couldn't get in the house. So he just found him a place to sit, and he couldn't see the whole field. So I'm out. Well,
Coming soon, the Moultrie ladder warmer.
yeah. And so then I text back, okay, man, okay, go get warm. I'm thinking to myself, gosh,
Please, somebody come get me.
I would sit in a fire right now.
Right.
And then Lance is. Hey man, wind's starting to swirl here.
Yeah, that means they
You
smell
know,
me now.
I mean, normally it's a north wind, but it's hitting me in each cheek.
Yeah, we got.
You know, Lance replies, "Yeah, me too." Gosh, I thought he was going to say, "Yeah, I'm about to get down."
Somebody
you know?
say, "Let's go in."
Right. And so I'm sitting there, and then finally, I check it because I have a little pocket in my coat so it doesn't freeze. So and I kind of look at it and he goes, "Hey man, I think I might get down. About to get down." And you're just like, yes,
okay,
because I'm not hunting anymore. I'm trying to survive. So that I'm trying to type with just my index finger.
Can't make it work.
Okay, buddy, let me get. When you get in the truck, let me know and I'll get down. And I just wanted to put smiley face, but I didn't.
Right, yeah.
And then about 15 minutes later, he's like, "Hey, coming down." I'm like, yes. And then finally, now you're trying to get down the ice, and you basically slide down. And I'll go back to the gate, and I'm waiting on him. And then I got to pee.
Yeah. But
And
you don't
so,
want to do
so
that.
now I'm jogging in place because I've
Frozen
got
rope.
Yeah.
Here's a mess.
There's
man.
certain parts of the body haven't been exposed yet. And let's keep it that way.
Right.
Well, let me tell you when you know how cold it was where we were. You sat in ice, on top of it, got up, and it was not melted.
No, not at all.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Golden Globes, was that last night? Last night, didn't see them, but I see the headlines today. Meryl Streep, Jimmy Fallon, and more use Golden Globe stage to slam Donald Trump. But 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us again today. Willa Meats in play. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up here before the hour is up. We have Congressman Gary Palmer with us from the 6th Congressional District in Sweet Home, Alabama. And so we've discussed Roe v. Wade. We discussed the important election reform case that the Supreme Court has now agreed to hear. That's going to be big. And then, Bubba, I know, and Congressman Palmer's got to leave after this segment. We wanted to.
We got another 2 hours worth of questions.
Did we want to get into Russia here? What do we want to get into?
How's this going to end?
Yeah,
Russia, Ukraine, it's affecting world markets. It's obviously not the reason behind all of it, but how's this thing going to play out? Is this going to get bigger? Is it going to stalemate? Are we going to have to put nuclear weapons in Poland? Where are we at on this?
Well, we don't need to put nuclear weapons in Poland, in my opinion.
They're asking for them.
I know, but,
escalation?
Yeah, I don't think that's where this is heading. I don't think Russia can win. I think this is going to be a disaster for Russia's future. They're playing nice with China. China's playing nice with them, but China's intent is world domination. And Russia's just, for all intents and purposes, they're using Russia as a proxy to weaken the United States and Europe. But Russia cannot win in Ukraine, and they have suffered unbelievable numbers of casualties. They've pulled most of their forces out of the western regions and concentrated in the eastern area of Ukraine, and which was a better strategy, frankly. But they're still suffering enormous casualties to the point that they've had to put a pause on just to get replacements. I think long-term future for Russia, with all of this Western investment being pulled out, particularly the United States and Western Europe, it's going to be devastating for Russia's economy. And so I don't think this is going to work out the way Putin thought. I think he honestly believed that when they rolled in that this would be over in a week or so.
Right.
And that they would occupy Kyiv, they'd either put Zelensky in exile or kill him and it didn't work out.
So how will it end? Will they end up giving land for peace? How does Putin?
Depends
You're
on how long-
advising Putin today. How do you try to give him a way out that he looks like he's the winner?
You don't advise Putin.
But I mean, if you were Russian, Gary, I know that's a stretch. But
Right. I mean, come on.
let's just play the what if game.
We're not asking if you have
I
change
were
for
a
a dollar
Russian-
in rubles.
If I were a Russian parent whose children are being dragged into war and slaughtered,
Yeah.
I would say reach an agreement. But most of our intelligence indicates that Putin is ill, and whether or not it's a terminal disease, we're not certain. But many people think that he has a terminal disease, and this will eventually end with Putin leaving power one way or another.
Do you?
But you know,
surprised
Bubba,
at some of the
when that
Russian?
happens, I think when that happens, the dynamic changes drastically.
Do you think? Are you surprised that some of his own Russians have not taken him out and said, "Look, this is nuts"?
No, I'm not surprised because he has so isolated himself. The opportunity to have done that was very early, but he has
that window's closed.
Yeah, he is so fearful of death. According to the intelligence that I've gotten from people who are in the know, he is so fearful of death. He has so isolated himself. But on this nuclear thing, people need to understand that he doesn't walk around with a key fob in his pocket where he can press a button and launch an attack.
There is a chain of command.
There is a chain of command.
Like there is here.
Yeah, and everybody in that chain of command understands that if that button is ever pushed, everything that they've known,
Civilization
their families,
as they know it is over.
And they're all going to die.
Right.
So what's going on in Ukraine is horrible. War crimes have been committed. Putin should be held accountable, and one day I think all of us know he will be ultimately held accountable.
No doubt about that.
But
we all will.
We need to be praying for Ukraine. I met with Ukrainian athletes yesterday, the kickboxing team, and guys, it was emotional. I was so impressed with these people, and at least 3 of them were on the front lines fighting for their country, one of whom is a world champion kickboxer and will probably win the gold medal in these games. And he had been wounded. He's married, got kids, but these are unbelievably tough and resilient people. And I literally told them that what they have done will be recorded in world history. We stand in awe of them.
Congressman, let me ask you this. Did the West make a mistake letting NATO expand to the east? I mean, there's some people that believe that we basically are partly responsible for this because we were hemming in Putin and the Russian people.
Well, there were some people
that
that thought we were partly responsible for the World Trade Centers.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And there are words that I could use that would be inappropriate for a Christian man for my response to those people. No. This rests solely at the foot of Vladimir Putin and his, he was humiliated by the collapse of the Soviet Union, and he wants to restore the glory of Russia. And if he takes Ukraine, if he had taken Ukraine in 5 or 6 days, he would have been in the Baltics and Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Those people have enjoyed 30-plus years of freedom.
Right.
They do not see the old years as glory years. Those were horrible years, and they're not going back.
Well, but back to the point that was being made a minute ago, these maniacal dictator types. They want to save face. They need to, even though it'll be total hogwash. Is there some out, especially now with the fact that he may be dying, to where this thing ends and he can go home and claim that he won. He did what he wanted to do.
Have a parade.
Have a parade. All
Bring
this
the
kind of
boys
stuff.
back.
But the Ukrainians realized in the real world that they actually stood against him and he couldn't defeat them. But is there some sort of let him have a little peace and go home and we declare it a tie in the real world, but he declares it a victory? That's kind of what you're asking.
Well,
it's because I'm not saying it's real.
Rick, they can do that because they control the media.
Right. That's what I mean.
I mean, if this were Russia,
he can declare victory at any time, right?
You would be sitting here talking about the great victories in Ukraine.
Okay.
Because
so that's already going on.
Yeah, they control the narrative.
Right.
But here's the thing.
So it's kind of like watching CNN.
Ukraine has already won. Yeah. I remember I got in trouble on your show one time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I said something about Al Jazeera with CNN, and I forgot y'all were on CNN at that time.
We're on Turner.
Turner, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But anyway,
Same family, yeah.
They let us go too.
Ukraine has already won. They have solidified their place among the democracies of the free world. They have the opportunity to be a beacon in Eastern Europe. When this is over and they rebuild their country and they do it the right way without the corruption, they will be integrated into the family of nations of free nations. They've already won that.
Yeah, and that was something that needed to take place. So even it's been a horrible way to go about it. Hopefully they'll also say we got some things we need to do here to be able to join with the rest of the free world.
Congressman, real quick, we're about out of time. We've talked before, and I keep getting this question, and I'm going to have a discussion about it again this week when I go to Huntsville. Chips and medicine. We seem like we're always relying on somebody else to make our medicine and our chips. How do we get that back in the United States so we're not subject to interruption?
Well, we're already building semiconductor facilities. There are at least 3 that are under construction right now. 70% of our semiconductors come from Taiwan. 90% of the advanced semiconductors come from there. We have got to do the same thing with our pharmaceutical products. It's the ingredients that we really need to near source, and we can do that. And one of the things that we're working on that I've helped initiate is this idea of a Western Hemisphere Prosperity and Security Alliance. And there are a couple of members of Congress who will lead that. I'm planning to go to Central America. I've been in meetings with former ambassador down there. They're trying to set up a free market think tank. The election in Brazil is absolutely critical. People need to be paying attention to that. But China is trying to colonize South America. They're trying to do the same thing in Africa.
Yeah.
And so the next few months are going to be critical for the future of the West, and particularly in what we do. And I think when we get the majority back, guys, you're going to see a much more aggressive effort toward building these relationships in the neighborhood, so to speak.
The Bahamas. Have you seen what they've done in the Bahamas?
Absolutely.
I've seen that firsthand.
They're trying to put pressure on El Salvador to sell them an island, and they build these seaports. Everything they build will handle their most advanced military, their biggest military equipment. We've got to step up, acknowledge these countries. We've ignored them for way too long, and create this Western Hemisphere Prosperity and Security Alliance, because it's for their benefit as well as ours.
All right, thanks for taking time to hang out with us.
Thanks for answering the question.
Yeah, appreciate you coming in and saying hello as we send you back. Sorry, buddy, back to Washington. We have to. So there he goes.
We may come up there and visit you one day for longer.
Come on.
We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. All 10 lines are available. We'll take your phone calls on whatever's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Meryl Streep's, Fallon, I think, just used him as a punchline a few times, but Meryl Streep, I think, went into some sort of weird diatribe.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
And
Greg forced himself to sit through it just for show prep.
Oh, yeah. I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, and you couldn't. It's like a mouth ulcer. You had to stick your tongue in it.
That's the most delusional bunch. First of all, you ain't that important. You're really not. So you really. But yeah, she went back. First of all, her voice was about gone. That was getting on my nerves the way she sounded.
She needed a license.
Yeah,
she needed a license.
And she brought up the thing about how he made fun of the guy, supposedly the press member that's disabled. Remember, we went through that 1,000 times, and they actually found footage of him. Look, I'm not defending Trump on what things he does. Who knows how he's going to end up. But she was called on the press, though, Rick, to pressure him and report things and hold him accountable. I guess like they've done all the others.
Have we got this ridiculous speech?
Yeah, she gets off in it here.
Okay,
all right. This is Meryl.
An actor's only job is to enter the lives of people who are different from us and let you feel what that feels like. And there were many, many, many powerful performances this year that did exactly that. Breathtaking, compassionate work. But there was one performance this year that stunned me. It sank its hooks in my heart. Not because it was good, there was nothing good about it. But it was effective, and it did its job. It made its intended audience laugh and show their teeth. It was that moment when the person asking to sit in the most respected seat in our country imitated a disabled reporter, someone he outranked in privilege, power, and the capacity to fight back. It kind of broke my heart when I saw it, and I still can't get it out of my head because it wasn't in a movie. It was real life. And this instinct to humiliate, when it's modeled by someone in the public platform, by someone powerful, it filters down into everybody's life because it kind of gives permission for other people to do the same thing. Disrespect invites disrespect. Violence incites violence.
Can I ask a question?
When the powerful use their position to bully others, we all lose.
All right, first
Are we
of all,
talking about the Chicago incident this week with the kids and the guy that they kidnapped and made fun of?
Yeah,
I mean, I can't.
That didn't bother her?
Yeah.
That should have bothered her. That's a lot more recent than what she's talking.
First of
didn't
all,
mention any of that.
First of all, Meryl Streep's got a phone call to return, and it's Porter Wagner because he wants his shirt back.
Right.
But
Don't forget,
let's-
she was getting some kind of achievement award about what she's done. Of course, Rick Trump's already tweeted.
Of course he has.
One of the most overrated actresses in Hollywood.
Yeah.
He said a Hillary flunky who lost big.
That's so good. There's your tweet, Sarah Adler.
Streep overrated.
Look, Rick, look on the screen. Look at him.
Be careful.
Yeah, well, I've zoomed in there.
Okay, good.
Rick,
you never
it's
know.
just-
there it
it's-
is. He called Meryl Streep one of the most overrated actresses in Hollywood. How many awards has she got? But anyway, look, she is a fine
Rick,
actress.
now she's asked for the principled press to hold Trump accountable.
I'm sorry.
Call him out.
The what?
The principled press.
Oh, she's delusional.
Well, I think
Did she not see the coverage?
talking
of the
about-
I think the
election?
principal press has.
You talking about the press that edited like things Hillary said to make her not look bad and stuff
Yeah.
like that? That what you're talking about?
Yeah, did she?
The principal press that leaked the questions in advance to her campaign before the debate.
Yeah,
that one.
that
Was that the
principal
one we're
press.
talking about?
I just want to be sure I have this right. If you don't want to like Donald Trump and some of the things he does, fine, okay. And there's definitely places you can do that and have some credibility. But what I don't like is the hypocrisy. So let me get this straight.
Principle.
If you think first of all that Donald Trump and the way he says things, he can be mean and kind of playgroundish and all that, I'll give you that. All right, so that's true. But then you're going to turn around and call the press principled, the current modern day press,
Oh my gosh.
the kings of fake news and editing and whatever. Now, wait a minute. So are you telling me that we got Donald Trump and you can't sleep at night because you would have preferred we got the wonderful, upstanding humanitarian Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
Who's honest, trustworthy, and husband is a spokesperson for women.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you're at. See, that makes me think you're mentally ill when you say that.
Where was your outrage about the behavior of the Clintons and this wonderful spot that they were placed? Look, and where's your outrage? If she was consistent, if she said the people and the politicians that run this country for the last 50 years, it just continues to get worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I might think, but to say that Donald
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll get to your phones, by the way, and there's lines available. You can join us right now at 866 We Be Big. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Have you been there? From what I've gathered, the response has been outstanding on these latest specials, and I will tell you what. There's a reason for that. They're substantial. We call these speedy type savings. So I mean, we're talking about look right now, men's and women's styles and sizes. When it comes, to the sandals that they have right now, have you seen those? They're all season slippers, perfect. $90 off as a listener of this show, men and women. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba. You'll see that one there. Yes, it has the 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. Also, don't forget about the flash sale, offering My Pillows for as low as $19.98
or buy one, get one free 6-piece towel sets, or their ultra comfortable bed sheets, men's and women's sleepwear, 70% off. I'm telling you. And it's not too early. Not too early. Look where we are. To be thinking about back to school, especially if you got one going to college. So go there right now, mypillow.com/Bubba, and rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's go to Will out of Birmingham, Alabama.
Will.
He's listening to us on the legendary 104.7 WZZK. Will, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Fantastic.
Do what?
I just said fantastic. Bubba said well, because you asked us. You asked us how we were doing. Didn't mean to catch you off guard with an answer.
I'm fantastic.
Yeah, and Bubba's fantastic. So Will, go ahead. Yeah, go right ahead, buddy.
I want to see if you've seen the video of the twerking senator out of Rhode Island, Tierra Mack.
Yeah, sadly I have, Will. That was sent to me by a lot of people, and I honestly thought what I was going to see is, someone fully clothed that maybe was moving their hips around a little more than would be appropriate for a senator. I was not prepared for what it actually was, and I wish I'd never seen it.
Yeah, you and me both. I just want to get your opinion on it.
Well, I don't. I wouldn't want anybody that I trusted to be doing what she was doing, or anybody I cared about. I mean, you wouldn't even have to be a senator for me to go, that's inappropriate.
I'll tell you, this Gary Palmer wouldn't twerk. He would not do
especially
it.
on his head.
That's right.
An upside down.
He is not going to do it.
It was really probably that person.
That's a senator.
You can't.
That is a senator.
You can't even
a
show
sitting
it.
senator.
You can't even show it. It's so
inappropriate. I missed this video.
Well, be glad. Hey, be glad.
You ever seen Jell-O?
All right. But what I'm saying is this. let me tell you why you should not. Is this person already been elected once? They're trying to get reelected.
Trying to get elected. Or...
We should not reelect this person for the lack of just common social awareness.
She's got good balance.
Yeah, she does have incredible balance. But why would
James Madison? She's not.
You want somebody. You want somebody representing Rhode Island and your interests. Okay, in the Senate that doesn't have enough sense not to put this out and say, "Don't forget to vote." If she has
don't forget to vote.
If she has this little of just awareness socially, I mean, you want her making decisions for you?
And don't forget now, there's a lot of people involved that say that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do this.
I'm not sure she checked with anybody.
She may not have rigged. Just whoever's holding the camera.
Yeah. How would you like to be her campaign manager? And you walk in and say, "Have you seen the twerking?"
And by the way, I know we keep showing the little picture up there. Don't think it's a still shot. I don't want y'all to think out there that she's just
don't
put a
look
still
at
shot.
It. Don't look at it.
No.
Don't look at it.
There's a lot of movement.
Video.
There's a lot of movement.
You
going
have
on.
a senator.
You need Dramamine if you're going to watch
it. You have a senator that if you walked in and your 13-year-old son was looking at this, he'd be in trouble.
Exactly. That was her campaign thing.
Right. I mean,
boy, we've come a long way.
Are you saying you haven't seen that much movement since Roxanne DeLeon did Rock Steady, Rick?
Yeah, Greg, let me tell you something.
Outlawed by three states.
Bubba, I haven't seen ripples like that but since the last time I was skipping rocks.
Yes, sir.
It's so inappropriate.
Good night. Look at that.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Biden on the phone.
Oh, man.
Oh, let's go to Randy. Rocket City, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Burgess, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, Biden was talking this weekend about how spry he is feeling right now. He even compared himself to Teddy Roosevelt. Remember being shot?
Oh, my, you got to be kidding me. He didn't say that.
In the speech?
He didn't say that.
Comparing himself to that. And he actually mentioned the speech where he was shot at, and he said it was the greatest political speech he has ever attended.
That's good.
You know what he's talking about? Teddy Roosevelt got shot making a speech and did not finish the speech before he went to the hospital.
When we talked about that, when I couldn't believe what I was
I
seeing.
think it was in Milwaukee, if I remember right.
You're right. Jason in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Go ahead.
That's a man right there.
What's cracking, guys?
And I love him referencing in the speech, too. I've been shot, but I will continue.
He also lost that election.
Jason, go ahead.
Dang, after all that.
Hey, yeah, I was just calling because I heard your conversation with the congressman talking about fraud in the 2020 election, and it still boggles my mind that people a year and a half on, especially Republicans or Trump fans, will say, that ballots were copied, dead people voted, illegal immigrants voted, all of those things happened to steal an election, but then they'll tell you that voting is the answer. And it's like, if the Democrats and the Republicans and all these people conspired to steal an election across multiple states, and nobody's been charged, convicted, tried, any of that, and they got away with it, then voting doesn't matter because you can't outvote them because they can just create more ballots. They can get more from China or hack the machines or whatever you want to say.
Well, let me.
Yeah,
address
that's why important those windows aren't open.
I think I can address that for you. I think, and I don't know. I saw 2,000 Mules. There's some disturbing issues there. I don't know if it was enough to sway the election or not. I just don't know. Even if it was, there's no process for a redo. But what I think they're saying is there's only so much you can cheat before it becomes blatantly obvious and you're spotted. So if enough people get out and cast valid ballots, you can swamp the effort to steal the election. And that's all they're really saying. But I understand your logic, but I think in reality there's some logic to what they're saying.
Rick and Bubba.
Trump is repulsive, but Hillary Clinton would have kept the integrity of our country. Seriously? I mean, this is the.
I can't even take.
She
it
also.
You know what I think? She's acting again.
Well,
this is a role she's playing.
Well, you know the new thing, the Meryl Streep. Now she didn't say this. I want to be sure I'm right. But did you know there are those on the left, and I saw it when I'm being interviewed. When something repulsive happens, like these evil, wicked people that kidnapped this person, and I'm still trying to figure out how they ever ended up with him. That part of the story
dropped him off.
But that dropped him off with who?
They thought, but not. No, I will go here.
One of them was a friend.
Not a great call on the parents' part. I'll just say that.
No, I'm not against the parents. Because it might have been a friend that went bad. Were these people trustworthy?
That's my point. They acted like they wanted him to come spend a night and be his buddy.
How did they know him?
From school.
So
she
the
dropped
parents
him off
dropped him off at McDonald's to go home with him.
Well, she was probably excited that somebody wanted their kid who had some challenges to include him in something.
A little.
I understood, but I understand that sense of when your kid is getting included in something they normally don't get included in, you get kind of excited.
Sure.
So I got that. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day,
and that's why they weren't looking for him, because she thought he was spending the night.
Okay, got it. That makes sense. But this horrific video comes out. And Meryl Streep has nothing to say about that.
Right.
Back to Bubba's point, and then the other point is, I heard somebody on it was. I looked up on the panel. I don't know her name, and this is where you can't win with the emotional. She's now blaming Donald Trump for these people's behavior.
You talking about the girl with the short hair?
Yeah, you saw it too.
Well, she's a piece of work.
Look, listen, blaming him for their behavior. Well, this is what Trump brings out in people. Wait,
really?
So
it's not their fault they acted that way, right?
Well, Greg, that's been the left. No, nothing's anybody's fault.
Wow.
No, and these people, keep in mind that people investigating it, and it's almost like they couldn't believe they were saying it. Bad decision, horrible thing, evil treatment of a human being of any kind, much less one with challenges. And look, the people investigating said they show no remorse.
That's right.
None.
Their hearts are so wicked and so twisted and so hard.
Rick, they wanted to share it on Facebook.
They don't. I finally saw somebody over the weekend where they're saying, my sister's saying, this ain't funny, y'all.
Yeah.
Well, where's the sister going down there and stopping it?
Yeah.
Where's the people who knew these people that were watching the feed? Why was that room? Why were doors not knocked down for decent human beings that said this will not stand on my watch?
I think Facebook even put out the stats on how many people were watching it live within just a few blocks from there.
Right.
It's crazy.
Where's the door being knocked down? Where's the let this guy go? I'm gonna beat up everybody in this room. Whatever I have to do to get this man out of here, I'm going to, you wicked, evil people. We just watch that and don't do anything about it. All right, as we get back, this thing that happened over the weekend, and when I first heard it, they were talking, Tampa Airport and Fort Lauderdale, and I thought, all these people going to the national championship game, does this involve any of them? And this is the crazed shooter. security footage now out showing the horrifying moment. The Fort Lauderdale killer pulls out a handgun. Now, he had checked the handgun. Is that right?
Correct. He checked it legally, carried it legally.
And then what they didn't know is he went in the bathroom and then loaded it. Is that what happened?
Correct. After
All right,
after the flight landed.
We're looking at the security footage. You got any audio at all?
No, it doesn't.
So that's him. Look,
that's him here.
he's now going to take the gun out. I mean, just like I would be reaching for my cell phone and just start shooting people.
He just stops and makes the round shooting.
Look at all those people now that realize, hey, we've got an active shooter in the airport and are trying to find somewhere to go.
Yeah.
So.
And what's so weird about it, and we were talking about this a little bit off air, is that he flew from Alaska with a layover in Minneapolis, St. Paul on a Delta flight, then landed there. And the only checked luggage that he had that he claimed was the firearm. And that's it. He had no other luggage that he claimed. The Alaska, the field office, the FBI office there said in November they had to take the gun away from him then when he came to the field office and claimed that the government was making him watch ISIS videos. And just absolutely off-the-wall comment. And so they think they don't really know exactly the motive, why Fort Lauderdale. They're looking into that. Just bizarre, though, as it broke Friday.
So he gets his luggage off the carousel, takes the gun, loads it, puts it in his pocket, and starts shooting people as you're exiting the airport from luggage.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And,
which is a unsecured area on that side with it.
And there's,
but they said one of the problems that we've got with our security system is that the security system secures the gates, not the whole airport facility.
Right.
So they said other countries like Israel and a lot of others, they secure the whole property that you're on. So, they're saying that maybe we need to move those checkpoints back. It would be extremely costly to do that. But does that need to be done? Are there other things can do? And how about this? If you're going somewhere and you only check a firearm, not luggage, I think that should be probably red flag just to look at,
Well, it is, and the things we're having to adjust to in this new time. There was a time when you really kind of made your security around the narrative, which is no longer
a hijacker.
That the person wants to get away, and the person does not want to be killed. But that's over. I mean, you kind of have a different mindset when you go, all right, wait a minute, the people trying to kill everybody, they don't care whether they're killed or not or captured.
Right.
So they just want to do the killing.
Yeah.
So now you got to change your mindset on how you think about everything.
You really do.
Rick and Bubba Show, No Name Studio, on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. What is it?
28 and a half years. 28?
Almost
29. Yeah, almost 29. Wow. Well, if we can get to January, it'll be 29.
Wow.
You can believe that?
You know what? In some ways, it seems a long time. In other ways, it seems like it just was yesterday.
You're right. You're right. So we have the president out attempting to speak again. We've already talked about Dr. Jill Biden. We have some of the Latin community upset with her breakfast taco statement. But now we move into the president. He's going to be heckled. We can't hear the heckler great here, but he's upset. He doesn't think the president's doing enough about gun violence.
And this is one of the parents, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Kids that were killed in the Parkland.
And then then we're going to have, unfortunately, in 4B, these are from the same video, same speech.
he's going to get – and, look, we do this on the show. It happens to me. It's happened to Bubba and I in commercials and stuff where you get numbers in the wrong place.
Oh, yeah.
But you're going to hear the president kind of get some numbers out of whack, and he's going to take us back to some mysterious shootings from 1918. But anyway, but we'll keep in mind.
Bless him, Lord.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! You talk about praying for our leaders. Boy, there's never been a time it's been more important. So here we go. Let's start with the heckler first. Here is Joe Biden trying to do a speech, and I think he is. I'm not sure where he is, but here he is doing the speech.
Today's many things is proof that despite the naysayers, we can make meaningful progress on dealing with gun violence. Because make no mistake, sit down, you'll hear what I have to say. If you think you...
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Never address it.
Never address it.
We have one. Let me finish my comments. Let him talk. Let him talk. No one... Okay? Because make no mistake about it. Just let it...
Let me finish, let him talk.
Which
one does he want to do?
Let me finish, let him talk.
Well, I think he was going to say let him talk about that time Secret Service drove his head in the ground.
Yeah, they escorted him out.
And that was the end of the comments.
Oh, he's not talking anymore.
I don't know that they're going to play too easy with you out there with the president on the podium.
Right. So now we're going to hear him get his numbers mixed up here. So we'll see where that goes. He's trying to, I think, talk about 2018, but it gets away from him.
Fort Hood, Texas, 2009. 13 dead, 30 more injured. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, 1918. 17 dead, 17 injured.
1918.
Yeah.
He had a lot of numbers today.
A lot of numbers. Lots of numbers. A lot of numbers.
1918.
Yeah.
They would have just come back, I guess, from World War I.
Yep, that is correct.
Wow.
Yep. I don't even know that we had that high school in 1918.
No, I don't even think Florida was developed. I think DeSoto just trucked across there.
Ponce de Leon or something.
Yeah.
No,
that's
Disney wasn't there.
No. Let me finish.
Adler, you guys.
Let me finish. Let him talk.
Along the lines of what you guys are talking about, this is a clip from the Face the Nation interview with Kamala Harris that this is a clip we didn't use yesterday, but this talks about Biden in 2024. Do you guys think that she sounds confident here? Do y'all want to hear it?
We did play this.
This is a different clip.
Oh, different clip. Okay,
yeah, this is a different.
Because she didn't look confident in that one either, the one we did play.
Yes.
Yeah,
So once he kind of circled back around, and here's another instance.
There is speculation among some Democrats and some Republicans that President Biden won't run for re-election in 2024. What's your message to those who say that?
Listen to President Biden. He intends to run. And if he does, I intend to run with him. So there you go.
There's the uncomfortable laugh again.
I love the word. Well, he intends.
Cue up the laugh.
And I intend.
The intention is for him to run. Yeah. And then the uncomfortable laugh finally takes over. Yeah. Even though what you played the other day, to me, she seemed like she was like, that's an outrageous thought, but I understand it is being said. There's no way, like I said earlier, no one really thinks he can run in 2024. There's no way. I mean, he's not going to be able to do it, which is going to be sad for his family.
Look at the other potential candidates, how they are shuffling for position right now.
Oh, yeah. But then, Bubba, in the Biden world, they can't quite seem to get Hunter Biden to go away.
Wow.
They just keep having to deal with him. And, look, it's we've talked about it. This is one of those things. Now, this is also one of the most glaring examples of if this were a Trump kid and Trump was still president,
we would have the interstate shut down with investigations.
They probably would. They would say Trump's kid is so dangerous we won't even drive anymore.
No,
and just shut down all driving. They would just be losing their minds every day. What a liability! What access has this crazy person had to our country? So here we have more of the Hunter Biden leak. This is new material.
Okay.
This is not from the laptop.
This is him apparently arguing with someone who participates in the world's oldest profession, and the argument is about how much crack he actually has.
Oh, wow.
So here we go.
I just read out the bag.
No. And there it is.
2.07.
Well, he sounds like
Without
his
the
dad,
bag.
doesn't he?
So how long is
2.0.
Yeah, that's
Why
sort
do
of.
we keep getting
Well,
disturbing?
he really likes to video everything, doesn't he?
I guess
Not a
he's
good idea.
Yeah, he's probably trying to show that what he's weighing is accurate. Probably want to get rid of that video when you have rocks of crack.
Unless you think you're untouchable,
right?
Which apparently is the case.
Yeah, that's probably he is correct.
Can anybody even imagine a video like that about a Trump kid while he was president?
Oh, Rick.
Can you even imagine?
You won't even see that on the news.
No, and I mean, we have to back again. We have to decide: does any of this kind of stuff matter? And if it matters, it matters no matter who the party is, or if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Whoever the president, what party?
You would like to see the press leave minor kids alone and maybe keep them. You don't have to focus on them unless they're into criminal activity.
Criminal
at that
activity is a
point,
big one.
they're just like everybody else.
Yeah, well, this what we've seen with this particular son of the president is he's very much involved in a lot of things that his daddy has done all over the world. That's
he's wheeling and dealing.
I think that's important.
His brother too. It's his brother's just a little smarter
Biden's brother.
to
Oh,
stay
my
out of the
goodness.
spotlight. It's Hunter can't help but video something.
Yeah, he's don't you know every day that anyone who still has their cognitive skills, they dread the latest Hunter Biden thing when somebody walks in and says, "Well, we got a video today of him.
Again.
He's going to be weighing crack with a prostitute." Everybody's like, "Well, that's awesome.
Okay,
that's a dandy."
Seems to be a theme with him.
Yeah, and he's grown. He's not. Yeah, that's.
And he in his 50s.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Also, Don Jr. There was like an email where he agreed to have a meeting with somebody, and we heard about that for like a year.
Oh, right. You're right. 100%.
Such a joke.
We'll be back. Ben Stein, Bubba, our favorite, weighing in on something.
You know it's a good one.
Yeah,
Pete's
sure.
weighing in.
So we'll have that for you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And
we should be called the children of God.
there it is. Bubba, busy.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
We'll cover that. We've got a full schedule today. Just kind of following up on something from last hour. I saw the movie Snowden over the break.
Snowden.
It's where he stowed away.
Yeah, that was that's the one. Oh yeah, that was the one.
Very, very intriguing movie.
Sure it is. I saw it too. I saw it over the break.
And it leaves. I mean, we're really torn between two things with that. But I want to see it again.
Yeah,
I thought it was very interesting, especially showing the inside of the facility in Hawaii.
Well, let me say this too, and I said this when I did the little review on it when I got back from Christmas break. I do wave a caution flag that Oliver Stone's involved.
Right.
Of the actual movie.
He'll make a good movie. Is it the truth? Who knows?
Right. So just a little bit of flag there. But in general, the topic still stands because we know it really did happen. I mean, as far as Eric Snowden. How accurate that movie is and all the details, we don't know. But we do know what happened involving him. That we know.
Yeah, and the fact that he is held up in Russia, as Speedy had pointed out, I'm sure that asylum is not coming without a price. Mm-hmm. And I heard the gentleman call that was talking about, the information, and, maybe that's what happened to John Roberts at some point. And I know was it Ben Franklin that had said
was Benny.
that?
It was old Benny.
Had the old quote.
Anyone who's ready to compromise freedom for security is not worthy of either.
Well, I mean, but that guy had wooden teeth, so things have changed.
Well, that was George
since then.
Washington, not Ben Franklin.
Well,
yes,
I think he had it too, didn't he?
Well, maybe they all did then.
It's his idea of security is I have a shotgun, I'm protecting the farm. Man, we live in a different world today.
We do. I said the exact same thing.
And it's a cute little saying, but I don't know that it holds water now. And I don't know. I'm like him. I'm kind of
We have
all over the
police
road.
officers that can't even protect themselves.
Right.
So what makes you think it's set up for me to protect myself?
I see both sides of it.
I do
just
too.
don't know. I think he endangered a lot of things when he copied what he copied and snuck it out. To me, that makes him a criminal. He broke the law. Now, the flip side of that is if he thought that they were out of bounds, they were doing too much, he should have objected and gone to the FISA court and said, you guys don't know what's going on or you're letting too much go on. I think there was a much, much better way to handle it than copying all of our national security secrets and walking out the door with it. Very cleverly, I might add, with Rubik's Cube, if that's the way he did it.
I was going to ask, has that ever come out that's actually how he did it?
But I'm going to research. But the whole thing made me want to go back and study it again.
Right.
Because
well,
the points I missed.
if I could try to, and I understand both sides.
But here's the
but
bottom line on it. He took a job. He signed papers. He took an oath to protect those secrets as he worked. Now, at some point, he felt like he needed to be a whistleblower. But he made himself judge and jury by stealing those documents that, by the way, they had ultra protected where he worked. I don't know if you saw the microphone hanging down over his workstation. He made himself judge and jury. That's where he made a mistake in my part. A whistleblower, you got to work the avenues, and then at some point that may be later, but I just don't think you can make yourself judge and jury no more than you can out on the street.
Of course, it is difficult, though, to actually follow the process. Then part of the process features the people you're trying to expose. Well, they have to allow you to expose them. And
I think he did go through a process, right. And nobody listened to him.
Right, you're right. That's true, too.
That's the reason I say whistleblower.
Well, back to the point, like today, I heard it being discussed, and I think in this, we all know about this EPA or whatever.
Yeah.
Chucky Schumer a few months ago, or not a few months, a few weeks ago, when Donald Trump said how inept all the intelligence organizations were. Chuck Schumer, who we all disagree with on the show, unless there's someone here I don't know about, he said, I know he may be a savvy businessman. I'd be real careful with that. Those people can make life real difficult on you. And now suddenly they're coming out saying, oh, we got Donald Trump talking to the Russians. And, of course, he's saying, people involved saying, I wasn't even where they say I was. So that's kind of the thing, though. I think what Ben Franklin was saying for 20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. A little requested bed music from the real Greg Burgess, Fabulous Thunderbirds, as we work our way back. Also, Ben Stein brings us back from the break, and he's in the news today.
Well,
Ben is he can anyone. Bueller.
Is anyone listening to Rick and Bubba? Anyone out there listening to Rick and Bubba?
that is one of my favorite drops ever.
And where were you, Speedy?
Backstage at the Grammys.
Backstage at the Grammys.
Oh, wow.
And that's when he had that "Can You Win My Money" game show or whatever. Do you remember that?
I didn't say, would he win a Grammy?
Well, we have another liner with him talking about that. Listen.
This is Ben Stein, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, the two sexiest fat men alive. You guys think you can win my money? Any one of you think you can? Anyone? I don't think so.
That is so good.
Anyone? All right, so he is saying that he's going to tell everyone why Beverly Hills and other major cities are no longer safe, and he's going to lay it out for us. So here is Ben Stein.
When I moved here in 1976, this was a very safe city, and Beverly Hills was one of the safest places in that city. In fact, I think for a large city, it was probably the safest city in the United States of America. and that's changed dramatically. And here's what's going on. For some reason, which would take a lot of explaining, but it could be explained, the government decides to basically stop punishing black people who commit crimes. And black people can commit crimes and not be prosecuted for it. Yes, they're embarrassed, at least to a small extent, and yes, their parents are mad at them, but they do not get away with anything less than murder. And this is a shocking thing. This is a very bad thing. So we have gone from a city where people are happy, they go around with their doors unlocked, to fear. And we have become a city of fear, and that is an extremely bad place to be.
And Ben, and I hope everybody enjoyed Ben Stein. He's old now, very old.
I thought he was going to sleep.
Yeah, troubling old.
Evidently, Ferris Bueller was longer ago than I thought it was.
Yeah, no, I thought so.
Ben.
When I turned around and looked at,
This would be him now. Anyway.
When I turned around and looked at that, I was completely shocked by the Ben Stein I saw.
Yes. I couldn't really focus on what he was saying.
Well, he doesn't care, and he's saying the reason why Los Angeles and Beverly Hills is no longer safe is the government's decided they no longer prosecute black people when they break crime, when they commit crime, according to Ben Stein.
According to Ben Stein.
Right. Now, I will agree with him on the overall. We're not punishing
people.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he had to. He's not sure. Just if I was around him, I'd say no. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't take one. I wouldn't take one people group. I think that's going to be
criminals.
Yeah. But again, but in all fairness,
he hadn't aged well.
Don't you think that Ben Stein could say at this point of his life, anyone think they can cancel me? Anyone
want to cancel me?
Anyone? I don't think so. I mean, what does Ben Stein care what anybody thinks?
How old is he?
He's 77.
Say it again.
77.
Why he seemed even older?
Wow, I know.
I thought he was 80.
I thought you were going to say 87.
I did too.
My nose hadn't stopped growing though. Got a lot of long hairs coming out.
Old people, I mean, elderly, your ears and your nose don't stop growing. Everybody knows that.
So what is that true, or does it just look that way because
everybody knows that?
Our face,
I think your face is shrinking in.
We thin
whatever
out as we get older, and I think that's a lot.
I'm gonna Google it.
Now, there's no excuse for this extra hair that comes on it. You shave that off.
He looked like
he
he
do
was
something with that.
He was shrinking.
Not Ben, but just in
well,
general.
he was collapsing on himself. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. He had almost an egg look.
Well, you know why? Because you know who he really looks like, and now he looks like the character from Despicable Me. He's Crew. You not agree?
I can figure it out.
All right, it says here your nose and ears indeed change as you get older, but it isn't that they're growing.
Okay.
Instead, kind of what you're saying, what you're seeing is the effects of skin changes and gravity to like the rest of your body and how it looks as it gets older.
Anyone.
They kind of stay the same.
I really wish, and I want y'all to hold me to this as I age.
Yep.
Y'all see hair that's coming out of ears and nose that I just won't tend to, say something to me about it. Okay? When I see older men do this, I think you've given up.
Yeah,
everybody has
right.
a razor or some kind of thing.
What I don't understand is the eyebrows get long and they start hanging down in front of your face. Do you not see that?
That's another one, Speedy.
Like you got a ball cap on.
You have to
I'm just
understand.
asking, when it comes time for me, y'all please point it out.
But I think what you have to get to...
This is a very positive and uplifting segment all the way around.
Can I tell you this? The reason why this is important is
I like accountability.
The reason why it's important is because you're not going to care. So you need people to tell you.
Thank you.
Yeah, because what happens is these men don't care anymore.
They don't. They've given.
Yeah,
it's not that they've given up. They don't care.
They don't
Thank you.
care.
I needed that.
They do not care. So you have to tell somebody to convince you to care.
Yeah.
You know, but I gotta be honest with you. You're dealing with old men. You may never get there.
Right.
I found out somewhere where I was on aging. It happened on Sunday. So you know, I try as best I can, and to not be that person that creates more laundry unnecessarily.
I did that.
Okay, so like if I have come home, changed clothes, and put on some gym shorts and a T-shirt, then that gym shorts and T-shirts will be the workout clothes for me the next day.
Yeah,
I just take them with me.
Right.
Okay.
You recycle them on the secondary use.
Yeah. And I don't, you know, and then like yesterday I struggled
because I didn't go try to do better because I actually looked at the workout and saw that it was a partner workout, and I don't do those. And so,
come on, man, you can do it. Let's go.
So I made the decision to stay and just finish what I normally would do on Tuesday. I just did on Monday, work wise. So when I got home, I was still in the clothes I wore to work at the end of the day, around 5 o'clock. So I was like, I probably would be more comfortable by getting in some gym shorts and a T-shirt, but I don't want to create laundry.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to make these work the rest of the day. And I also will hang my clothes back up if I don't think I wore them long enough.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
get 3 or 4 wears out of pants usually.
In the winter, I can do that more than summer.
Yeah, tough in the summer. I agree. But I drew a line on Sunday afternoon that I didn't think I would. I thought I would no longer draw. So I keep my Sunday socks on all day after church.
Okay. They smell good.
So anyway,
Don't tell me you put shorts on with them.
So I had shorts on with them
and sandals,
and I was at home, wearing house shoes. I was at home, and then Sherry said, "Let's go to the park and let's walk." And I went over, and I was just about to do it, and I said, "I can't believe I'm about to say this. I can't go out with these on." And I
good for you.
And
Stopped yourself. That's good.
And I was putting my tennis shoes on, and I put them on one time with my Sunday socks.
You didn't like what they look?
Yeah. And I told Sherry, I said, I can't believe I'm doing this. I don't think I'm at the point yet I'll go out in public and walk in Sunday socks with a pair of gym shorts. With a pair of gym shorts on. I almost
considered it.
100% I considered it. As a matter of fact, I was headed to the door going, I couldn't care less what people think about this.
Yeah, and then you went,
and then I looked down, I said, but I think I care.
Right.
And then you look and you had
I
one
can
blue
only
one.
go so far.
Right.
Yeah.
I
You had
realized
one blue one and one black one.
No, you give me
done that?
5 years though, I go out the door.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm still here.
yeah.
You'll have a collared shirt on with gym shorts.
That was
or
one of those
something.
markers. I thought,
Yeah.
okay, I'm not quite to the point.
I heard that. Close.
Oh, I didn't even think about it. You don't have gym shorts on right now.
No, but I have before. You love that combination.
I'll change out of my pants and leave my collared shirt on and gym shorts at the house.
What? I've done
At the house sometimes.
I do too.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
To try to defend the founding father a little bit was, even if you think because you're afraid that you're going to make yourself safer by giving up your freedom, you didn't do either one.
Right.
You're going to lose your freedom and you ain't going to be safe anyway. You know what I mean? And so he wasn't saying that you're going to get security by giving up freedom. He says that's delusional to think that you can somehow be completely safe from a giant central government. Now you're not going to be safe and you're not going to have freedom.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what
I see it. It is complicated.
It is.
I think it goes back. I'll take
If
it a
the
step
police
further.
can't protect themselves, somehow we're going to. I mean,
I think you have to take it back.
I'd rather
even
just be free.
A step further, in that if we would quit. Gosh, I don't know the right word to use here. The word I want to use is not, could be mistaken. If we would quit playing footsies and call good guys, bad guys, and react and be very decisive in it, it would take care of a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
But we don't hurt their feelings.
Oh,
He might have a friend.
Yeah. Well, that's
Look like
the,
this,
what Ben is saying is, if you want to maximize liberty, you can't have security and liberty. You can't have them both. You're going to be exposed and not be safe if you really truly want to be free.
Yeah.
So,
and then,
so what is the cure? What helps that? I think if you're decisive and you have more of a black and white look on things, call it what it is. Criminals, get rid of them.
Yeah.
Execute them.
Right.
And let the next person know this is coming your way. Oh, well, that's not a deterrent. Oh, yeah, it is. I'll tell you what it does. There's no repeat offenders in some of that.
Well, there were people with the British that the British did not kill or destroy all their property because they said, I'll just stay under tyranny.
Right.
So they were safer.
Right.
But they weren't free.
Well,
you know what I mean?
And I think another good example, the British lost both of those wars because of political correctness.
Right.
And
So,
and the Union, when they decided to throw political correctness out the window and just absolutely put a whooping on somebody, they did, and it ended it.
Yeah, but the founders could have kept all their property, kept everything. They just would have been free.
We should have done some of that with North Korea a long time ago, 1950.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's start Obama and then go to Trump since he's the outgoing president. We'll just go in order. How about
Obama was giving us a goodbye yesterday, I hope. Right? Was that what that was?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
The Obama goodbye speech, anything of interest in it? I heard
an excerpt here or there. I didn't pay much attention to it. I know that he wanted us to know that part of his legacy, which he named one, I'm not sure he should name, and that was giving us Obamacare, and that he said that he had accomplished. Gave us his accomplishments. Was that part of it?
Yeah. If you want that, we have it. It's about a minute long.
Okay. All right.
Here's his list of accomplishments, and we've got to go back to how he started the whole thing off here in a minute.
If I had told you 8 years ago that America would reverse a Great Recession, reboot our auto industry, and unleash the longest stretch of job creation in our history, if I had told you that we would open up a new chapter with the Cuban people, shut down Iran's nuclear weapons program without firing a shot, take out the mastermind of 9/11. If I had told you that we would win marriage equality and secure the right to health insurance for another 20 million of our fellow citizens, if I had told you all that, you might have said our sights were set a little too high. But that's what we did. That's what you did. You were the change. By almost every measure, America is a better, stronger place than it was when we started.
And everybody felt so much in agreement with the president, they elected a private businessman who hosted a reality show. Everybody was was so thrilled with continuing that hope and change, they went completely away from it.
That is an interesting take on the last 8 years.
It really is.
You have to be, well, I won't go into it. There's a story out here, Rick, a chorus of emotional celebrities gushing over the president's farewell speech. Madonna was quoted as saying, "A king amongst men."
Oh, yeah.
Well, now, she may be right about that.
Oh, I just can't wait to be king.
But that old constitutional republic sent you packing, though, didn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. So Helmsy and I heading out Thursday. Helmsy's going to Columbus, Mississippi for Men Church, First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, the home of 96.1. I'll be headed to Jasper, Alabama. What up, Walker County? What up? I'll be coming to a Northside Baptist Church. And I'll be speaking at their next Man Church as well. That's Northside Baptist Jasper and Helmsy over at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi, all on Thursday night. Andrew Varvutis over in Philadelphia, Mississippi at the Neshoba Baptist Center. He'll be speaking there for the next round of Man Church installment also. So Thursday, big day. Bubba, we were in the break. And, I know we're about to lose you to the Roy Webb pictures again.
It ain't Roy Webb. James Webb.
James Webb.
Please, Roy Webb.
Philip Webb.
I've tried a couple of them. I realized that this is better than Joe Webb.
Oh, Roy Webb.
Yeah, Roy Webb.
You talking about former UAB Blazer Joe Webb?
Yes, I did that one for a while. I got a little bit of a chuckle, but I'm going to tell you, I was in the bathroom this morning, and I said Roy Webb one time, and it owned me. So I realized I'm going to work that in when it was right, and this was the time.
Yeah. Y'all's buddies on there.
Yeah.
Didn't y'all interview him?
Neil deGrasse.
Yeah.
Thinks he's smarter than everybody in the world.
Till Bubba shut him down with dark energy.
Yeah.
It's just,
but anyway,
I just didn't have enough faith.
Bubba and I were enjoying the commercial break. We had NASA live footage up, and we were watching it and talking about it as they unveil these beautiful images, and we can't wait. Of course, Greg's killing us.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, it's going to be a bunch of dots that are some are brighter than others.
I think you could ask your parents when you're a kid for a birthday cake with fighter jets on it, and you would finally get it. And Greg would walk in and kick the planes off top of your cake.
Yeah. I'm going to hold my opinion until they
show
But,
the next.
and Adler, if you could hold
And
this,
look at this one.
if
Well,
you
it
could
looks like the
hold
first
this,
one.
this shot, or pause it right there when the lady. So what the reason we're even bringing this up is something that Bubba said on the break that has
Right,
absolutely owned the room.
Yeah.
And the lady that's walking us through, she has a necklace on, and the necklace is I don't know what it's called, but it's part of the panels or whatever for the James Webb.
It's the reflector
Are we back on Roe Webb?
of the Webb James
Oh,
Webb
that thing,
Telescope.
yeah.
It looks just like it. It looks
I
like
see
a
it.
bunch of what is it? Pentagons all stuck together.
Pentagram.
Octagons.
Like a heat
What is
shield.
it?
And Bubba out loud and I mean with some
I don't think he knew we
conviction,
were in the room. Yeah.
He said, "Man, I tell you what, that looks good. I really need to accessorize more."
The quote was, "I need to turn up my accessorizing."
That's
Wait. Does that mean you're going to show up with gold chains?
Oh, back to pawn shop, wife.
Well, I haven't wore a chain probably in, I don't know, 40 years.
You think he wouldn't wear one of
35,
those? You're
40
wrong.
years.
Yeah, in a second.
I used to have a big gold nugget watch, but that I finally wore the gold off of it.
Did you really?
Yeah, pretty much.
What about the gold nugget ring?
The gold wasn't real deep, Rick.
Greg, it's right. It's the first contract we got that was pretty decent. Look, Greg, I'm not trying to say it was gaudy, but Elvis thought it was over the line.
Elvis said, "Hey, pal."
And then, and that played into it too. I was seeing the Elvis movie. I was like, wow, he had a lot of rings on it. So,
I want you with rings. Now you're gonna have to kick the cologne up a little bit if you're gonna go with that.
What do you currently have that you don't wear up here? Do you have some things you can wear, necklaces? I mean, you got your gold ring on today and looks good. You don't always wear that one, do you?
What do you mean?
The wedding ring.
Yeah, I wear it.
But you got
all
a
the time.
different one you wear sometimes, don't you?
No,
that's the standard.
Yeah.
I found it. Look, it's the James Webb Space Telescope necklace.
Oh, you
got
to get there.
Oh,
there it is.
Hey, let that thing dangle over that snow-covered forest.
And
Get on that let it get a look at this universe. How about that galaxy, James Webb?
Don't sling that shirt off on the pontoon boat and let it go.
Don't forget about that NASA jacket he bought. He could wear with him.
Oh, no shirt on with that.
It'd have to be cold though.
Did
that lady talking
Spice
to-
Girls playing on the pontoon boat? You rocking, baby.
Can't nobody do anything with you.
Could they find anybody more homely than that pair? Good night. Look at them.
We're not talking
Greg,
about Bubba.
these
We're
are
talking about the
They've been working on. They've been working on that
these are
telescope
scientists.
for years. One of them they see about a hot oil treatment or something.
Greg, these are respected scientists.
They made Dr. Burks look like electric.
She looks like Lady Gaga.
Greg. It is time for you to go answer phones again.
We did ask you not to do this early.
Don't do it. This is Bubba's thing. Seriously, you don't get it. Please
look.
He's waiting on another Roy Webb picture.
Kamala Harris says, look at her. You can look in her eyes, see light at the back of her head. I'm talking all that space. She ain't got a clue. She's just looking around. Look, the Diamond Duo's back.
Let's hear what they're saying, Rick. Let's hear what they're saying. Pot it up. Let's hear what you're saying.
You can only hold it in so much.
I looked up, though.
He's done so well.
Hey. Remember, your grandkids are listening, Greg.
Well, good night.
For every image we've gotten with Webb, we can't take blank sky. Everywhere we look, there's galaxies everywhere. And so, this image, as we're looking at it, what we're seeing is not just all the galaxies, but there's a cluster here. And so the cluster are all these white, kind of ethereal galaxies. We're seeing them as they looked back in time, right? The speed of light is only so fast.
How
and
fast
so
is
as we're
it,
seeing
Bubba?
distant galaxies out in
186,000 miles a
space, we're
second.
seeing
Is it
them as they
gone?
looked billions of years ago.
She's so fired up.
Well, yeah, and Bubba is too, and that's why you need to be nicer about this. Can't you be happy for others?
No, I was just
I
looked
thought
up
you
and I
traveled with
thought
Bubba
this
on
is
space
a bit.
a little bit.
I like space, but I thought we were presenting this. It's still a show. We want people to watch.
No, you're right, Greg.
We got the Goldust twins on there.
Bubba has said for years that they need a little better presentation.
Yeah, I've always said NASA could use a little marketing help. But,
Right, they really could.
Greg, this is the Spud Webb Telescope. Have some respect.
What I was thinking.
That's funny.
Maybe they need Amy Feller-Fowler on there.
So what do you think, Bubba? Will you go back and start accessorizing again? What happened to the rings and the watches and the swinging things?
Well,
House
Did
and
you ever wear a
change.
bracelet?
I've got a comment, but I'm not going to say it at this point.
But you know what I mean? It's one thing to have a necklace. It's another to have one that's, just got a little weight to it. So it'll swing around.
Well, I've never gone over the top. You know, even in my heyday, that wasn't.
You know what would be
the
so-
watch was probably more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'd be so good. They're showing all the bright lights and all. And if they come up and said we had a new video and somebody snuck that woman twerking in there, it popped up behind them.
And they said, and her big toe pointed to a galaxy.
And right here, oh my goodness.
Hey, now.
Oh, there's Uranus. Oh, I'm sorry.
He forgot.
He forgot he was on
That's not
air.
even how you say the planet.
See, when you let this one run, you see what runs with
Oh,
it.
sure.
And honestly, some people can't run at that speed.
But,
Oh, look at that. Caught up in it.
in case you're wondering, there's no planet called that. What you just said.
Yeah.
He didn't get the joke.
Say it
right.
You're not on the NASA channel anymore. You're over on Discovery HD,
Oh,
the Health Channel.
He made it two separate words. If he did that. It's got to be one word.
See what you've done, Greg? You've created this
Thanks.
atmosphere.
But
If he was
Rick,
just
you go
screening
ahead.
calls, Ricky, that would never would have happened.
And looking at a picture of his kids.
Rick, if you think Saturday Night Live ain't gonna jump all over this and have us a
God.
version of these two,
Oh, they will.
Goodness. I got tears.
They
Probably should be covering Hunter Biden, but they won't touch
no.
it.
Yeah. So what are they talking about now, Bubba?
Look, the table's
I don't
even
know,
the
I can't hear
Pentagon.
it.
Well, turn around. Look.
See here in this broadcast is a week, and we're going to be doing discoveries like this every week.
Oh well, I'm looking
That is
forward to
absolutely
it.
incredible, James. So thank you so much for joining us.
James. Her name's
It's
James?
been an honor to be working with you. Congratulations on all your hard work.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to see it pay off.
So thank you, and I'll see you later on today, I hope. So
Yes.
enjoy the day. Thank you.
Laugh ender.
So from distant galaxies, we now turn our eye to something a bit closer. It's a planet, but not one in our solar system. Remember that Earth and its sibling planets aren't the only show in the universe. When scientists
I
and
hate to say
engineers
it, she
started
looks almost like a
developing
witch with that
She does.
thing.
She does.
exoplanets wasn't even part of
Y'all, it's not entertainment
she went
tonight.
with.
There's Fox News. This is NASA TV.
It's not entertainment tonight. I want you to picture.
Where'd Wide Face go?
Listen, Greg, I want you to picture though. Think about how some of these reporters, Bubba is actually undoing Greg's mind.
Well, I'll take care of that.
Look, there they are. Two more ugly ones. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll chat with you and wrap up the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We don't have a
We don't do kings here.
We don't want one.
You can act like a king for a while. We'll eventually shut you down.
Yeah.
Until we let the Constitution be completely shredded.
The Obamacare disaster has been a textbook example of textbook liberals putting together this feel-good, looks-good, win-win-win scenario that really doesn't work in real life and is going to collapse upon itself due to massive, massive miscalculations in cost unless it is gutted and repaired and basically redone.
Well, keep in mind, because it's all propaganda, he didn't say, did you ever think we would have, government-run health care? Because that sounds, he says all these people got health care that didn't have it. Now, he conveniently leaves out the people who now can't afford their health care and the disaster that Obamacare has become. And it's really the first time they've claimed it or mentioned it. They sure haven't mentioned it when they were trying to win any election.
No.
They're mentioning it now on the way out. And if it's so great, I sure would have it in my attempt to get elected and get Hillary Clinton elected. But he threw that in there, and then he threw some other things that were quite delusional out there. But it's the way they speak and talk. Again,
I'll say this, Rick. In my opinion, because of when it's been given, it's just the greatest speech he's ever given.
right. Well, it kind of goes back to that joke.
Because it's got farewell in
it. It kind of goes back to that joke that the guy keeps showing up to the White House, after
Trump was put in wanting to talk to President Obama.
Yeah.
And they kept telling him President Obama's gone, his time's over, and he keeps coming back. And they said, "Sir, why do you keep doing that?" And he said, "I'd like to hear you say it."
Well, while the Hollywood celebrities were gushing over it, a lot of people in Chicago was going 8 years, and we're not any better than we were. Matter of fact, it's more dangerous here than ever. Right.
Yeah.
How's that home change treating you?
Well, and I think it's a opportunity lost in a lot of ways. If he, because of who he was and his statue and the fact that he had he made history and who he was from his race, he had an opportunity to step over a little more in the middle, and he could have really, really built some bridges, but instead pushed a hard left agenda, and I think made the country more divided than ever.
Well, before we get to this, let's just ask this question, and then we'll move into it, and we'll just leave it on this. Your point about it being historic that he became the president. You would think, to Bubba's point, if he had done his job as being the first African-American president with a father who's African-American and really a mother who's white, it really was perfect. Here are the two races represented by one man, and you would have thought that when he left 8 years, not 4, 8 years, that race relations would be at an all-time high. And we feel like we've gone back to the 60s. The racial situation in this country is worse after 8 years than when he arrived.
No question.
We were much further along before he became president.
Way more divided.
Yeah.
Now, today.
So anyway, so he can have a Coke and a smile on thinking he's done anything in that. And I'm just saying that based on the results. That's not a theory. That's results.
Yeah. The thousands in attendance last night chanted 4 more years a couple of times. He told the crowd not to boo Trump. He also had a long-standing ovation before starting his farewell speech.
Well, of course he did.
And he started it with this joke, but he stammered through it a while before actually getting to it.
Delivery is everything.
You can tell that I'm. You can tell that. You can tell that I'm a lame duck because nobody's following instructions. Everybody have a seat.
Oh wow.
You can.
Oh wow. Is that Bama Mark?
Wow. You can tell you can tell
This is Bama Mark.
This is Tide.
Go 670.
You can tell that I'm a lame duck because nobody's following instructions.
Chris Dodd.
So yeah.
What if he'd have said, you Obamacare?
Well, really, I think maybe he has a job working with us.
Yeah, really.
So,
welcome.
Yeah,
come on over.
So Obama, look, it's over. It's done. America has spoken. We'll see what's next. Hopefully something was accomplished in that aid, but a lot of damage was done. And again, if I kept telling you that everybody loved me, and then I said, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna hand the torch off, to the next guy who's gonna do exactly what I'm gonna do, and that person couldn't, and everybody just. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, the number. If time allows, we'll get to your phone calls. I do want to point you to learbubba.com. Whether they want to admit it in Washington or not, things are bad out there. Even if they keep, I think they're doing that thing where if you tell somebody something, it goes back to the Andy Andrews book. How do you kill? I forget.
40 million.
40. How many million people were killed in the Holocaust? Because that's the number. It's a bunch. And he said, well, first of all, you just lie to them. That's how you get it done. Yeah. So I know Washington keeps telling us that the economy is just fine, but I know that we don't believe that. So anyway, if this country is in the fast lane moving toward a recession, I hope it doesn't happen. But you have to look at what's happening. If you didn't see the news 2 weeks ago, the S&P 500 experienced its worst first half of the year since the year 1970. Now, you think about that. The stock market had its worst 6 months to begin this year
You'd have to go back to 1970 to find one that was as bad. So the policies that this administration just seems to be, they're not going to be told they shouldn't do these things. Runaway inflation, record high gas prices, war in Europe, supply chain, labor shortages, surging again with the old coronavirus. They're trying to terrify everybody about the election coming up again. Look, every day you look, everything you see seems to be pointing toward recession. So whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, if you look at our country's history since the 50s, you see recession. So we can't afford to let this happen again. So now it's time to get ahead of the coming financial issue. The team at Lear Capital share how investing in physical gold and precious metals can be an excellent strategy against what's coming, and we want to share the opportunity with you. Smart investors are buying gold and precious metals now for two reasons. One, gold's a great hedge during a recession. Two, the closer a recession gets, guess what? The more the gold could be worth. So why don't you make the move now? Do not be caught looking with 2008 as it's coming down the track again. Go to Lear Bubba, that's learbubba.com, or call them 1-800-707-4575 to get you fired up. You can receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins when you actually purchase. 1-800-707-4575. Mention us or go to learbubba.com for your information. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we have a wacky world. This is outrageous.
Oh, baby.
Bubba, we have Larry Sanders, not the one that had the fake talk show. A man named Larry Sanders, 53. He stands charged with first-degree murder after allegedly admitting first to a family member and later to police that he killed his noodling. Remember we went to catfish noodling?
Yeah. Reaching up under the rocks, pulling out them catfish.
His noodling fishing partner, Jimmy Knighton. Are you ready? Who Sanders claims he wanted him dead because he was told to kill his fishing partner by none other than Bigfoot. He said
Bigfoot wouldn't do that.
He appeared, of course, no shocker here, to be under the influence of something.
You think?
He told police that he struck, strangled, and then drowned Knighton.
Okay.
He said that Mr. Knighton had summoned Bigfoot to come and kill him, and that's why he had to kill Mr. Knighton. So Mr. Knighton,
he called Bigfoot up.
His buddy was trying to summon Bigfoot
to kill him.
To kill him.
So he's actually claiming self-defense.
Yes. So he went ahead
right?
and killed Knighton before he could summon Bigfoot. So
don't know how far that'll go with the jury.
Right. I don't think the defense Bigfoot made me do it, especially indirectly. I don't think that's going to hold up. But this is in Oklahoma, where this case is going on. So some of you in Oklahoma may be seeing more coverage of it. But I've never heard that defense before.
No, I haven't either. They did discover the man who was killed about 24 hours later as his body floated downriver.
Wow. And in fairness,
Bigfoot stirred the whole
Greg,
thing up.
And in fairness to Larry Sanders, there is some strange hair on the body.
Okay. So.
No, I don't.
The local prosecutor says that they would like to pursue the death penalty if found guilty.
I think so. I think that would be wise. Yep. And plus,
he has forfeited his chance to play with the other kids on the block.
And really kind of tarnish Bigfoot's reputation.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could summon.
No.
Yeah, Rick, that's not fair to Bigfoot.
To Wisconsin we go. If you want to join us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Steve, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
Hey, guys. Listen, last week I spent a week at a Baptist camping conference center at Fort Caswell, North Carolina, with some Alabama guys, Russia Fools, and Tom Richter.
Oh, yeah.
And they had a lot of good things to say about y'all.
Uh-oh.
And I kind of put a bug in Tom's ear. I said, hey, you need to get on the podcast. So what do y'all think about that?
Well, you know, if he'll reach out to us and talk to him and hook him up with Speedy and we'll talk about some topics that might be cool, yeah, that's a great idea.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We just had a great time last week with those guys.
Well, I'm glad, Steve. They're good. They're great guys. We've done events with them, and every time come away reminded of how God really uses their talents, and they do a great job at what they're gifted to do. And I appreciate you checking in with us too, Steve. Toby, the great state of Mississippi. Toby, go ahead.
Hey, y'all, look, I was just wondering, so you talking about your socks on Sunday afternoon after church?
Yes.
I was just wondering, would Sherry even let you out of the house like that?
You know, Sherry's quote, when I made the decision myself, I don't think I'm to the point that I'm going to walk out and go walk at the park with you with Sunday socks on and shorts.
Yeah.
She said, this was her quote, that she agreed and was thankful that I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah.
So
if I come out of the bedroom, after church, you know, my wife will say, go get the socks off, because she's thinking about, well, if I wear shorts every day, and if I wear camouflage shorts with a plaid shirt, I leave early in the morning, it's dark, and she's still in bed when I leave, and when I come in the evening, she'll look at me and say, did you have that on all day? No, I just changed it to mailbox out.
I get that same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Almost
like a
exact
good-looking
verbatim, because I leave a lot of times before Betty's up, and I'll get the, hey, you didn't wear that all day, did you?
Right. Do you ever get
Yeah,
Tell me you no. Have you had that on all day? And you know, is it? Tell me
that's why I kind of wear the same thing all the time. I found something I don't get in trouble for, so I just stay with it. You know?
If you've got approved clothing on, make it last
you
long
vary
as you
your
can.
colors a little bit,
Right, move it around. I've almost got to the point now where Sherry is sponsoring me. She won't let me shop on my own anymore because of the things we do as men. Like, hey, I got a shirt that works,
I get a lot of that.
so I got 5 colors of it. Sherry says she's shutting that down. She said, they don't do that.
At least a step down on me on a lot of that.
Well, it's a shirt that works.
I got this one style I like.
We didn't buy all the same color.
Yeah, they're different. They're not the same shirt, just the same style.
When did you
we
think?
just got a cut that actually fits us.
Right. Bubba's had a Rick and Bubba stamp shirt on. I know you have one that color, by the way. I like that.
I didn't either.
He's had a different color on every day.
I know.
It's only Tuesday.
It is. Thanks
Look
for being
out
with
for
us.
tomorrow.
That's right.
Green one.
I go red.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.